Morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission for, what is today? September 4th, 2025. Glad to have you all with us this morning. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the invocation to be presented by Dr. Marie Herring from Dayspring Baptist Church.
Dr. Herring, it's good to see you this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor Ward and the commissioners for the invitation. And also, Madam City Manager, thank you for your service. Let us pray. Father God, as we gather here today, we come before you with humble hearts, recognizing the responsibility that lies within the hands of our city commissioners. We thank you for the opportunity you have afforded them to serve our community. We thank you for the love and grace you bestow upon them each and every day. God, we seek your guidance in the discussions and decisions. Grant our commissioners wisdom and discernment as they strive to meet the needs of the residents of this city. Help them to listen and with open hearts and to act with compassion and integrity, reflecting your light in all that is done. Commissioners, may your efforts contribute to a future where unity, respect, and cooperation flourish among all citizens of Gainesville. Father God, we ask for your blessings upon our city, that we may work together harmoniously, fostering a spirit of collaboration and mutual support. May their actions today bring honor to his name and positively impact the lives of those who call Gainesville home. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Herring. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda. There are no updates. I don't know if Commissioner.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the adoption of the agenda with one modification, and that is to defer item 2025662, which is the request to adopt a resolution declaring city-owned parcels as surplus for conveyance to Grace Marketplace for operation of continuum care facility to the October 23rd GPC.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
I believe so, yes. Okay. We have Anthony Gray is speaking to the RTS item on consent.
Okay.
Jason, you need to turn it on the bottom.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Tony Gray. I was here at the budget meeting. I work at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, and I utilize MV to get to work and back. And I would press you to do whatever is necessary to maintain that service as it stands now, because without them, I wouldn't be able to get back and forth to work. And I hope that you will allow me to maintain my access to that service so that I can continue to be a productive member of society. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your comments. I would add that that is not on the agenda today. It's not something we're discussing.
I was aware.
But,
I was told to speak anyway.
okay. I would also add that the budget that will be before us includes bringing those services in-house and not deleting those services. So that's an important thing that a different story is being told in the community, I understand. So I want to make sure that the accurate story is being told. So thank you very much for being here. Thanks.
That was our last speaker, Mr.
Very
Mayor.
good. Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Why are we deferring the Grace Marketplace, the surplus land?
I would like to have the opportunity to thoroughly flesh it out, and I think that can be done in a GPC meeting. I I don't have an understanding of real property, the real property policy. What happens then to the annual funds that we give to Grace Marketplace? Is that going to be decreased? Is that going to impact this? And then once they do all of the renovations, what impact is that going to have?
Right.
It seems like they're going to turn it into a community healthcare facility. I'm not sure, but I would like to have this come out and let us have this as a single item that we thoroughly flesh out.
Okay, is there a reason for the October 23rd? I mean, I think we have, if I recall right, we have a GPC that is fairly late. That's next week, correct?
That is accurate. This, I spoke with the manager's office, and they thought that this would be a good day to be able to put it forward.
All right, if the manager's fine with it, I'm always in favor of making sure that we have time to vet things more thoroughly. I will say that I think I mentioned this surplusing of land on my second or third meeting here on the Gainesville City Commission. It's something that Grace has been talking about for a while that I think that benefits both the city and our homeless shelter at the same time. And it's one of those odd win-wins that you get rarely in city government. But if we want time to vet it, I guess I would be comfortable with it.
And just to add to that, we've had other people come forward, other agencies to come forward and ask for a donation of surplus property. So I really would like to get that out into the public, how that is done. I'm thinking particularly of Superintendent Feathers' church. Pastor they got so many titles. Supervisor LaShawn Young was interested in surplus property for a foster home for girls. So I think that perhaps they need to sit through and hear how the real property surplus works. It may be beneficial to all of the public. I was just sort of surprised to see this here when it hadn't been thoroughly vetted. That's my rationale.
Any other questions about that? Okay.
No, I have another issue.
Okay, go ahead. Sure.
Mr. Manager, to the manager, I wonder if we could have a presentation at some point from our staff on what paratransit will look like when the city takes it over, so that we can sort of quell the concerns from the community.
Sure, that is very possible, whatever the commission would like. In this case, there has been no notice given to MV to, cease services. Obviously, that is dependent on final decisions by this commission on the budget, which will occur on the 24th. And once that is done, because the budget as it stands doesn't include the service being provided by the for-profit agency MV, once we get to that point, then yes, we can make arrangements to place this item on the agenda for further discussion in terms of what a transition looks like, if in fact the commission decides that it will be the service will be provided in-house.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question about the Grace Marketplace item is, we probably weren't going to get this accomplished before October 1st anyways. Is there does it change next year? I'm sorry, Madam Manager, this is a question for you. Any budgetary concerns about shifting, because we will perhaps own it in-house longer, the maintenance we had been doing on the facility versus not?
No, none of that changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Engel.
I'm kind of in the same boat, I think, as Commissioner Eastman. I'm okay pushing it off. I just didn't know if it would make more sense to go ahead and hear the presentation that they had and see if that answers some of our questions, and then maybe make a motion to push it off after we hear that item, if they're already planning on being here today and doing a presentation on.
They're not planning on being here today at this point.
Well, that clears that right up then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment, but we do not currently have anyone signed up. So the next one is 2025-658, interim city manager discussion with recommendation the city commission discuss the interim city manager.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I want to go ahead and lead this off and say that there is never a good opportunity to have a discussion like this. I would prefer we didn't have to do this. We could keep our city manager for a long time. But we've had this excellent city manager for 4 years, nearly 4 years at this point, and I'm just really pleased with the work that our city has been able to accomplish under her leadership, and very appreciative of that. But it is time for us to make some considerations about an interim period, which I would hope would begin October 21st, which is a full month prior to when the city manager has given us her last day, so that there is time for them, for whoever it is, to work side by side. I think that is a good transition process. The important thing to me, having the unfortunate background of having been through multiple city manager searches here at the city of Gainesville, the experience that I've bought with that is that we want to make sure that the projects that are currently rolling downhill, and there are a lot of them, very good projects that we are all bought into, I believe, and that the community is bought into, that those projects keep rolling downhill, and that they continue to be, that there are no bumps in that road, that those projects get done and other projects start down the hill. And I think the way to do that is, personally, I believe the way to do that is with the team that currently exists. It would be my preference to name an internal candidate for that today, and that somebody make a motion to direct me to start a negotiation. That's how we traditionally hire charters, to get that rolling today. I would not be in favor of an external search for an interim. I would absolutely be in favor of a search, for an extensive search for the permanent city manager, but I want our projects that are currently rolling to get done. So those are my initial thoughts, and I will tell you that we have, just to be right out front there, our COO, Andrew Persons, I think, has done a tremendous job working at the right hand of the city manager, and I don't think that there is a better candidate for that position. That's my opinion. There are some things where I think it's important for me to just put it all out there before we get started, and I think this is one of those items. So, Commissioner Book.
I thought Commissioner Chestnut, I thought you were up first there.
Well, I'll be, Mr. Mayor,
It doesn't matter. I thought
Sure,
she might
that's
be.
fine.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I agree with all of your sentiments expressed, and I'd like to make a motion to move to authorize the mayor to begin negotiating an exit transition and name an interim city manager.
I second that.
And Andrew Persons.
There you go, I was going to ask for
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Book?
All right, so that would, interesting, I would have done the same thing, and it sounds like we're like-minded. I was just trying to think where we were, Mr. Mayor, in the beginning of 2023, when we had a whole bunch of attrition and transition right here in Wood City staff. And we had one permanent charter officer, we had 4 interims, and somebody else that wasn't even in place. And the interims had been interims for extended periods of time, which does not help when you have leadership leading others in that regard, because it keeps everybody on edge. No one knows what authority they have and accountability they have. And here we are 2 years later, and we have all permanent, non-interim, and continuity is a terrific thing in large organizations. And so I'm right there. And I did, probably you all have done this, I did meet with all the charters and spoke to them and just asked them, what do you want to do with this position? I didn't lead them in any way. And I spoke to at least, I think, all the city managers' leadership team also. And I said, what would you do if you were us? And there is some real agreement and pretty close to consensus that they feel like they're working together, both the charters with the charters and the leadership team, and they're working together in ways that will help them move forward, even though we're hard charging and providing a lot of tasks to them. Because some of that we might have to lighten up in that regard. So I fully support what I just heard.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else before we go to the public? Commissioner Willetts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have similar concerns about about having a full search for a permanent. And so I do wonder a little about what timing that's going to look like, because we have an election coming up where we might learn something about GRU, and not that I think it's going to drop in our lap on January 1st, but crazier things have happened. If early next spring we're in a position where we are going to need to be merging the two sides of government, whether we're going to still have an interim at that point, versus, or we're well into a search and we're expecting a permanent on, I don't know, March 1st, June 1st, something, July 1st. But so I have some concerns about that transition. And so the idea of someone with a lot of management experience is important to me. I think Mr. Persons has worked, has identified very, very closely with the manager, which has really helped to understand all kind of pieces, and particularly probably, I don't know if y'all would agree, but probably the key extra communicator to the commissioners is just running ragged to try to be in meetings with commissioners to make sure that we understand kind of what's coming up, either not just on one meeting, but where different projects are at. So that's a real strength of communication to the commission, I feel. So that's one thing that I really like about Mr. Persons as this candidate. And particularly in times of transition, and we got lots of projects. I'll say not rolling down the hill, but sometimes it's pushing a rock up the hill. We gotta keep on pushing that rock. But I think that speaks well to his candidacy for it, because he keeps us, at least me, and I think most of you, very well apprised of where we're at on a lot of different things. He's often the go-to answer person, like, I need an answer about this, something that I don't want to bother the manager about, because the manager's out here managing 1,000 employees. But getting an answer and getting the right people to us, connecting us to the right city staff, if it's something that someone else can really answer for us and let us know what's going on. So just general, my concerns about needing perhaps in the nearer term, a wealth of management experience of a large operation. That is one concern for me. I don't know who the best person internally would be for that, so I'll just put that out there. Then I also, before October 21st, I want us to flesh out a bit of a nationwide search, have some sort of a timeline my preference is by that October 21st, to start kicking around that. Are we talking about a year-long search, a 6-month search? Because we'll have a lot of options. Having an interim, knowing we have some transition, we probably want that transition to be, I would argue, a little longer than we could, because we could just say, oh, let's have someone in here March 1st. We could probably achieve it, but I don't think a March 1st or April 1st transition would behoove us, just because where we're at. So, but I do want by October 21st that we start talking, maybe at a GPC, about brainstorming what we look, and having some idea of how long we want an interim. Because right now this is great, just an interim, but then the how long of an interim. Because I agree with Commissioner Book, we went too long the last time with a bunch of charter interims. Probably we probably did go too long. But like there's no good time. I think people felt like there was no good time, and it just kind of led on too long. So those are my thoughts right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel?
Also, it sounds like there's a pretty good amount of consensus up here already, and I'm kind of in the same boat. I will say, I haven't been sitting in this chair real long, but I've been sitting in this room for a long time, quite often out there in the audience, with different causes and things in the city. And for a long time, there was a lot of chaos up here. There was a lot of back and forth, and I think we've had some very well led, kind of smooth sailing. Even the problems we're having are very much external problems we're having to deal with. But I think functionally the city's working very well right now, and I would be hesitant to kind of upend all that and try and put somebody in there from outside. I think Andrew's a fine choice to step in on interim. And I think checks a lot of boxes on what I would like to see, somebody who can hold that position down while we figure out what we're going to look at long term. So I'm very much in favor of that. Also, don't be afraid to lowball them in those negotiations. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. I feel very comfortable with the current manager's top-tier management. She has really put people in place, not only just Andrew, but people in the whole top layer that can keep the city moving. What we don't want to do is to lose the momentum. So I'm not as concerned about whether it's Andrew and his team serve 3 months or 12 months. I think that we are in good hands. As they say with Allstate, we are in good hands.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to reiterate the same thing. I do think Mr. Persons is an important stabilizing force at a time when we need stability. I think I think the city manager has created a great team. I think Mr. Singleton, Cynthia, Andrew Persons, they've really been able to coalesce together, and John Alexander as well, really coalesce together. I will say that as you know, someone who is someone who's known Mr. Persons as he kind of moved up through the director role and through all of that, I do kind of want to point out that I think, as well as a stabilizing force, I've been very impressed with Andrew's ability to just move the ball forward on things. When he came in to the planning department, if everyone remembers back in the heady days of 2018, 2019, it was known as the Department of No. We had this blue ribbon panel to try to figure out how do you streamline permits, how do you streamline operations, how do you make sure that this was and that's one of our most important parts of economic development. If a small business owner can't get their permits, if there's these odd rules that are in the way, and so he digitized those systems, got new good folks in there, really started to make that department hum and move forward, moved up to the 4th floor, has really been instrumental in nearly a lot of the big projects that have moved forward. Really kind of was the city manager. I could see when there was a project that was important to you, and you needed it moving forward. Suddenly Andrew would be in my office to be the one to talk about it. That he was a person who really knew how to both move through the bureaucracy of the city while still making sure that things got done in a thoughtful way, but in a way that really got things done and covered the city, for liability for all of the things. He's kind of the person I would go and talk to say, hey, what does this ordinance say? What does that ordinance say? And it would be top of mind. I don't know how he keeps it all in his head. And so I think it is an important stabilizing force. I also think that we're in very good hands with a very experienced interim city manager here. And so I'm very happy with the selection. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons is a big brain. It's something that I have been hearing consistently. I know that to be true. I had a conversation with him recently in which I expressed sincere gratitude to him, not just for the work that I have seen him do here in his various roles with the city, but also I remember first meeting Andrew when I was an activist in the community. And this is important, I think, to all of us here, but certainly it's very, very important to me. It's one thing to have a mind and a skill set to do a thing, to have a cerebral understanding of a job, but it's a completely different skill set to meet with community. One of the things that I have noticed consistently with Andrew over several years now is his responsiveness to community. He gets paid to respond to us. And to a degree, he is paid to respond to the community. But what I have seen time and time again with him is not that just that he knows his job well, but that when community calls on him, he responds. He responds with answers. And most times the answers off the top of his head are correct. The thing about Andrew, though, is if he does not have an answer, he will tell you he does not have the answer, and then he will come back with it. That is an impressive skill set to me. I'm quite confident in Andrew's ability to lead us through this interim time as well. I'm very excited about him. I think, too, that the other thing is he's very easy to get along with. And I think, stabilizing in terms of an understanding of what the city is going through, where it has been, a clear trajectory, or understanding how to work towards the future, those are good skill sets. But Andrew, I think, has just an innate ability to work well with people. And for me, that is critical in your leadership because it's something that you can't teach. It has to be literally a part of who you are. I appreciate that, Andrew, and that is something that gives me even more confidence in you and your ability as we move forward. I'll conclude with my comments for now, But I want to also just take this moment, because we're discussing interim, just to say thank you to the person who currently holds the role and who is getting ready to pass the baton. Because what I witnessed in this particular moment is that there has been great leadership in making sure that that torch is passed in a certain way. She could have left us high and dry. She did not. And for that, I'm grateful. Thank you, Ms. Curry. And thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Andrew. I'm looking forward to this next chapter.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I saw the 5-page letter from the manager with essentially a litany of all the different things that we've been able to accomplish, and she's been able to accomplish through city staff, I knew that that was not done in one day. That was months and months in preparation. You can't have that. And I think, Madam Manager, I think your timing in exit for us was also extremely well planned, and I think it actually benefits us. So I appreciate that. And that you get past the budget season. It's the busiest time of the year with the fall, and then it's not that we're never slow. We're always going to have a million projects in the pipeline. But if there was ever a time that's probably best suited for a municipality, I think it's probably post-budget and before you start the new budget, which is the spring. So I appreciate that timing. I think that was probably very deliberate also. So, Mr. Mayor, I thought that as it relates to budget deliberations, I'm in 100% agreement with Commissioner Engel. I know that there's some humor in that, but we have to, I'm certain that the Human Resources Director will be able to provide, some guidance on what a range looks like, but an interim would be at the low end of that range, and hopefully we'll see something like that. I thought out of courtesy it might be important to, my guess is that the charters and the leadership has probably discussed with all of us their thoughts already in private. Public is not the greatest location to debate hiring, but it might be a good opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to at least ask the charters if they had any other opinions they wanted to put out public. And then most important, if the manager or Mr. Persons himself wanted to weigh in, we probably need to hear that since we've been talking about him for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. I was going to go through public comment first and then ask for that. But before we go to public comment, though, I do want to make just a couple of roundup comments here. First of all, Madam Manager, don't think that we're done heaping praise on you, because that's what the next 2 months are for. And Mr. Persons, this will be the end, it sounds like, of your heaping praise period for a while. We'll start, asking you why things aren't done yet fairly soon. As far as a time period for a search, I think it is appropriate certainly to have that conversation probably in October and stretch out, what our thoughts are and what Ms. Gretz has led us through many of those, and she'll have an opportunity to tell us what the realities of it are. We do have some things that will make the search interesting coming up in the next 12 months, not the least of which is that 4 seats are open on this dais next year. And that is something that a seasoned manager is going to look at before they apply for this job. So these are things that we should be aware of. Also, let's be frank, this is Florida. And, that is, again, something that a seasoned manager is going to take into account before they apply for this job. Lots of things to think about, but we will think of all of them, and Ms. Gretz and her staff will do a tremendous job of getting us ready for that. And before I go to public comment, I do want to say that when I talk about keeping our projects rolling and making sure that we bring those big projects through and we don't lose anything, I'm talking about the entire manager staff up on the 4th floor and throughout the city. I can't speak to what the situation was prior to 2017, but since 2017, I have not seen a better group of senior staff in this building and throughout our city government. Mr. Mann, Ms. Smart, Ms. Ramos, Mr. Persons, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Alexander, everybody up on the 4th floor. You all make this a really well-oiled machine. I mean, it is running well under Ms. Curry's leadership, and My goal is for it to continue to run well, and for everybody who is a part of that, not just the folks up on the fourth floor, but everybody, all 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 people, however many we have in the organization, to continue to be led well. That is what I'm looking for, so that we can continue to deliver tremendous value to the people who live in this community. All that said, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. And not leaving out the folks who work in the other charter offices, but this is very specifically about the manager's office right now. The other charter offices, we love what you do as well. We're not interested in doing multiple searches, so hear that. But yes, would any staff members like to speak to this before I invite Mr. Persons to speak before we vote? Welcome, Mr. Folston.
Good morning, Zariah Folston, Equal Opportunity Director for the City of Gainesville. Yes, I would. Great choice. Thank you so much. From my staff as well, we are definitely in support of Mr. Persons, his leadership, and the things that he's been to provide for the City of Gainesville. We look forward to working with him into the future. We also want to take this opportunity to thank him and his family. This is a big responsibility to the City of Gainesville, so having somebody who understands the culture, who understands the employees, who understands the dynamic here is very important to all of us, and we all benefit from the City Manager's office being well-staffed and well-led. So congratulations to Mr. Persons and to everybody involved. So thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Folston. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Persons. Okay, we do have one more. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mr. Barry.
City Auditor, good morning. I would like to, say thank you very much for choosing Mr. Persons, because I think as a matter of continuity, it is important that somebody who is already in the business and doing well is the one who takes over. Whenever you have a change, like we are having now with the city manager, it represents a risk. We consider that as a risk in internal audit. And when you have somebody who has been in that business for some time, you are at least mitigating that risk to an extent. And I think it is important that you have a team member who is already in the team and who is able to carry the ball forward. And I think it's a good choice.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Persons. I will tell you first that when we sat down here this morning, Commissioner Chestnut leaned over and said, so we don't see Mr. Persons in a coat and tie all that often.
Not by accident.
Oh, you did too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the commission. Thank you, City Manager and Charters. I can't tell you how honored I am that you all have put your faith in me for the interim manager position. I just want to say I'm up to the challenge. I have complete confidence in the team on the fourth floor, the leadership team at the city, and all of the employees that work for us. I will do you proud. I will work incredibly hard day in, day out for as long as you allow me to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Persons. All right, I don't see any other lights, and we've already done public comment. So all in favor of this big decision, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, Mr. Person, and my condolences to your family. We'll take the applause, yes. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2025-660 Gainesville Fire Rescue Quarterly Update with a recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation from Gainesville Fire Rescue.
Welcome, Chief Hillhouse.
Morning. Mayor, Commissioners, Sean Hillhouse, Fire Chief for the City of Gainesville. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to outline the good work of the men and women from Gainesville Fire Rescue for quarter 3. So the lens that we always look at our quarterly update through is by the mission for the fire department, which is to protect and serve through community involvement, education, prevention, and rapid intervention by professionals committed to excellence. So we will start off with prevention, which is very important. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So if we can stop a problem on the front side so that it never becomes a problem, that's always our preference. And the metrics that we look at for prevention are square footage inspected, total investigation hours, plans reviews, and total risk reduction activities. And for quarter 3 of FY25, we inspected 18,386,251 square feet of building and conducted 158.75 hours of investigations. And that resulted in 71.5 hours of plans review for a total of 2,603 investigative activities. And that was on top of work that they were doing that resulted from our Risk Reduction Bureau audit. So that as they were going through the audit process to make sure that we shored some stuff up, we continued our investigation process. So they've done a lot of very good work. In our operations division, the metrics we look at are call volume, turnout time, and travel time. And the reason that we target these metrics for call volume, it lets us know whether we need to adjust our dispatch protocols. Are we sending the right units, the right type of units to calls? We look at whether or not we need to add units during specific peak times. Great examples of that are football games, which we kicked off last weekend and have another one this weekend, or whether or not we need to add to the city's armamentium because we need another unit. Turnout time we look at because that's the greatest measure of discipline for a fire department, because it's the first time that we get notified, and then what is our duty to act on behalf of the citizens. So we look very closely at turnout time as a matter of discipline. And then travel time we look at to make sure that we're meeting industry standards, but also that we're meeting the needs of the citizens during their emergencies. And that kind of gives us an example of whether or not we need to add stations or we need to add units in what we would call system status, which means that we place them around the city preemptively based off of specific data. And that's why we use these metrics. Just have a quick breakdown of, geographically based off of commission district in the city, in case you were wondering how your particular fire station was doing. And what we see is for quarter 3, we had 7,173 requests for service, and those were broken down pretty evenly between District 1 and District 2. We used to see a larger disparity between those two, and what we've seen is that the call volume in the entire city has continued to increase and kind of neutralize a little bit. EMS continues to be one of our larger call types. So out of our total, we had 4,932 EMS calls, 1,905 fire calls, 117 special hazards, and 219 rescue calls out of that. Our turnout time, and just as a reminder, the national standard is 60 seconds. So from the time the bells go off in the station, the trucks start moving 60 seconds later. And you can see our average for both District 1 and District 2 is 40 and 45 respectively, and our department average is 42 seconds, so well above the national standard, well below the national standard.
Chief, I want to call that out for a second because that is just remarkable. The idea that the bell rings and an average of 42 seconds later we're responding is as a civilian, as somebody who doesn't do that but who has watched it, that is remarkable. And anybody watching from home, sleep better tonight knowing that is the case, that we are better than the national average, but just how amazing it is that actually happens. I'm blown away by that. So
Yep, thank you for pointing that out, Mayor. And that turnout time, which we call it, so the crew gets notified wherever they are in the station. They have to move to the truck, but they also have to figure out where the call is, map that in their brain in the city and put on what we call our PPE, our personal protective equipment. So if it's a fire call, that's bunker gear, or if it's an EMS call, that's our gloves and goggles at a minimum. So they don all of that prior to the truck starting to move so they can be securely strapped down in the apparatus, and they still do that in an average of 42 seconds.
it's amazing. Let me ask you to hold on just a second, Commissioner Book.
I was just thinking the same thing, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I can brush my teeth and locate my clothes in that amount of time, let alone find my car keys. So it is remarkable.
Chief.
So the next metric we look at is travel time. So once the vehicle starts moving, the national standard is a 4-minute travel time. Bless you. 4-minute travel time. Our department average is 5 minutes and 3 seconds, and you can see that broken down by districts. So District 1, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. District 2 is 5 minutes and 21 seconds. This is an indication that, you know, Gainesville is moving from our mid-sized city stage to our small metro stage. So as the city continues to get more populated, as our buildings continue to get higher, we have more traffic, which, you know, we've been attempting, you know, to decrease our injuries in the city through traffic calming, but all that adds together and gives us our travel time response for that. And then some of it is very dependent on time of day. Obviously, if you've ever been to Archer Road at 5 o'clock, Archer and 34th at 5 o'clock, this also adds to that.
Let me pause you for a second, Chief. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, sir. Chief, can you give us a little insight on the national standard? Is that for all fire, including rural? Like, where are we? So, is it that? Is it, you know, rural, more rural, where you have literally longer distances? Do they have longer times, or shorter because they're just, you know, booking it with little traffic? How does that? Is it typical that cities of kind of our size go over, you know, the 4, or kind of? Just give us some insight on that.
Thank you. Great question, Commissioner. Mr. Mayor, this is actually, the 4-minute response time is actually for metro areas.
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Quick update on our stations. So we have continued discussions with HCA about purchasing land for Station 9 for the replacement for our current station. And we continue those discussions with them, and Mr. Singleton can add more to that if you have any questions about it, but we are very hopeful that we'll be able to bring that to a conclusion, and city staff is working on the design for the new Station 3, which will stay located around its current footprint, so across the street a little bit, but we're continuing that design process. And this is from Q3, so we noted that we moved back into Station 5 during that time frame. For personnel, we look at staffing and new hiring. So staffing update in Q3, we had 5 operational vacancies, and we were actually able to bring on 1 new hire to meet that. And I will point out that this included some people that we have on non-paid leave for military purposes. That kind of added that. But we were able to bring 1 firefighter on through our new hire orientation process, and they are currently on the road and doing a great job.
So, Chief, those 5 vacancies, that compares to how many total positions?
In the fire department, we have 214.5 total.
So that's pretty good ratio. Yeah.
That's about 186 in operations.
Excellent. Okay.
So next we'll talk about community involvement. We'll start off with emergency management. The metrics that we look at is emergency operations center activations, incident action plans that were created, and special events coordination. So we conducted training for our emergency operations center during Q3. We have not had any activations. I'm more than happy to keep it that way through the rest of the hurricane season. We created 4 incident action plans for larger events that were occurring in the city. And the back half of the year is actually when we get very busy with that as we start integrating football games into that. And 36 coordinated events. And this is by no means the total amount of special events that the city of Gainesville does, but these are events specifically where GFR had to conduct those upstaffing for peak time units in order to be able to accomplish them. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Community Health Initiatives to talk about our community health happenings.
Welcome, Ms. Stone.
Hello, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandy Stone, Director of Community Health Initiatives. As Chief mentioned, we have been quite busy over the last quarter, and as Commissioner Book mentioned, we never really have a slow time. So we have really been working on a lot of our substance use efforts, noting that we've seen some increasing trends in substance use in our community, and there's also a lot of additional funding coming down from the state, from the federal government, and here locally for these efforts. We also have a lot of local and regional partners that are bringing on programs for substance use. So we've been working in collaboration with folks across our region to boost those types of things, to support those efforts and work in tandem with each other. So we have been leveraging our opioid abatement settlement funds, which have been given directly to the city for a variety of things. One of those that we're working on right now is transportation, noting that transportation to and from mental health and substance use related appointments is a significant barrier for folks. So we are working with a local peer support organization to contract for transportation services. And those individuals that will take advantage of those services will be referred to that organization through our community resource paramedicine program, as well as the GPD co-responder teams. So both of those teams will be able to refer folks to services. We're also working on a public information campaign around substance use. Our community has not had one of those in a long time, and we're working to make that homegrown. And so what we've done is used the work from a wonderful class at the University of Florida, synthesized that into one campaign, and have actually gotten stakeholder feedback. So we've brought it to community members and groups that work in this space to give us feedback on that campaign, and I'm excited to share what the themes of that campaign will be with you all. So we're going with GNV Loves because we love to use the GNV acronym. And the first theme is GNV Loves looking out for each other. So how to intervene in overdose, how to identify an overdose. Second is GNV Loves being in the know. So understanding what substances look like in our community, what resources are available. And then GNV Loves getting connected. So how do we connect folks to recovery resources, to substance use resources, to co-responder teams, to the central receiving facility, to our community paramedicine program to get folks the help that they might be interested in. So we're in the process of doing what we call message testing with that, where we'll be taking these messages out to the community, getting community member feedback, and then actually developing the materials that will be going live throughout the community. We've also have started our implementation of Florida CORE, which is the Coordinated Opioid Recovery Effort. So this year, as of July 7th, we are now funded for our medication-assisted treatment program through the Department of Children and Families through the state of Florida to implement our MAT program through state fiscal year 26. We're very grateful for that, and now we're kind of all under this umbrella with a multitude of partners in the community. We're working with Meridian, Alachua County Fire Rescue, UF Health Shands, HCA North Florida, the VA, to all make sure that we are serving individuals with substance use challenges in the same way, focusing on getting folks connected to the right resources and not letting people fall through the cracks, whether it be entering the system through 911 calls, walking through the front doors of the ER, or other services. Additionally, we have a contract with a local nonprofit, Released Reentry, to work with individuals who are impacted by both the justice system and the opioid epidemic, so working on harm reduction strategies, education, and support as individuals are returning to our community so that we decrease overdose with those individuals as well. We continue to work on our community development block grant funding, which we are grateful to the Housing and Community Development Department here at the city for allocating. We continue our Healthy Afternoons with Fire Rescue for fiscal year 25 up to the end of this quarter. We've served 229 community members with that. We've also installed 194 car seats with that program and trained 32 individuals in mental health first aid. And we're continuing to do all these efforts into the next fiscal year as well. I'm also excited to share that we have launched a new program called Fresh Fades and Healthy Hearts. This is a grant program funded through the Caveras Community Health Foundation, where we will be training barbers to take blood pressure in their shops and encourage men especially to get connected to cardiovascular health resources and to be more aware of cardiovascular health. We're extremely grateful for this opportunity. It's very innovative, and we will be starting to train barbers here in this fall, with the hopes of getting 5 to 10 barbershops on board throughout the course of the year. The funding is for the fiscal year-ish, so we'll be working through next September. Our paramedics and EMTs are going to be training these folks to do it, and it is by no means a diagnostic tool. It is just raising awareness of cardiovascular health in settings where folks have trusted messengers to engage in these conversations. So we'll be using that information to offer connection to other health resources in the community through this program.
Let me pause you for a moment, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will you train hairdressers as well, or is it because men's blood pressures tend to be higher than women?
So that is definitely a future direction for the program, Commissioner Chestnut. We started with men because traditionally men are less likely to exhibit help-seeking behaviors, which means following up with primary care and getting connected to health resources. So we're starting with men that we know traditionally have higher rates of high blood pressure, but also are less likely to seek out health care for that. But now that we've started and increased this work, there's a lot of desire from other sectors in the community to jump on board with this type of initiative. So I would love to see us grow into working with other business sectors to do even things like breast cancer screenings or something like that in the future. So I think this is a catalyst for more community-based health initiatives moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. So we've also been supporting the Sustainable Development Department's drafting of the new comprehensive plan, providing insight on the health and well-being chapter as well, which has been a great opportunity. In terms of events for the semester, myself and one of our community paramedicine staff attended the RX and Illicit Drug Summit to learn more about emerging trends in opioid use and other substance use. We also presented on our medication-assisted treatment program at the UF Center for Addiction Research and Education Annual Symposium, and we continue to host mental health first aid and community safety days for the community. I also wanted to highlight a really great event that we had in June that is called the Securing the Bag Family Financial Empowerment Summit. Last summer, Gainesville Fire Rescue and the city were awarded a grant from the city's Financial Empowerment Fund to focus on emergency financial empowerment in the face of disasters. Given the nature of what we experience here in Gainesville, the focus was hurricanes, and so we wanted to bring some community members and community partners together to start the conversation of what does financial preparedness around hurricane season look like. And this idea for this summit actually came out of some of our conversations at an Impact GNV team meeting about that youth are making money in our community and how can we equip them with the skills and the knowledge to utilize that funding and that money in the best ways. So we hosted a large summit in June, and I want to acknowledge that we had so much involvement from various departments across the city in this summit. Gainesville Fire Rescue, Gainesville Police Department, Parks and Rec, Communications, so many departments were really critical in making this event a success. We had 2 tracks for individuals to participate in. So it was a co-hosted event so that youth and adults could participate. So the youth were participating in a simulation about how to make money, how to spend money, and how to make a budget. And adults participated in a simulation that was guided around the different phases of the year as we prepare for, respond to, and recover from hurricanes. So we had the 2 tracks were Next Gen Wealth for the youth and Future Funds for the adults. And we had over 100 attendees at our summit, about 85 youth and about 25 adults throughout the course of the day. And we also had a tiny tots room, so we were providing childcare on site as well if folks needed to bring their children. We also provided transportation if folks needed it as well, trying to reduce as many barriers as possible for folks to engage in the opportunity. So we had youth service organizations that helped us recruit the youth to get us there, Baxter's Place, Girls Place, Mirror Image Leadership Academy, and Teens Work. So we had that great number of youth that came out to support the event. And we had a lot of community partners involved in the simulations as resources to share about what they do and to engage folks to get connected with them. From the adult simulation, some of the feedback that we got from adults that participated was that planning ahead is essential, that community connection matters, and that knowledge is power. The teams were especially moved by the reminder that building credit and building community are both forms of resilience in the face of disaster. I thought that was a really interesting insight from the group. We also had an intergenerational debrief, a time for the youth and the adults to kind of come together to share their thoughts. One of the themes that arose was community empowerment through collective action. A second was practical strategies through lifelong learning. And the third was simulations as a transformative learning experience for both groups. So we were very excited to see the success of that. Youth really liked learning about saving money and all that it takes to learn to save money. Many walked away with a new perspective on how valuable money is and how fast it can be used up. Adults commonly noted strategies related to preparedness, budgeting, and access to local resources. And youth actually walked away with a $100 incentive for joining us. And adults walked away with a fully stocked 3-day emergency preparedness kit with food, water, batteries, chargers, radios. So people were not just walking away with the resources and the knowledge, but we wanted to send them with something that they could hopefully continue this with. So thank you to all of the city, departments that were involved, our community partners. We're now working on how do we continue this momentum because we had a lot of people come up to us and say, when are you doing this again? So we're trying to figure out what the next direction with this will be as the grant. We have about another year left on the grant. Next is our community resource paramedicine program. For quarter 3, we had 155 new referrals. It's about 50 a month. We had 590 patient contacts or attempts to reach patients. We had 200 hours of direct patient care and 40 community engagement events. Some of those include Healthy Heroes Day at the University of Florida, the Oakview Spring Health Fair, community CPR trainings, Meridian's Food Fest, among many others. We had 4 professional development trainings. You'll see at the bottom left, it's kind of hard to tell. That is an ultrasound guided IV demonstration. Beyond my scope of practice, but our team rocked it, which is great. But we continue to offer new and technology-based and database-based and emerging trend professional development opportunities for that team, and we logged over 2,000 internship hours. We also hosted a community partner appreciation event just to acknowledge that we don't do this work alone and that without the other folks in the community assisting us with getting our patients into care, they would not see the outcomes that they do. So we hosted that over the summer. We also took our brand new ambulance that was purchased with our American Rescue Plan Act funds up to Fire Service Day at the Capitol to represent for our department. We had 2 more staff complete the crisis intervention training through the Crisis Center. And also all of our staff in the CRP program, including myself, now serve on a Florida Department of Health Access to Care Committee, which are committees that drive mobile integrated health and community paramedicine, best practices, decision-making throughout the state. So we have representation on all of those committees from our program, which I think is great as leaders in the field. We also continue to host and or attend the regional meetings of our collaborative partners throughout the region who are all now starting very similar programs to our own. And with that, I will turn it to Ms. Coleman for our updates from Impact GNV.
Very good, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Cole.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Brittany Coleman, Gun Violence Intervention Program Manager. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Impact GNV activities for the quarter. Starting with Gun Violence Awareness Month, you can see our flyer there on the top right of the screen. We started with the Survivors of Gun Violence Memorial, and we ended with Impact GNV Open House, where we were very excited to welcome members of the community to our new space on 401 Northwest 6th Street. I just want to quickly say thank you to all of you as our commission, for those who came out, for those who spoke, for your continued support at those events. Also, Reverend Rawls attended one of our events and provided the invocation for our memorial, so we appreciate our partners in the community for helping us with this work. We continue our collaboration with Dr. Micah Johnson. You can see his flyer on the bottom right of the screen. He is working on a one-man play called On Site, which centers themes around gun violence, mental health, wellness, overcoming adversity, his background with poverty. He's bringing all of these themes into this performance. It's hosted by DC Young Fly, and we're going to premiere this performance on October 10th, which is World Mental Health Day. This particular flyer is a little outdated. We've updated the location. It was at Eastside High School, but sadly we had to find another location due to scheduling conflicts, and it is now at the University Auditorium on the UF campus. The event is free, it is open to the public, and you can register through the QR code, or folks can find out more information on drmicahjohnson.com. So we're really excited to welcome him to Gainesville, again to Gainesville. Director Stone already talked about securing the bag. And last year, if you remember, we received some forfeiture funds from the Gainesville Police Department. We used those funds to support efforts at the residents at Oakview, their after-school program called the Prodigy Club. and also a program in the Phoenix neighborhood with peak literacy and the Gainesville Police Department's GPALS unit. We were able to support technology advancements with the residents at Oakview. They were able to serve over 36 young people and students just in that complex, providing after-school care, engaging opportunities, access to STEM programming. And in addition to Impact GNV, they also have partnerships with Parks and Rec, the River Phoenix Center, and other local programs. And year to date, with the investments in that particular community, which is located in the 32601 area code, as an area of focus, has seen about a 75% decrease in calls for service related to gun violence incidents in just that neighborhood. So we're really proud of the work that's happening there. In addition to peak literacy at Phoenix, in total, they were able to serve about 14 young people throughout the course of that program. Most of the students did see gains in their reading and their literacy. 2 students in particular grew in their literacy about a grade level, which is extremely significant. And one of the young men did so well that he completed the program early and actually became a mentor to help other children get through the initiative. And so we're currently looking at ways to continue those efforts because we think that they've been extremely successful, and we're grateful for the partnerships that have come out of it.
I'm going to pause you for just a moment. Mr. Deckenwalker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Brittany. I'm particularly interested in this partnership with peak literacy because, as we know, the issue with literacy in Alachua County is major, and I'm really glad to see that the city is, at least in some way, assisting and working towards resolving this matter. You said 14 students participated in this?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did they come from? How did we select them? Were they brought to us through Peak, or how did this program unfold?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. We partnered with the Gainesville Police Athletic League, who that is their community first neighborhood. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. But they helped us in recruiting. Peak Literacy was out there to introduce themselves, as they had a couple of events that they encouraged folks to come, a barbecue, different things, to introduce themselves to the community, have parents come, learn more about peak literacy, sign them up, and also some of the GPAL kids from that area and from the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Do we have capacity to expand the number of young people that are involved in this particular program?
That is the hope. We had a meeting the day before yesterday with peak literacy, and our goal is to increase this not just in the Phoenix area, but in a lot of the other areas that we focus on for our gun violence prevention efforts. So we're working with the police department. We're working with Peak Literacy is also working with the county in hopes of getting some grant funding, some different things. So the hope is that, yes, we can continue to grow this. And your observation about how literacy correlates with gun violence. We know that if a student can't read by the 3rd grade at grade level, their risk for being a victim of gun violence or engaging in gun violence goes up significantly. So literacy is a direct relation to some of the gun violence that we've seen, and we think that is a huge issue to address.
Absolutely. Well, it is, and I'm glad that you identified the statistics that correlate with that. And once again, thank you all for doing the work on this. I'm going to be particularly interested in how this program expands and how we continue our partnerships with Alachua County and all of the other organizations that are doing this work. The problem is huge and heartbreaking. So thank you to the City of Gainesville for at least beginning to work on this.
Yes, ma'am. And the Children's Trust just awarded a significant amount of funding to the Community Foundation to kind of oversee an effort in literacy moving forward. And so we're looking forward to being a part of those conversations as well to see how we can continue to collaborate.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Brittany, because I was at that meeting where that took place, and obviously you knew that I was there to advocate for the city's involvement. So thank you once again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner.
For our BOLD program, you can see on the left some of our community engagement efforts, the Impact GNV Open House. They also provided assistance for the Juneteenth Father's Day celebration cookout in service to the community. Members of our team attended the Plessett Conference in Chicago, which is a law enforcement community engagement centered conference, and as a part of that conference, they're also encouraged to do community service. And so the bottom photo on the right is a picture of our team in the south side of Chicago engaging in some community service efforts there. They learned a lot and brought some of that back to us, and we're grateful for them to be able to travel. On the on the right, we have our services count, total of 172 units of service for the quarter. And as you can see, education and employment continue to be some of the highest needs that we see through the BOLD program and our clients. For violence interruption, for the quarter, we have 64 referrals, 105 parental contacts, 225 field contacts, 50 home visits, 28 conflicts mediated, 73 neighborhood canvases, and you could see different types of community outreach that we're engaged in. And under conflicts mediated, those are the categories that most of the conflicts fell under. Most of them were general conflict, which are your fights, some of your standard disagreements between people and community, but also some of them that related directly to threats of gun violence or violence in general. And so our team was able to work with the community to, particularly target those folks that were involved, build relationship with them, and help to mitigate some of those conflicts. And so we're grateful for their work in the community. This slide just kind of shows you some of our areas of focus. On the left, some of the areas in the neighborhoods that we focus on. And then on the right is a bar graph representation of some of that engagement per zip code. And as you can see, most of our efforts are in 32609, 32601, 32607. All of which, again, are disproportionately impacted by gun violence. And so we want to be strategic about their time and their efforts and where they spend their time. For Community First, and just to provide a little bit of context, again, for folks who might not be familiar, Community First is Manager Curry's vision to bring City Hall and city government, city services directly to communities. Currently in Community First, there are 7 neighborhoods. You can see them on the right: Duval, Pine Ridge, Phoenix, Porters, Pleasant Street, Sugar Hill, and University Park, all overseen by different city departments. And on the left is a breakdown of the work that has been done by those departments during the quarter. 54.5 hours total across all of the 7 neighborhoods, which breaks down into 43 different meetings or events. 11 meetings attended, 32 hosted. And on the bottom, you can see the neighborhood inquiries or complaints that were submitted at the time of this report. For the quarter, there were 21 total, 10 were in progress, and 11 were completed. And just quickly, some highlights from the initiative and the work of the different departments. In the Pine Ridge neighborhood, there was a new roof installed along with some other improvements to the Pine Ridge Community Center. And that community center houses over 20 young people from the Phoenix neighborhood every day after school. And in the mornings, they provide resources to adults and families. And so it was critical to update that infrastructure. And with the leadership of GFR and some other partners, we were able to do that through this initiative. New fencing in Porters, increased collaboration in the University Park neighborhood with a lot of city departments, including, of course, Sustainable Development, which oversees that community, codes, Gainesville Police Department, and others. New park equipment was installed at the Barbara Higgins Park, located in Sugar Hill, and a neighborhood cleanup in Pine Ridge led by Commissioner Chief Book. GFR, Keep Alachua County Beautiful, Black on Black Crime Task Force, and others. Here are pictures of it on the screen, and through that initiative, over 3,600 pounds of trash was collected and taken from the neighborhood. And in Duval, Public Works has created a monthly opportunity called Ask the City, where they are stationed in the community for an hour so that folks can come in and ask any questions related to city services, resources that they need. And lastly, a few other components of Impact GNV. We continue to be involved in the monthly Gun Violence Prevention Alliance meetings. Our next meeting is this Monday at 5:30 at the Santa Fe Blount Center. A very important meeting. We want to encourage everybody to attend, all of our community members, partners, with guidance from our commission, from the county commission, and from funding from the Children's Trust. We've been able to partner with a consulting firm to provide a countywide gun violence strategic plan. And phase 1 of that starts on Monday, where they're able to come and introduce themselves to the city, to the county, to the community, as well as ask questions and update the community on the process. Again, that's this Monday at 5:30 at the Santa Fe Blount Center. Community Safety Day, we continue to host, which is our crisis intervention and de-escalation training specific to members of the community. We had one this quarter in May, and 9 people were trained, and we have well over 100 community members that are now trained in Stop the Bleed, crisis de-escalation, and in administering Narcan. And for this quarter, we had one community care call-out after the Easter shooting that we held at T.B. McPherson Community Center in partnership with 1,000 Voices of Florida, where we engaged the community and we encouraged healing through, first and foremost, just being together, but also through music, through healing, through music and movement. And a huge thank you to Commissioner Duncan Walker for attending and for speaking with the community after that event. And you can see a picture of it there on the bottom.
I'm going to pause you for just a moment, Ms. Colvin. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, a question about the community care call out. I think I remember y'all have done it in the past. I don't know if it was maybe right when you were coming on, I forget. But do we now kind of have that as a model? I know it's probably different every time, every neighborhood, but do you have that as a model that now we can do in the future? And I'm particularly thinking in Southwest Gainesville, where we don't have as many community organizations. I don't think there's as many neighborhood ties, neighborhood associations, churches, but we've seen some gun violence. And suddenly I realized, like, if we need that again in the future in Southwest Gainesville, like, where would we do it? You know, where is community? And it's my district, and it's hard for me to identify sometimes where's the community, you know, because it's a lot of commerce, apartment buildings, and it's less clear. So I guess do we have it as kind of a model that we're prepared for in the future if we need to? And then I guess brainstorming about how we do that. Hopefully, I don't want to have to do it in the future, but in Southwest Gainesville, where it has been harder to find those places that we can bring the community together.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. This is actually the first one that we've held at a community center. We do have a framework for it, the ability to call all of the resources together, the city department, some of our county partners together. All of them are very well versed in the community care call out, so we've had no problem with them being available and coming out. Each of them do have a different flavor because we want it to reflect the needs of the community. And so the main heart of a community care call out is to do it in partnership with someone from the community. So most of them we've partnered with, if not a specific organization, a neighborhood, or just an advocate that lives in the neighborhood that happens to know a lot of people, or an HOA representative or something, so that they can help us engage in a trauma-informed way with the community. So some of them have been us walking and going door to door. Some of them have been us going to like a neighborhood community or a complex like community room and just having people come to us and having private rooms to meet with them. That felt more comfortable. They didn't really want us to go knock on individual doors. This one, because it had such a wide reach of impact, people from everywhere were at this event, it felt like we needed a community center that we could use to kind of draw the community in. And Thankfully, our partners, Thousand Voices of Florida, has consistent programming in TB McPherson, so they were able to help us coordinate it. So yes, there is a framework, and they all have had a different feel and flavor based on the needs of the community.
I just don't remember that we've been able to do one in Southwest Gainesville over the past couple of years, but I could be wrong. I may have missed it. We definitely had some shootings and some stabbings as well that were just, were shaking to me at least, and I know people in the community as well. But I don't think we did them in a couple times they happened. But anyways, I look forward to the future if we need it.
Yes, absolutely. We have a framework for it, and we're happy to go to any district or neighborhood to provide that as an opportunity.
Okay, and while I have you, just real quick, one of those slides said we were doing some work in Majestic Oaks. That's out in the county. It's not in the city.
Yes.
So do we coordinate with the county or the sheriffs, or is it just really because it's kind of in between? It's on our way to the rest of the city.
Close.
Yeah.
Yes, it is very close. Our violence interruption, and I should have mentioned this earlier, is funded by the Children's Trust. That is a countywide funding opportunity, and so they do want us to be in areas of the county. 32607 does, in that corridor of 20th Ave, does see a lot of activity, and so we do try to be there. Majestic Oaks is over there, Tower Oaks, a couple of other places that they frequent. And so, yeah, we are mandated to kind of stretch out into county areas.
Perfect. It was in the back of my brain somehow that we do it because of perhaps funding, but thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, and there was a recent shooting in Tower Oaks where our folks were on the ground. They were able to kind of collaborate with the sheriff's office, who responded, provide support to the families that were out there, and provide that service.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Willits. It's a good point that our city services often do not stop at the city limits. And an important thing to think about in coming seasons and years is how we might talk with some of the places where we provide regular services about becoming part of the city of Gainesville. Since we're providing services in some of these places, it's going to become an appropriate time to talk about annexation. Commissioner Book.
Mr. Mayor, so I was just thinking, Commissioner Willits, years ago when I was with Gainesville Police, and we had some crime trends in the Southwest, specifically amongst our multifamily and apartment complex. Where we found great success was we reached out to your big management company or a Trimark or a Collier companies, and they were more than happy because they had so many complexes that they gave the community meeting room, often provided, some of the marketing and media to get out to a large amount of people, and then provided materials and, sometimes food. And we found some success with some crime trends in doing that and reaching quite amount of people at a very low dollar. And so that's kind of what we used in those areas, not the single family residents, but in some of those gigantic apartment complexes.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a great opportunity to partner with a lot of people to put on the community care call-outs and just all of our services in general. And just really quickly to highlight the interruption in that shooting that I mentioned in Tower Oaks, I happened to live in that area and heard the sirens. I didn't have any idea what was going on at the time. 2 minutes later, members of the team were calling to inform me that they were on their way to a shooting at the same time as law enforcement. And so they get that information from concerned people in the community that trust them and know that they can provide service and attention to them. And so the efforts that they've been able to put in, our BOLD program has put in, have been really significant in helping turn the tide here in our gun violence prevention efforts. And that is it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Before I wrap up with our public education efforts, I wanted to go back to the Securing the Bag Summit and just acknowledge the work that John Alexander and the Government Affairs and Community Relations team did to make that event a success. We kind of took lead on the adult track, and John and his team really took lead on working with the youth organizations to get them there and putting that simulation together. I had them listed, and that's what happens when you start listing departments, is you're always bound to leave something out, which is why I try not to do that. But he and his team were huge in making that event a success and the application of that grant, and we continue to work together to identify how we're going to move forward with this as we work in the community as well. So I apologize for that oversight, but I wanted to acknowledge that as well. And lastly, we have our public education, which is our fire and life safety education efforts. As you can see, this quarter we installed 48 smoke alarms as a service that's provided free to the community upon request. We had 26 events and a total of 856 individuals in the community that we reached with those. That includes things like fire extinguisher training, station tours, going out into the community and talking about fire and life safety education to schools and things like that as well. That is currently funded by Community Development Block Grant funding, and we're looking forward to hopefully securing that for another year through December of 2026. One of the very exciting things that we have done this quarter, if you can't tell in the middle photo, that our firefighters are actually holding puppies. And so we partnered with the Humane Society of North Central Florida to do a joint calendar as a fundraiser for both entities. That's a 2026 calendar. It is very cute. If you're interested, you can go on the Humane Society's website to purchase your copy of the calendar for next year, or follow us on social media where you can also find the link to that. But our crews were great in doing that, and the Humane Society was a great partner in bringing the animals over to our facilities to be photographed with our teams. So we are grateful for that partnership as well. And to conclude, I'll turn it back to Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Stone. And while he's coming back up, let me say for those of you who might have tuned in for the GFR update, you might have been wondering, how does all this public health stuff get in the fire update? What we do, what we talked about with Director Stone and Ms. Coleman, those are the things that keep the 911 calls from coming in. When we have a healthier community, when we reach out and we mitigate the emergencies, we have a healthier community, we don't have to send the fire trucks rolling. And that's why all that lives inside Gainesville Fire Rescue. It's the idea that, that you have to pull people out of the river at some point, but preferably you would keep people from falling into the river in the first place. And that's what all these public health initiatives do, is keep people from falling into the river so that we don't have to send the fire trucks to pull people out of the river. And hopefully I got that analogy right there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we like to look at public safety as a whole through community risk reduction, so both the police department and the fire department. We try to make sure as much as possible that we reduce risk so that we don't have to respond to risk. So very much. If you enjoyed all of the numbers that we threw at you today, we actually brought our 2024 annual report. And I'll just point out that that is a calendar year. We do fiscal year quarterly updates to the commission, but the numbers that you'll see on there are for calendar year 24. That it provides a little further detail, and I'm available to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Right, I think we probably have answered or asked most of the ones we had. Commissioner Engel has one.
Not a question so much, it's just I want to say I'm consistently impressed with several departments across the city, and that how well we handle what is traditionally the role of the fire department. We looked at some very impressive numbers on call response and everything else, while at the same time handling all these other things that some of the other fire departments don't. And just consistently impressed with the variety of benefits we get out of every department we've got here. And I think we're doing a very good job with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Y'all, thank you so much. As Commissioner Engel said, I am consistently impressed with the work that our Gainesville Fire Rescue Operation provides from top to bottom. And again, for anybody watching from home, you should sleep well tonight knowing that these folks are out there taking care of our community. So thank you all. Madam Clerk.
That concludes the morning agenda.
All right. Thank you all very much for your time and attention. We did good work this morning. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Everyone, good to see you back for the afternoon session. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the Gainesville History Moment by Ms. Donna Waller.
Welcome.
Oh,
There
there.
you go.
Okay, I couldn't hear it at first. As a lot of you know, I moved to Gainesville 45 years ago. And part of the reason I came here was that Gainesville was an activist town where citizens participated in a lot of political activity. And what has happened with the sidewalks and everything that's going on now has reminded me of activism and activists. And I want to say a thing I've said to you folks a number of different times, which is history is made by people. History is made by people. That's what it is, the story of what people have done. So today, I want to tell you the rainbow thing. All of you know that Terry was a good friend of mine, and that has reminded me to think about people who live their lives through activism. And so today what I want to do is tell you about the person that I think of as Gainesville's absolute premier political activist. And I want to do it because this marks the 50th anniversary of his appearance in Gainesville. So here's the story. In 1969, a college freshman went to the Vietnam moratorium in Washington and later the march in November. And he decided that he would spend his life in political activism. And one of the reasons I'm talking about him today is that I've known a lot of political activists in my life. I hardly know any of them who have been able to live their entire lives that way. And that is really a remarkable feat. So in 1974, this person came to visit a friend here in Gainesville in the summer and liked it pretty well. And in his own words, in 1975, moved down here to escape the snow. In 1977, the head of the Humanist Society asked him if he would write meeting announcements for that organization. And in about 15 minutes, those meeting announcements morphed into a monthly newsletter. And in 1986, and that was in about 1978, and in 1976, that humanist newsletter became the Gainesville Iguana. Joe Corder still writes a monthly column for the Iguana, and in October, those columns are going to be collected into a book, which is going to be released on October 1st. I think there's a party at First Magnitude. The Iguana still serves as the information source for Gainesville's progressive community. I subscribe, I get it in the mail. And since the death of the Gainesville Sun, it's expanded into wider community things. You would think that would be enough to cement an activist reputation. But no, in 1993, Joe Corder and a group of his acquaintances went on to form the Civic Media Center. And The Civic Media Center, which was founded as an alternative media library and event space, became the core of progressive politics in Gainesville in the 90s and in 2000. The Civic Media Center and Joe Corder ran a thing called Radical Rush on the university campus and brought students into Gainesville nonprofits and Gainesville political activity. And the Civic Media Center remains as that kind of center. It's moved all over town. Its existence has ebbed and flowed over the years, but it too, like the iguana, is still with us and still an anchor for progressive politics. So, Joe Corder has been able to live his entire life as a political activist, and this community has been hugely enhanced by his presence. And to bring that up to today, I call a lot of the spontaneous demonstrations now flash mob demonstrations because I'm old. And if you show up at one or two of them, I guarantee you will see Joe Corder. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. It's a good reminder. And it's not uncommon for Joe to be here with us, of course, but thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment. We have Jim Conish speaking to 2025-690, the fifth budget amendment.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
I'd like to open here. Mr. Mayor, in regard to your budget, I do believe we're going to get to the point where the city charter is going to be enforced. And I want to remind you, you were summoned to Tallahassee and you stared at Representative Caruso, who's one of the most scariest people I've ever seen. He's mean, he's vicious, he's cunning, he's intelligent, and he's connected in with the power structure, sir. And he told you to cut your budget. And you haven't done it. Now, the city is colluding with the authority to rake in millions of indirect transfers, refuse to answer public records requests, refuse to disclose it publicly, refuse to put it into the flow of funds, dozens of relationships. The authority had the gall to run a video of George Swinford sitting in a lazy boy recliner carping about his free AC. Joe Swinford, for a history moment, not only owned Lillian's music store, the bar, owned the building, and was my landlord. He gets a free AC. That's prohibited under Article 7.12. You do it and you advertise it. Then it's not disclosed on the financial statements. That's just the tip of the iceberg, sir. So, not if, but when the results of the governor's audit comes out, you can expect to again have to go up to Tallahassee, explain not funding the police, not cutting the budget, politicized pet projects over public safety. I don't agree with Green New Deal or DEI. Those terms, they don't mean anything to me. They mean what you think they mean. But it's safe to say your entire paradigm that keeps this cult that the previous speaker was referring to in power is under direct attack by the state of Florida. And you got some really bad news this week. The new lawsuit by Walker is not going to be heard by Judge Wright. That's very interesting. That's very interesting, sir. We're going to have a fresh set of eyes on your abuse of the referendum system and the legal system, and I predict you personally will be held accountable. Thank you.
Thanks for your predictions, and I would point out that public comment is not vetted by fact checkers, so. Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Mayor, we have Khalid Blount. He's speaking to 2025-315, which is the community meetings with notice text change.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Hello. I'm here to speak ahead of something you will have coming to you that would have been relevant to this item. Because of my own procrastination, I accepted the assignment in the Development Review Committee meeting to draft a chair letter about an issue we've been seeing. And I took a long time to do that, so it didn't get to you before this item came to the agenda. So I'm here not representing the whole Development Review Committee, because that's what that letter is going to do, but to give you a preview of what we were going to talk about, because it matters for this item. We've had so many times, I've lost count, that people come to us about items for development review, and they are in neighborhoods and they didn't get the notice. You know that you've got this 400-foot radius thing about getting people notice on land use actions in their area. When you put up the orange sign and you send out the notices, we're finding that cuts across areas of concern. That is, if someone lives in a subdivision and only people on the first street are within the first 400 feet, you know, these places, some of these subdivisions have one way, two ways out, and it affects everybody in the subdivision. So we want to suggest, or I'm giving you preview that our letter is going to suggest, that you not limit to that 400-foot boundary. When that 400-foot cuts through perceived areas of interest, if it's an area that public safety recognizes as a neighborhood, that solid waste recognizes as a neighborhood, that various other public services recognize the cohesiveness of that neighborhood, that you send notice to everyone in the neighborhood that 400-foot line cuts through. So we can stop hearing people come to us and say, we've never heard about it. Why didn't you notify us? We live right down the street from that. They're just across the 400 feet. But they still are absolutely impacted because they're in that neighborhood. So that's something you need to consider in how you notify people on those land use public meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last speaker for early public comment. We are moving on to general public comment, where I have Jim Conish.
Welcome back, Mr. Conish. Before you start, did you want to speak directly to the item that was on the budget that you were going to speak to before?
Just the budget process, I that's over with. This is general public comment.
I understand that, but you didn't speak to the item you said you were going to speak to. So
Well,
wanted to give
I
you the
just
opportunity
looked
to
at
do
the
that.
budget as a whole. I think there's a lot more amendments that need to be made, but maybe the state will make them for you. Or
That's
just throw you
entirely
out of
possible.
office.
So
if
go
you
ahead
want.
and do your public
Okay.
comment, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to overhead. A year and a couple of months ago, I wrote the governor a letter. Alachua County nonpartisan citizens have challenged the GRU electric biomass air permit, have challenged the Public Service Commission need determination for the GRU electric biomass plant, forced the Sunshine Law redo of the GRU electric biomass contract, worked with Keith Perry and Chuck Clemens to pass a local and special bill to create a competent GRU authority that you have appointed. Please exercise your appropriate powers to protect GRU ratepayer stakeholders from a rogue city commission. Gainesville City Commission, sir. I'm not saying this is why the heat is on, sir, but if you want to be poster boy for a beatdown by the governor, keep doing what you're doing. Because they'll just make an example of you and scare the living daylights out of local governments across the state. I wrote a letter this week to the Honorable Representative Chad Johnson. These are all on my website, ypagrumore.com. I am Jim Conish and studied GRU, Gainesville Regional Utility, since 1973. Keith Perry obtained the initial draft of HB 1325 from me at the end of 2014 and filed it. This bill began as 49 pages, and I worked with Keith to shrink it to 20 pages. There was litigation and an unsuccessful 2018 referendum on the Perry Bill, 12 pages. Please review my website to learn more about my expertise. Given the current legal cloud over the very existence of a GRU authority, as well as a looming GRU governance special election this November, I offer you to help you improve on last year's untimely Johnson GRU governance glitch bill. Then you will be ready should the GRU authority lose control over GRU, or should that control be in doubt. So I remain busy. My tenants received $5,000 in GRU bills, and I have the tax bill here, sir. It's ugly. You're out of control. You're on the radar screen, and you'll be shut down. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. Madam Clerk.
Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. I'm going to try to address two items. One of them has to do with meeting access right here. The other one has to do with public health statewide. I'll start with the second item. As a temporarily retired registered nurse, I am very concerned about this entire state's health because of what Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo announced yesterday, suspending all childhood vaccinations. We're going to see a swift exit of people from Florida in a few months when it becomes the first state to bring back numerous childhood diseases we considered eradicated. Are we going to go back to the era of paralysis and iron lungs? This is the kind of thing that this government is setting up for you all. So if you think that them coming in and wiping away the crosswalks was overbearing and insulting, wait till you hear about the fatalities and illnesses amongst school children. We're going to be looking at a statewide tragedy. And maybe this falls in line with the long-standing conservative commitment to destroy public education. Maybe they're accomplishing two agendas and winnowing the herd at the same time. Now, as far as meeting access, I had an experience at the door here last week. I was carrying a shoulder bag. I think it's about 16 by 16, a soft cloth bag that had all my favorite stuff, snacks and stuff that I like to have with me. Somebody was admitted in front of me with a bag that size. And I saw another person coming out of the meeting with two bags that size. I was told my bag was too big, and if there's a computer in it, it can go in, but I didn't have a computer in it. Well, neither did the two people I mentioned, the one entering in front of me and the one I saw coming out as I sat over here in the lobby, did not have computers in it. So I have a problem with being treated differently coming into these meetings. And I've heard of other people, particularly some people who've been here about disability access and disability services being blocked from making statements or coming into the meeting. And we need to keep Sunshine Law observed in this community. If we hold back anything else from the Republican state administration's onslaught, we should be able to keep transparency amongst the community and the leaders here. So I hope you will unbar your door. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Madam Clerk.
We are on to our discussion item for the afternoon, 2025-663, presentation by Wild Spaces in Public Places on the Thelma A. Boltin Center project, with the recommendation the City Commission authorizes the city manager to proceed with option number 5, building demolition and floodplain restoration, or proceed with option number 3, partial restoration, restore the auditorium, demolish the multipurpose wing, and construct a new support wing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Ms. Wade.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Betsy Wade, Director of Wild Spaces Public Places. Thank you very much for the opportunity this afternoon to discuss Thelma Boltin. So we last brought you the Thelma Boltin Center on December 7th of 2023. So that's nearly 21 months ago. So since it's been so long since we last discussed the project, I do appreciate your patience, but we are going to go through a pretty lengthy outline here with a detailed timeline, just to refresh everyone's memory, especially for the audience. I know all of you have been through the building recently, which we really appreciate you spending the time and doing that so you could really get eyes on the current situation. But just wanted to share with the audience and anyone listening in today, you know, kind of where we've been for the last 6 years, and then an update again on the current status, project, and next steps. So a quick overview. So the Thelma Boltin Center was constructed during World War II and was used as a Gainesville Servicemen Center, providing entertainment to U.S. service members stationed at nearby military bases. The facility was purchased then by the city in 1946 and was converted into a multi-purpose facility managed by the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. I think we can all agree that we all want to preserve the history of the site and honor Miss Thelma Boltin and the servicemen who served in World War II. So the Thelma Boltin Center has been utilized for many decades. A wide variety of events and activities took place there, such as senior services, dance and art programs, civic events and services. We used to hold the swearing-in ceremonies there, and also a lot of public engagement meetings. Voting was very popular for that precinct as well. A rental venue for weddings and events, and it was also used for fitness classes such as Zumba and yoga. So in 2020, the facility was closed to the public in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In December of 2020, staff identified a structural failure and noticed a partial roof collapse over the auditorium. So as a result of the structural concerns and the need for temporary shoring, the building remained closed to the public ever since. Programming that once took place at the Thelma Boltin Center has since been relocated to other city facilities. The one exception has been the Gainesville Old Time Dance Society. So they were large enough that we couldn't accommodate them in another city building, but they have since found other spaces within the city limits. Oh. All right. In early 2019, a feasibility study was conducted to evaluate the potential for renovating and expanding the Thelma Boltin Center. In August of 2019, the General Policy Committee adopted a motion to proceed with design option number 2, which was a renovation and a minor addition. The city then approved Wild Spaces to negotiate a design services contract with Wanamaker Jensen Architects, which we'll later refer to as WJA, to pursue design option number 2. This was the renovation and the minor addition. Design was put on hold in June of 2021, pending completion of the structural assessment for the partial collapse of the auditorium roof. In November of 2021, the city received a structural assessment report from Sputo and Lammert. This is a local structural engineering team. So the engineering firm identified significant structural damage and recommended either demolition and reconstruction of the auditorium or demolition of the entire building. On April 14th of 2024, the General Policy Committee approved a motion directing staff to collaborate with WJA on the design of the new Thelma Boltin Center. Staff made presentations to the Historic Preservation Board in May, July, August, September, October, and November of 2022 to obtain their input and provide them with updates before applying for a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition and reconstruction of the building. In August of 2022, code enforcement designated the center as a dangerous building, and we disconnected utilities. In December of 2022, the Historic Preservation Board approved a certificate of appropriateness for demolition of the multipurpose wing and a partial restoration of the auditorium. So this was saving the west and south walls. The certificate of appropriateness, which has since expired, included the following 5 conditions. So condition number 1, the auditorium shall not be demolished and original windows must be restored. Condition 2, a new support wing shall be compatible with the existing support wing in terms of scale and massing to not overpower the auditorium. Condition 3, the expanded auditorium for back-of-house services to the north shall be allowed. Condition 4, to the greatest extent possible, trees on the site shall be preserved. And condition 5, gallery space shall be provided in high-traffic areas in the new lobby to highlight the story of the Servicemen Center. So in April of 2023, staff presented 4 options to the City Commission. a complete replacement, a partial restoration, a complete restoration, and a repair of the existing facility. The City Commission adopted a motion to proceed with a partial restoration at an estimated cost then of $5.6 million, and this was the option that was supported by the Historic Preservation Board, and we had the COA for. Then in September 2023, the City Commission tabled their April recommendation and asked for a community engagement meeting and county involvement. So we then held a community engagement meeting. So the feedback we received during this October 2023 meeting was that the community needed a larger community gathering space, better lighting, a full green room, better back-of-house options, and more technology to support more functional programming and the uses that they wanted to see there. In December 2023, the City Commission adopted a motion narrowing the scope of work to only include structural repairs at the Thelma Boltin Center. The City Commission allocated $1.5 million for construction, and we then, at that point in time, assumed that the county would provide a $1.5 million match, bringing the total budget to $3 million. Over the course of the next year, several studies and assessments were conducted to identify the minimum repairs necessary for structural restoration and what those repairs would cost. We also evaluated a number of cost-saving opportunities. So we looked for existing rebar within the building to see how the walls were enforced, which later determined they were not. We conducted additional geotechnical work so we could really properly size the new footers that the building would need, as well as the helical piles. And we evaluated the building for mold to determine how much of the building's drywall would need to be replaced and what could be treated and salvaged. So now we're getting into part 2 of the presentation. So this is an overview of the site and building conditions. So this is a current building footprint in the layout. So one thing to note with the current layout is that the structural columns in these multi-purpose wing make it really difficult to program. The building is also not fully ADA accessible today. So the Thelma Boltin Center was constructed in only 120 days at a cost of $36,105. So the building reflects characteristics typical of mid-20th century military construction, including material scarcity due to the wartime demand for cement, steel, and lumber. The building was purpose-built to support servicemen. It was not built to last 80-plus years. So the exterior walls are 4-inch and 8-inch painted and unreinforced concrete masonry unit, or CMU blocks, supported by a shallow strip and spread foundations. The gable roof structure consists of heavy timber roof trusses spaced at approximately 12 feet on center, spanning 49 feet. So not modern building construction by any means. The Thelma Boltin Center, so it's not listed on the National or local Register of Historic Places. However, the building is considered a contributing structure to the Northeast Historic District, and in 2008, the Alachua County Historical Society nominated the property as a Florida Heritage Site. So the site is definitely significant. And now I'm going to go through some major building systems and the condition that they are in today. So the building has had significant settlement of its foundation. So the floor elevation in the multi-purpose wing varies by about 4 inches, with a downward slope from the northwest to the southeast. So the roof over the auditorium stage would likely collapse if it were not supported by shoring today. The exterior walls are leaning outward and bowing at the 2 pilasters. In this photo, you can see the sliver of daylight with just how much the walls have been pushed outward. All HVAC units are beyond their useful life, and a full replacement would be required. The existing sanitary sewer line needs to be replaced. A new electrical panel is needed for additional branch circuits, but some of the existing electrical panels and wiring are actually in pretty good shape and could definitely be repurposed. So one important thing to note is that a large portion of the building is located within the 100-year FEMA floodplain Zone A. So the city does not encourage any construction to occur within floodplains or to maintain buildings that are within this footprint. So the soil on site has a lot of organic matter, which is pretty typical of something that's constructed this close to Sweetwater Branch Creek. So typically soils, if they're greater than 5% organic material, are considered unsuitable, and that soil would typically be replaced. And so that's causing a lot of the foundational shifts. So we've actually had some soil samples. We had organic matter upwards of 20%. So again, it's just there's a lot of movement within the foundation of the site with the settlement because of the poor soil conditions. Though it would be great for growing plants, a lot of organics. All right, so now we're going to go into part 3 of the presentation. So this is our project update and next steps. So we incorporated all of the information we discovered from the studies, reports, and assessments as the Phase 1 structural stabilization design advanced from 50% to 100%. So we have a budget estimate based off the 50% construction drawings that shows that just the Phase 1 structural repairs is going to consume nearly the entire $3 million budget. So we have a $2.9 million budget estimate for just Phase 1 structural repairs. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, so the current funding allocation for the project is today $3 million. The project was divided into 2 phases. So Phase 1, structural repairs, stabilize the building, and Phase 2 was those minimum repairs needed to reopen the building for public use again. And there's just a detailed breakdown showing those Phase 1 costs. And the full breakdown is included in the backup documents. So Phase 1 and Phase 2 would come in combined at $6.6 million. So now we're going to go through just a summary of the structural repairs that are included within the Phase 1 building stabilization. So we have to address the foundation settlement. So this includes installing helical piles in the multipurpose wing. We also have to address the partial collapse of the roof. So this includes installing a new roof deck, steel roof trusses, insulation, asphalt shingles. We also need to address the masonry failures. So all of the cracking you see, the separation of the walls from, as they're getting bowed out from the building.
Let me pause you just a moment. Ms. Wade, Commissioner Willetts.
I know we have a lot. I don't want to interrupt much, but can you tell us a little bit like roof failure versus what's happening with the walls? When we say roof failure, it's not merely just like some water is getting in, but the trusses that are sort of trusses. Can you describe a little bit about the roof failure with trusses and the relationship to the walls?
Sure. So we have wooden trusses that are 49 feet across, and I think we said 13 feet on center, something like that. So the trusses over the auditorium have actually failed. And so they would normally be distributing the weight of the roof deck. And so now all of that weight's getting pushed outward. I guess most, like where you see the bowing of the exterior wall the most is on the west side of the building. So we actually have like a gap where that masonry block wall is getting pushed outward because the truss is no longer supporting the load as it should.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Wade.
Okay. So again, we need to address these masonry failures. You see all the significant cracking, and again, those walls getting pushed out of alignment. So we need to add reinforcement. So we need to install some rebar, definitely in and around the windows. We'd add some steel lintels, and then we'd need new cast-in-place concrete footers in the auditorium. So today we're going to discuss with you 6 options of how we could proceed. So please note that options 1 through 4 require additional funding. So option 1 is to continue with the Phase 1 structural repairs and authorize additional funding to move forward with the Phase 2 work required to reopen the facility. Option 2 is the complete restoration. So this is preservation of the exterior of the existing building, but kind of a gut of the interior. Option 3 is the partial restoration. So this is partial preservation of the auditorium. Again, as was previously approved by the Historic Preservation Board, we'd keep the westernmost wall, the southernmost wall, we expand to the north, we tie in a new support wing to the east. Option 4 could be a complete replacement. This is new building construction with a replica of the auditorium being constructed. Option 5, which is newly being presented to you today, is building demolition and full floodplain restoration, which we'll get into more detail here in a couple slides. Option 6 is building demolition and partial floodplain restoration and the potential for housing. So we'll jump into some more detail on each of these options. All right, so the complete restoration options. So this keeps the building footprint at 9,170 square feet. So this maintains the full historical integrity of the exterior of the building, but the interior is gutted to accommodate new HVAC and electrical, and it's reconfigured for access to the bathrooms, placement of the ADA lifts, etc. So this option comes in at about $7.8 million. So the programming would be very similar to what you experienced pre-COVID, because again, there's not that many significant changes happening. So partial restoration. So this increases the footprint by a bit. So this brings us up to 11,820 square feet. So this is the option that was approved, or previously approved by the Historic Preservation Board. We have the Certificate of Appropriateness, which, though expired, was the direction we were once moving in. So this demolishes the multipurpose wing, constructs that new service support wing east of the auditorium, and then the west and south walls of the auditorium would remain, with a small expansion to the north for better back of house and kind of a green room type service. The roof of the auditorium would be replaced, and a secondary structural support system would be introduced to bear the weight of the new roof structure. The removal of the heritage pecan tree is likely required with this option, and this comes in at about $7.2 million. So this option does provide a some slight increases in programming opportunities. So we could have some small black box performances, some choral groups could use the space, but with the additional use also comes additional staffing to provide the coordination and the programming for those additional uses. So a complete replacement, so this, we would increase the square footage of the building to 12,240 square feet. So this option includes complete demolition of all existing structures and walkways. Again, an entirely new facility. The auditorium would be rebuilt to match the existing architecture as closely as possible. And the floor plan of the replacement building is about a third bigger than the existing one that's there today. So this accommodates a lot more of the programming needs. We would like to note that there would be some significant stormwater and floodplain mitigation that would be required. So the cost here could potentially escalate. So right now, this option, we have a loose estimate of $7.7 or $7.8 million. And this would allow us, okay, there we go, to have some increases in programming. But again, with the increase in programming does come some additional staff to provide those services to the community. All right, so this is option 5. So this is a building demolition and full floodplain restoration. So this is regrading the site to allow for additional floodplain storage, restoring with sod and plants. Additional trees would definitely be included. So this would normally be a green space, but as the creek staged up, the water could flow within the site and alleviate some flooding upstream. So Public Works staff has let us know that there's a choke point upstream in the Duck Pond neighborhood, and sometimes those streets will flood. So this could potentially be beneficial for people upstream and downstream. So the cost estimate includes earthwork, professional services, and landscaping. The estimate is $450,000 to about $650,000. So this option we feel could support conditions 4 and 5 of the Historic Preservation Board Certificate of Appropriateness conditions. So trees would be preserved, and we would be adding a lot more trees to the site. We do feel like there are opportunities with this option where we could have some type of space. This would be outside versus interior, where we could have some type of interpretive panels or something where people could walk through, and something that preserves the history and really honors the past and the story of Thelma Boltin and the servicemen. And then we have option 6. So this is the full building demolition and partial floodplain restoration and housing option. So this is regrading some of the site to allow for floodplain storage, maintaining the community garden and picnic tables, and then creating some flat areas on the west side of the site that could be used for single-family homes or other housing opportunities. And this estimate, again, is similar to option 5 for the cost, and then additional funding would need to be found for housing, unless we do like a lot split and do market rate, sell the lots. So here's kind of our summary table. So we had a lot of difficulty in evaluating each option, but we wanted to provide you with a wide array of choices to make today. So we evaluated the cost versus our budget, which options preserve the site's history, which options meet the community needs the best, and which should be environmentally responsible. So the check marks are a yes, the X's are a no, and the triangles are kind of like a somewhat. So moving to the next slide. So staff's recommendation is that the City Commission authorize the city manager to proceed with option 5. This is the building demolition and floodplain restoration. With approval of building demolition and authorization to potentially proceed with some design charrettes to work with the community to better determine a way to honor the site's rich history, be it through art, interpretive panels, or other opportunities. And I will pause for a lot of questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Waite, for bringing this forward once again to us. We've been through this many, many times, and made, unfortunately, lots of different decisions. We did make the same decision several times in a row, and then went back on it. And I do want to point out that if we'd stuck with the initial decision that we made several times, we'd be nearly done right now, and that building would almost be ready to be used. It wouldn't be exactly as it had historically been, but it would have been partially that way. And our going back and forth have put us in a position where things are very, very different at this point. We are in as much of a math question as we are in a how much do people love the building question. Because there's a wide range of differences in what these things will cost. There's lots of conversation to be had, but for me, that's what this is. It's a math question as much as anything else. And I also want to point out that just sitting here over the last couple of minutes, it occurred to me that sometimes people don't remember that the city of Gainesville has a deep commitment over many, many years to historic preservation. And I want to list off some of the things that the city of Gainesville has either invested in or actively owns that are historic preservation projects older than this, within just a few blocks. The Depot building at Depot Avenue, more than 100 years old. The South Main Station / Baird Center that we've invested in. The Hippodrome, the former federal building there. The Sun Center, the Tench building, the various Matheson pieces, which we've invested in at a variety of times over the years. The Star Garage, the Bethel gas station, which we went to great measures to preserve and move, in fact, over the years. And of course, the historic Thomas Center. There are many, many more. We could probably list 20 or 25. So we absolutely have had a commitment as a community and as a city organization to historic preservation. But not everything is able to fit into the mold that we need it to fit into. Having said that, I'll hush for a while. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're in an awful situation. There are no good options, right? And none of them are going to please the entire community. We've received a lot of email. There's been a lot of mainstream media, a lot of social media, and there is no consensus on these options. So it's not like the community is galvanized behind one particular area. It's kind of all over. So that puts us kind of in a situation of do probably the best decision-making we can make and go forward. I did have just a few quick questions. I know we did a study in 1995. Director, what was the scope of that? Who could speak to the scope of that study and what we did then?
Commissioner Mayor, the building was last renovated around 1990. I guess I'm not sure 100% what study you're referencing.
All right, so when we toured, I think probably most, if not all of us, actually toured the building with the director. We talked about there was a study, and I might have the year wrong, but in the mid-1990s that indicated what was done at that time. Director Singleton, do you have that information?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Brian Singleton, Special Advisor for Infrastructure. As Ms. Waite noted, the building was last renovated late 90s, early 2000s. As part of that evaluation process, there was a recommendation to correct the foundation issues. At that point in time, the foundation work did not occur, and that's why we're still seeing some of the information that some of the building conditions we're seeing today.
Yeah, so I guess kind of what I was getting at, I was trying to figure out, so some of the conditions that prevailed at that time are ones that we're dealing with today, and obviously that need either complete renovation, complete replacement, or something along those lines.
Yes, sir.
Are any of the components within the building currently considered historical?
Mayor, Commissioners. So there is a report, and it should be included within the backup that outlines, so we had a consultant come in and kind of evaluate what could potentially be repurposed. I forget what the name of that report was, but basically they evaluated every single like component to the building, and the windows, though, you know, they'd have to be abated for lead, maybe like one of the few, if any, items that were of interest. But again, because they're, you know, lead-based, it would be quite a bit of effort to abate them and repurpose.
But the, my understanding is the floors are not the original floors. The stage is not the original stage. Those things do not harken back to when the structure was built.
No, Mayor, Commissioner. Oh, and it's the salvage report. Sorry, the salvage report is in the backup, and that will give you a lot more detail. But we can definitely reference that if you have a specific question. Do a little digging.
All right, just two more quick ones. In some of the historical you provided, it's very helpful. It says 2008, the Historical Society nominated the property as a Florida Heritage Site, and I just don't know what that means.
Okay. Oh.
With the heritage sites, it means that something significant happened on the property that is worth noting. The building itself is not on any registers because the architectural features are not significant enough to qualify. So since it was the center for servicemen to gather, it was nominated as a site. But the building is not on because of its architectural significance.
All right, based on what you said, Meyer, so the infrastructure or the building, the foundation itself is not historical. Perhaps some of the activities or what occurred in there is what makes that a Florida Heritage Site?
That is my understanding. That's not my expertise, but that's my understanding.
All right, well, there's probably some experts that are going to end up speaking to that and talk about that. So, okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor, on options 5 or 6, does this include use or disposition of the parking lot across the street? Because it's a city lot, and so I want to know, is it currently a paid lot? Is it freed lot? How has it been used in the past 5 years that the Thelma Boltin Center's been closed? Is it empty most of the day, or is it spillover for school board? Like, how does that lot get used now? If we don't have a building there, do we still need that lot? I know that's not a merely wild spaces question, Ms. Waite, but.
So Mayor, Commissioner, so I'm aware that the city's transportation team manages that, so you buy whatever zone to park in that lot during certain hours.
Okay, do we know, Mr. Manager, interim manager, soon to be interim manager, just our experience in that lot the past 5 years, is it parked in during the day? Is it used for downtown events, evenings, or is it, you know, is it a lot that if we don't have this building there long term, we don't need that lot? Because part of that lot is still in the floodplain, and if we were going on this more floodplain and eco-friendly, would we look at that lot to potentially change it or make it smaller or get rid of it?
I think that's appropriate if the commission does move forward with the option presented. We might need some parking related to the if there's a park element to the site. I don't think we probably need as much parking as we have there in that parking lot. It is a little bit farther away from the sort of core commercial area of downtown, so I think it is not a well-used lot unless there was events at Thelma Boltin. It may provide some spillover for the school board property, but it's certainly not a lot that we have downtown in terms of relative scale.
Okay, I just wanted to throw that out there in the whole mix. That's all I have for right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. There was somebody who's coming in on the tail end of that. It was very helpful to have the whole layout of kind of the history up to this point. I did have a couple questions. One, we've already got a $3 million budget for currently. If we expanded to a partial restoration or any of that, we're looking at $7 million-ish. Budget-wise, does that mean we need $7 million, or is there $3 million sitting in the sack somewhere we already have?
Mayor, Commissioner, so we currently have $3 million allocated today. So $3 million is budgeted from previous fiscal years.
Okay. So the impact on the budget, if we decided to go that way, would be an extra $4 million.
That is correct.
And then the stabilization that we'd look at doing, sinking some pilings, trying to firm up the foundation. You're still sinking pilings into muck. How long is if we do this, are we having this conversation again in 10 years? Are these type of things that last for 50 years? Like, what does that type of stabilization look like for the area that we're putting it in?
I believe you're asking just how, I guess,
What would the new lifespan be of the expected building if we were to put this money into trying to stabilize it on that type of ground?
I don't know if I have a prediction on this. I mean, I'd hope we'd get quite a long life.
So the way foundations are designed is we do soil borings, and we go down deep enough until we see that the soils are suitable to sustain a structure for its life cycle, essentially. So the helical piles would be driven deep enough to overcome the organics. Yes, there will still be settling over time. Yes, there might be things that might have to be remediated over time when you're building on a site like this. But to the best of our ability, it would be stable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will also say, while we're kind of a lull in lights here, that the projected expenses on each one of these things, including demolition, is going to be higher than what we're projecting today. We all watch the news. The prices for construction are not going to stabilize or drop anytime soon. So that is a reality that we're facing. Commissioner Eastman?
Yeah, thank you also for the presentation. So I've gotten some questions about, like, we have $3 million allocated, and then there was discussion, I think previously, about state grants or historic preservation grants, money that would come from the state that would fill that up. Have we looked into all of that and what possibilities there are in terms of that?
So I know we do have a couple opportunities. So right now we have a $500,000 grant from the Department of Historic Resources supporting the Bulwer project.
Right.
And that's maxing out that grant opportunity. So if we lined up the timing appropriately, and if the state were to receive money for these types of grants, I know that's been challenging in the current climate to have reliable funding. Gonna hand this off to Leslie.
Yeah.
Leslie Ladendorf. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Yes, so there are grants available that are out there. However, they are tentative because they are able to be vetoed by the governor, as we have seen already with all of our cultural funding. That could include some more preservation grants and or cultural facilities grants that they have in there, and including any legislative requests that we would put into. They're all subject to the governor's vetoes of his budget every year.
Right, and they max out, you said, at 500,000?
Yeah, you can't do multiple ones at the same time.
Okay.
And so you typically only get one shot per granting session, and then they're about 2 years out. So you'd apply now for almost 2 years later,
So even with that, let's say that we happen to get through that whole process and we were successful with it, we'd still be about $3 million still short. 'Cause
Right,
it's
like
6.6, we have 3
right now, we would have had to apply in June to get money in a year and a half.
Right.
And so we were looking at not being able to even apply until next June, and then get rated, scored, and then have an award, and it not get vetoed.
And since you're up here, I was also curious, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion about, staffing levels, things like that. I mean, and I saw that for I saw staffing levels required for an expanded one. I don't believe I saw, like, let's say that we went with just, that $6.6 million option. I mean, what does staffing look like for Parks, Recreation, Cultural Affairs to make sure that the space gets the usability that we would want after spending $6.5 million on it?
Okay, so Mayor, Commissioners, Roxy Gonzalez, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Well, currently, we do not have that facility staffed. So there is no staffing availability. So in order to staff it, even at placing the facility back to its current state, it would be approximately 1.5 FTEs, just to be able to facilitate the rental process. So that's opening and closing the facilities for rentals to be able to sustain the programs from outside agencies. That's at its minimum, and still with very limited hours. So if we're looking at doing longer hours and activating the facility a lot longer, then that add an additional FTE for that. We are currently at beyond capacity with activating all of our facilities in the midst of the previous year's budget cuts and in the upcoming budget cuts.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Rex. Thanks, Leslie. And then, as it stands with the, so those are going into options 1 through 4, but going back to 5 and 6 in terms of thinking through what could go into the site. I mean, you mentioned stormwater, which would help flooding upstream, but we would now have, is it about we would have $3 million, right? Above the 650,000 that could be utilized for reimagining a public space in this, potentially, if that allocation went in that direction.
So Mayor, Commissioners, so we do currently have $3 million budgeted. So the thought was that we would pay for the project up front and we would get $1.5 million reimbursed from the county. So we have been working with the county on that grant agreement.
Right.
So if we change the scope of work, we're not renovating the building, we might need to move that county $1.5 million allocation to something else.
Right. But $1.5 million, depending, I mean, what you guys have here is a fairly, simple scope. I would probably want something, if we were to go that direction, something that more, that was more usable for the community space. But because you have sod, you have the community garden, which supports just repurposing what's already there and putting it back into it. But so we would then have, I guess, theoretically, $1.5 million that would then go back into that.
1.5 million, and then with it being flood zone restoration, we could utilize a stormwater management utility fund for that portion of the work, and then any landscaping and tree planting, the tree mitigation fund could be utilized. So we could leverage other funding sources to stretch the 1.5 million further to accomplish something there.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. So, did work just completely stop on the building? You're saying we haven't used the $3 million allocated?
Mayor, Commissioner, so most recently, I'd say there has been some work being performed, but it's been on the design and the analysis side. So we did additional geotechnical work in the last couple of months. We just got back our microbial testing to see what kind of mold we had on the walls. Again, what drywall we could keep, what would need to be replaced. And then we also did some penetration, like x-ray penetration in the walls to see what walls are reinforced. Again, and we just wanted to make sure we're doing our due diligence so we knew truly the cost of what it would take to restore or stabilize the building.
Okay, so then none of the funds allocated from the city and the county commission have been used at this point?
We had other funds that were used for design services, ma'am, if that answers your question. So $3 million still set aside for the construction phase of the work.
Okay, so then if you were to go with option 5, that is saying that the windows are the windows historic? Are the windows, what can I say, for preservation? You would keep the windows or try to get the windows out of the building?
So with enough time and money, we definitely could try to salvage the windows, but because, they're coated in lead, there would be quite a few costs. I guess you're asking if we could just pull the windows and repurpose them
Right. I'm not
somewhere
saying
else.
that you should or should not. I'm just asking, because this was noted in the report, that the windows were important. So I'm trying to see, is there a historic value to the windows, or you just want to keep them?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I believe the report from the Historic Preservation Board noted that the windows were one of the more interesting characteristics of the building.
Interesting.
I guess one of the more substantial characteristics. So I guess the thought was if we did a full restoration of the building, we would try to pull the windows, restore them as best we could, and then realign the walls and then try to put them back with hopes that we don't break everything in the process, because the building has shifted so much. Some of the windows have shifted. I mean, it's definitely not 100% certain that it would be possible, but the thought was we would try. And because they are lead windows, it'd be quite a process, I think, to go through a restoration. But with enough time and money, we could attempt that effort.
But if you were to demolish the building, you would demolish it without looking at trying to save the windows, correct?
Well, let me hand it, Brian.
Thank you.
The current numbers do not, and that option do not contemplate salvaging the windows. If there's a desire to do that, then we would put that into the project cost budget. Something that we would likely discuss with the Historic Preservation Board as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as I remember, at some point, at least 6 of us were here, we were willing to spend $5.5 million on, at that point, partial restoration. I mean, we said, let's do it. Money's gonna come from wild spaces, basically. We were gonna move forward. When we changed our mind, we stuck with a $3 million figure because it was more of a just get it open, let's see what the potential future restoration could be. Maybe it's grants, something like that. So sometimes I just want to make sure we were originally willing to spend 5.5 on one of those, and one of them was a $6 million option, but one was about 5.5. I understand in 2 years all those numbers have gone up, but so we were willing at some point that this was going to be a huge chunk of wild spaces, public places, and we were going to dedicate it at this site. Depending on what we were going to get out of it was more of a question. So I just want to remind us that it's not that we only have been willing in the past to spend 3. We have been willing to spend 5.5, but now we're in a different place. I'm glad we mentioned the county's 1.5 because if we don't go through with this, if we opt for 5 or 6, or even I guess 4 total demolition, I don't know that the county, I think their 1.5 really was part of restoration. They sent us a letter, we asked them. So we do need to figure out whether that 1.5, it is a wild spaces, public places stream, and we, as long as there's some other project that is of county or regional significance and interest. So it's just important for us to remember. The money we have already spent, though, it was from wild spaces, public places, though, in smaller chunks. So we have already spent wild spaces, public places, but not the original set aside $3 million. Is that correct?
Mayor, Commissioners, so we did have a small budget allocated for design services and planning for the project before we got to the decision of the commission saying, all right, you have $3 million for construction.
Okay.
Well, really, the city has 1.5, and we tagged on a county 1.5.
So how have we paid for it? Because it is currently, the roof is currently being held up by an entire framework inside that is putting that pressure down on the floor, so that's not on the walls, to hold the roof, save the walls. So what paid for all of that? That was wild spaces,
Wild
public
spaces,
places?
yes.
Okay,
Yes,
not other, out of our building or public works, okay. And then a question about, I think you'll be able to answer, the 100-year floodplain. I knew that part of it was, and maybe the first couple times we looked at it, I didn't realize it, but really it's not just the wing that's in the floodplain, it's a full half of the auditorium, basically, in the 100-year floodplain.
Yeah, that was correct.
Do we have recent, 85 years worth of data, flooding data? Has this ever really flooded all the way into the building? I'm sure Melanie Barr could remind us because she knows our history. But do we? Well, that's not a question at this point. I'm gonna talk to my commission. It was just a year or 2 ago that we bought out a property because it was in a floodplain, right? Granted, we had the money for it, and we bought it out. In the 100-year floodplain, I will say that I was less concerned previously, but after what happened in Texas with a floodplain, which that's a totally different flooding environment. We're not going to have a flash flood that is, probably going to wipe away, campers. Flooding here is probably slower and creeping, and it can still ruin homes and ruin streets and flood cars. But it just became a lot more real, that 100-year floodplain, and we are expecting, if I remember right, our risk assessment with the county came back and said we expect more large volume rain events that would potentially threaten even that 100-year. So anyways, I just want to remind us of that because previously I was less concerned, particularly if we were going to be rebuilding up, better foundations. but that 100-year, it does worry me a little bit about retrofitting. I've always been concerned about retrofitting as opposed to going for a full rebuild, but now even the rebuild starts to seem like this is really not the right site. And I think partially my heart has been changed just since the flooding in Texas, that 100-year, to really respect it, to understand we can hope and cross our fingers, but we cannot outrun those flood events. We just can't. So anyways, that's kind of a thought. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. I also have had some concerns, as I'm sure most of the people in the room have, about flooding on Northeast Boulevard, adjacent to Sweetwater Branch, and particularly north of the duck pond itself. But part of the reason for that is the choke points that have been created over the last 100 years at various places, including next to this facility. And this feels like an opportunity to create some resilience for everybody north of all the properties north of Thelma Boltin by giving the creek an opportunity to widen out a little bit. Mr. Singleton, does that sound accurate from your public works background? Is there validity to that, or am I just talking?
That is correct. So when we see the flooding occurs in the duck pond up north in the area that you're referring to, it's basically caused by a hydraulic choke in the culvert under the roadway. The reason we have not been able to open that up is because if you send more quantity of water downstream faster or more volume downstream, then you're going to impact downstream and just move the problem elsewhere. So regulations require, if we're going to eliminate a choke, regulations require us to mitigate it somewhere in the creek system. This would have the opportunity to do some of that. Obviously, the analysis hasn't been done to see how much of an impact this could help, but it would definitely help the situation.
Very good. Okay. Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, I think it's probably, while we have a lull in lights up here, it's probably a good time to go to the public.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have quite a few signed up, so I'm going to do a few at a time so people know who's on deck. We have Paula Stalmer, followed by Jim Conish, and then Carl Jasinski.
Welcome, Ms. Stalmer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paula Stamer. I have to admit that those of us who are friends of the Thelma Boltin Center and who have been here repeatedly in defense of restoring the entire building approach today feeling skeptical, to put it mildly. The last time we had a full-blown presentation before you was in December 23, when it was agreed by the Commission that you would indeed restore the entire building. We were presented with a number of things over time, a number of arguments, a lot of rhetoric, a lot of rationales as to why the building needed to be demolished and retain the auditorium, which is the most derelict of the two parts of this structure. It's the one with the failing roof and subsiding walls. But for some reason, the staff is saying, no, preserve that and destroy the multipurpose part of the building, which is the most historically important and has been the most useful to the community. So we are skeptical, especially given that the last time we were here, as I say, a lot of assertions were made, most of which we were able to refute and discredit. What especially troubles me is that we received notice about this issue coming forward for a complete 180-degree turnaround on the eve of a 3-day weekend, very short notice. Absolutely no outreach was done, despite the fact that we have been here repeatedly. We are the ones who have called city staff when we saw a problem at the building, asked if they were putting tarps up or doing anything to take care of it. Did the staff lose our names, our contact information, anything? Did it not occur to somebody, if they're coming here to completely change what the commitments have been, that maybe it might help them to reach out to us beforehand and explain why and what the reasons are? How similar are the current proposals to what we washed out 2 years ago? How much of it is the same? How much has changed? How much have facts changed? We know there's a really serious budget constraint, and we sympathize with you about that. But we really feel as though somebody's trying to pull something off in the stealth of the night. And it really would have been better to give us the opportunity to speak with staff. We don't have to take up all of your time. And find out what's really going on. Why this big change? Why do they ignore our proffers of information about other funding sources that would help fund the restoration of the building, et cetera, et cetera. So I would recommend today that you postpone any vote on this and push it back to staff and suggest that they call some meetings with us in order to persuade us that what they're recommending makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tamer. And while we wait for the next person to come up, I do want to note, because we did not do this previously, that none of what we're talking about affects the city's general fund, which is where a budget, where we are working through the annual budget. This is Wild Spaces Public Places funding. This is a whole separate thing. So it is not a question of trying to fix the general fund with restricted funds. That is not happening. So just to make sure no one's concerned about that, this is entirely a Wild Spaces Public Places project, plus whatever other external funding we might be able to attract at any given point. This is not general fund dependent, nor does it give back to the general fund at any point. So
I had Jim Conish on the list, but I'm not seeing him, so we'll move on to Carl Jasinski, and then after is Anthony Ackrell.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Carl Jasinski. I have a background in architectural preservation in multiple states in the country. I want to start by saying I'm going to speak plainly, very directly to you. I found the director of the Wild Spaces presentation to be quite disturbing and deceitful, probably the most disturbing presentation I have ever seen in a public forum. If her job was in the city or the village of Micanopy, we would not have a Micanopy. Every building in that town under her guidance would be demolished. It's obvious to me that the Boltin Center is going to outlive, even in its near current state, will outlive every single individual in this room. It will still stand. We can make simple roof repairs. With my background in architecture, I don't know fully what's wrong with that roof, but I have a good idea based on the photos that what we have happening there is a lack of collar ties. Collar ties are a simple structural element that can be added to assist with the outward thrust of the walls that are taking place in that building. This is not a $3 million repair. I could probably do it for $200,000. I'm very disturbed, and I'm going to ask that you please put more time into examining all options and postpone any vote today. I beg of you. Let's see here. This is not rocket science. Please know. Yes, part of the building sits in the floodplain. She doesn't mention what the floor elevation is and how many feet is the floor elevation above the floodplain. We know it sits on a hill. So that's deceiving too. It's obvious that that department and the city has very narrow vision and is only focused on one thing, and that is the permanent demolition, removal of this historic structure. So I beg you, please postpone this today. You have not examined all options. One option that I've thought of is we could actually find another group, a veterans group, that could assume all responsibility for the building in a yearly lease. Let them do their private funding, let them do their grants. Maybe it's a new type of veterans hall, but there are so many options, you haven't reviewed them all. You cannot make this decision today to destroy this building. I beg of you. Thank you.
Thank you. But Commissioner Book, yeah, go ahead. But I am going to ask that we try to let stuff flow here because we will have a problem if we don't. But Commissioner Book, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ackrell. So I would say that there's been no deceit whatsoever. That's just false. I don't agree, and so I just want to say it. This is not for you. You've had your piece, and now I'm indicating what I think. I do feel like that the presentation was highly comprehensive, and I'm certain that there are facts and pieces with those that have expertise, like yourself, that are well beyond my comprehension.
Highly exaggerated.
And I understand that.
Highly exaggerated.
But I don't feel that the city staff who operated our direction, which they do, the votes and what has been done is based on what we tell them, good, bad, or indifferent. So we try to make informed decisions, and when we make informed decisions, we try and make them in the best interest of the community. And sometimes we err. And I'm certain I've had votes that I've taken that in retro, in reflection, I thought, golly, I wish I would have known more, done more. So that I just thought that that's important to address. I did. If anyone who comes up, I thought this might be important. When we spoke before. In 2023, there was a group of people who spoke and said we were banding together to form the Friends of Thelma Boltin at that time, and it was to help us in this process, and that they were going to raise funds. So if anybody has an answer to that and is able to tell us what happened to that group and what did they raise, that would be a really important component of informing us, because when we talk about other funding streams, that's another funding stream. So if there's information for us that says, well, we did do this and we did this research and we were bringing to the table this additional capabilities, that would be very helpful for me and maybe my colleagues also.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I've had a similar comment. I'm sure there's different opinions on things and people have got different views on stuff, but no one is going to make any points with me on what decisions I'm trying to make by disparaging staff. I think people do very hard to bring us information, and whatever else your opinions may be, if they're incorrect or whatever else, I don't think staff's just coming up here and straight lying to us, and I don't think you're helping your argument by making those accusations.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel.
Anthony Ackrell, followed by Melanie Barr.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Ackrell.
Thank you. And for the record, the previous speaker was not Mr. Ackrell, I am. In regard to the floodplain, I live just a few blocks from there. I'm a bit of a weather nerd. I go out after major flood storms, downpours. I've never seen that creek anywhere near cresting its banks where it's recessed way down in there. That's one of the lowest points in the creek through the Duck Pond neighborhood. And as the previous speaker said, the building's pretty high up off the ground. I wouldn't consider flooding to be much of an issue, especially for the main auditorium. Most of the discussion that I hear seems to be involving the entire property. And what I understand is the main problem is the roof on the auditorium leaked, the truss is rotted, did not do their job, the walls are expanding. I would hope you would consider just fixing that, just that auditorium. The east wing, which appears to be a whole separate structure glommed onto the main auditorium, I don't see why that can't wait till the future. The whole property functioned well enough for all its functions prior to the roof leaking. So I don't know that people were clamoring for, we need all of this over here, we need this to be this much bigger. I would hope you could consider the middle ground, just shore that building up with the pilings, any system that can make that structure structurally sound. And I understand the referral by the city calling it a unsafe building, not all of it, just that part that has been compromised by decay. Most of that building, to my understanding, is perfectly still functioning, but you could shore it up and just arrest the problem. And money can come by later, I hope, to continue like the way a lot of us do with our homes. You can't fix everything all at once, but you attend to the main problem, keep the water out, stop the problem, and work with it from there. As far as the creek flooding, I don't know that downstream, fixing it downstream, well, that was already addressed, is going to help anything upstream when the bottlenecks are up around the duck pond area where it's at its most narrow. I would hope you could, as the other speakers have said, not vote on this today. Maybe get a second opinion. I know there's been a lot of money spent on consultants, but surely there has to be something short of tearing down the whole thing or building something bigger, especially when you have at not Northeast Park, Citizens Field, they're doubling the size of the Martin Luther King Center, saying, well, we need more spaces for this and this and this. I think there's plenty of public indoor event spaces in the neighborhood between that proposal for Citizens Field and the Thomas Center. So I hope you could just address the problem without glomming on millions more for things that aren't really needed right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Melanie Barr, followed by Diane Bellamy.
And I do want to thank everyone for respecting the 3 minutes to this point.
I would like to have an additional 3 minutes to answer the commissioner's questions.
Ms. Barr, you have 3 minutes.
I have a presentation, but I will go ahead and say, I wouldn't say it's deceitful, but it's erroneous to say that the Alachua County Historical Society nominated the building for a state heritage site. It was the Alachua County Historical Commission. The State Marker Council made that recommendation and determination. There is no such thing as the Alachua County Historical Society. Also, it is considered on the National Register. I think it's a misrepresentation to say it's not, because it is a contributing building. Normally, contributing buildings in a national district cannot be individually listed. They normally can't. We could go out of our way and see if it could be individually listed, and it likely could be, but that isn't necessary because it is considered contributing. Then the question about lead paint. Lead paint isn't going to bother anyone unless you eat it. It's just sitting there. It's not bothering you. Or you sand it and breathe it at the same time. It's not the terror that people make it out to be. And in our building, no one's going to be sanding it while people are present or eating it. Okay, so my presentation is that the community has rallied around this historic building. It has great significance. You cannot consider demolishing a landmark like this. It has cultural, historical, architectural significance. You don't see this anymore because staff took down the marker. It is a state heritage site. Soldiers hitchhiked here from miles away, all over the state. They would come to Gainesville to see the building put up by the city. They danced here. Some people married their wives here. They met local girls, New Yorkers. There was an obituary in the paper. A 103-year-old man met his wife here at the Soldiers' Dance. You see them dancing. Here's Thelma Boltin. She was the first director of recreation. This is her in the building. This is her legacy. Then she's the one who hired the rock stars. No one can deny Tom Petty played here. Stephen Stills. They're all in the Walk of Fame. They're all in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The new proposed East Wing is gigantic. It's going to cover the community gardens. It's going to go into the floodplain even more. It's going to kill all the trees, not just a hickory. It's going to demolish this antique, 1943 fireplace, a lovely object that's historic, has significance. It's going to demolish the shuffleboard. The East Wing is the most significant. This is the first picture known of it from July of 1943. Every picture is of the East Wing. You've been given awards by the Women's Club, the Historic Trust. This building, it's going to be part of a trail. This building has roof problems. This is what it looks like now. This building has roof problems. This is what it looks like now. So the problems here can be mitigated. You once thought about giving it $5.6 million, and now what happened? You can give it more than $3 million. You don't have the money now, you will get it. So save the building, do not consider demolishing it, do not demolish the East Wing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
Diane Bellamy, followed by Kathleen Watson-Pagan.
Welcome, Ms. Bellamy.
Ever since I came to live in Gainesville.
Would you pull the mic up a little bit there? Yeah, thank you.
Ever since I came to live in Gainesville 6 years ago, and I live in the duck pond near the Thelma Boltin Center, I felt the beauty of being part of a community that has history and empathy and a specialness about it that you don't find many places. And I think that it's important for us to save the past, which shows who we are, who we've been, and who we are, and who we will be. And the Thelma Boltin Center is an important piece of that history. Many people tell me about how the Thomas Center was saved from the wrecking bar just at the last moment. How could anyone have wanted to destroy that beautiful place? And now I feel the same way. It's not as grand as the Thomas Center. The Thelma Boltin Center is humble, but it is humble because it has had purpose. It was built as a labor of love in a wartime effort in a very short time. Like the dates, December 7th, 1942 is the date that they bought the land to build it. And then they built it in 6 months and had it open for the feeling of the wartime effort that they wanted to do something, to help people, to help the people who had to go out and fight and risk their lives to try to make the world a better place. And in that time, that was the perspective. And this building represents that. And I beg of you to remember the importance of your past and not just turn it into something that kind of looks nice and it's, modern and, made some work for people and they earn some money. This is something you can't replace, ever. And just like everyone else, I think that's spoken today about this, unless you just 100% decide that we can't destroy it, we're going to save it and save it historically. Unless you could decide that today, please postpone your vote.
Thank you.
Kathleen Watson-Pagan, followed by Miha Kim.
Welcome, Ms. Pagan.
Thank you, Commissioners. Kathleen Pagan. I want to read the mission of a group called the Living New Deal, which is a national network. The mission is to document the legacy of the New Deal, celebrate its many achievements, and hold it up as a model for public policy and service to meet today's formidable challenges of climate change, social inequality, and attacks on human rights and democratic institutions. This building is one of the New Deal structures in Gainesville. Other notable structures, the Siegel Building, which was begun with private funding, but as a result of the Depression, construction had stopped. Had it not been for the New Deal, it would not have been completed in a relatively timely fashion. There are buildings on campus. The building is part of an online database, livingnewdeal.org. The information from the historic marker and a few photographs are included. Regarding the floodplain issue, prior to returning to Gainesville in 2000, I had first arrived in 75 and back and forth a few times, but I came back in 2000. For 2 years, I had been at the University of New Orleans working with a research team on natural hazards. The 100-year floodplain means it has a 1% chance in a year of flooding. That's just the scientific definition. However, if the building finished floor is above that level, it should not flood. Yes, we've seen catastrophic events. In Texas, some of those buildings had been put on a floodplain map and the owners didn't want them on the map. So that's a major error. One point I really have a concern about. In the presentation, when there was discussion of total demolition, the point was made that this tree preservation was one of the conditions of the Historic Preservation Board vote. They added that to preserve the floodplain. Their intent is to preserve the building. That's what historic preservation is about. Sites can be preserved, yes, and certain forested areas we hope are preserved. Personally, I tried to stop some of the removal of trees at the Tom Petty Park, which is upstream on the Sweetwater Branch. I emailed the staff. I said this is going to increase runoff downstream, and I was given the explanation there will be stormwater mitigation. Maybe the existing parking area to the south of this site, maybe it could be changed to impervious surface. Maybe there could be an underground storage tank like some apartment developments are required to have. Maybe that's part of the floodplain mitigation. Professor Peggy Carr here has much more knowledge in that area.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, Ms.
All right, well, you know, it's a very difficult decision. Of course, I don't think the building should be demolished. Preserving this legacy is very important, and mostly Living New Deal wants Americans to know the country can work, we can have positive programs and positive results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miha Kim, followed by Susan Powers.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ward and City Commissioners. I am sort of a newbie in this town. I grew up in Philadelphia, and I moved here from New York City, Manhattan. I came here to study, and I'm actually a healthcare professional. I know nothing about banking or architecture, although I am a huge fan of the arts and design. I actually organize dance events in the city, and I thought I was going to talk a little more about dance and the need for the elderly. My clients and my patients are elderly clients, but I just want to say I do work with energy in people, and I rehabilitate the body. But there's an energy when you enter a historic space that's different from a new space. And when I look for venues for it's Argentine tango events that I bring here, it's a different feeling because the energy of the space, of the people that were there, the history that happened there. And you all know when you go on vacation, you don't want to go to the suburbs. You want to go to a grand city with architecture that has been preserved, and this is just it's a priority. I chose to live here because of the culture here. It's challenging for me sometimes, but I needed to quiet down. Yeah, it's just something that I value, and it's different when you live in a home that's been, my house is over 100 years old, and I have to put a lot of money into it to preserve it, and I chose that decision to just contribute to the beauty of the work that people put into these buildings. The former owner of my building, he restored my house and spent 30 years of his life just continuing to invest. And guess what? I get to reap the benefits, but I am also willing to take that responsibility. It's a huge investment, but think of it as an investment. We want people to move to Gainesville. We want people to live here, and it's a real special place where the nature is like no other place I've been. You all know that. I'm sure many of you have been living here longer than I have. So I just say, think of it as an investment, and I agree that there will be the funds if we ask for it, and I really believe that the people of Gainesville appreciate history and these spaces.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Susan Powers, followed by Kim Tanzer.
Welcome.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Susan Powers. I'm a Gainesville native. I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I was born here. I grew up taking dancing lessons in the Thelma Boltin Center, and it is a treasure. So the Thelma Boltin Center stands as a unique and invaluable piece of Gainesville's history, a state heritage site, and the only building in Florida that was built specifically to entertain soldiers before their deployment in World War II. It's a contributing building to the National Register of the Historic District, a fact that underscores its significance beyond our local community. Its history, from providing a place for servicemen to dance and find comfort, to serving as the foundation for musical careers of our local legends, is a testament to its enduring legacy. Our community, including the Gainesville Women's Club, of which I am a very proud member, and the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, has already successfully advocated for this building's preservation. The City Commission previously voted to save and renovate the center, a decision celebrated with state awards and recognition for doing so. The current recommendation for demolition or the removal of the significant east wing, the first part of that building that the soldiers saw upon their arrival directly contradicts this prior commitment and threatens to erase the very part of the building that holds the deepest meaning for those who originally it was meant to serve. While financial considerations are important, the argument that the renovation cost has increased is a temporary problem with a permanent, irreversible solution. We have the opportunity to move forward with the money that's already available and continue to seek additional funding. It is a matter of prioritizing our city's heritage over an immediate budgetary challenge, and we must not allow a temporary problem to result in the permanent loss of our history, especially given the building's documented historical significance and as recognized by the state and national registers. The Thelma Boltin Center is a cherished landmark. Its preservation honors our past and ensures that the future generations can understand the sacrifices and stories it represents. We would do well to protect this unique piece of our shared history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Tanzer, followed by Matthew Hurst.
Welcome, Ms. Tanzer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I too hope that you will choose not to demolish the Thelma Boltin Center. Once it's demolished, it can't be restored if new times come. I'd like to make 4 points. First, I'm very disappointed that the city hasn't seen a way to stabilize the building, to fix the hole in the roof in the last 2 years, or really over the last 25 years, in terms of stabilizing the structure in other ways. That's really, really too bad. Second, the before and after of a building that needs to be restored. I did the original schematic design hired by the University of Florida for the women's gym, which became the Women's Study Center, a National Historic building on the UF campus. I also, in 1999, did the original measured drawings and the original schematic design for the depot building for cost assessment purposes. In both of those cases, the before was bad. You should have seen the depot in that time. It was just crazy in terms of how bad it was. In both of those cases, it's important to think not just of the components, but the whole building itself and the role that they can play in communities, and both of those play important roles in communities. So I think that showing that it's in bad shape is not surprising. Those of us who live in old buildings in Gainesville, and I do myself, know that they need to be fixed. Everything needs to be fixed over time. You can't replace the character of an old building with a new building. I think we can see in the historic restoration or preservation of the Siegel building the difference with the new apartments on University Avenue. There are lots of tall buildings on University Avenue. I hope you can see that the character of the Siegel building is going to be extraordinarily better than any of those new apartments. And this would be the case here with building something new on the site. You just can't make something new seem old and full of character. And finally, I'd like to call your attention to the difference between the subsidence in the building. I'm a licensed architect, by the way. The subsidence of a building which happens on every creek across Gainesville. And if you've ever been in one of those buildings or know someone who has, they develop cracks because the soil settles. That's what I see happening in the Thelma Boltin Center. Being in a floodplain is a different issue. The floodplain in terms of flooding, the elevations would make a difference in that. And so I don't think I wish that we hadn't built in any floodplains, and the city has approved much more recent projects fully in floodplains, which would be another discussion. But the issue is not that it's in a floodplain. The issue is that parts of it are sinking, and that's happening in every building in Gainesville, and that can be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Hurst, followed by Elizabeth Hurst.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I appreciate some of the excellent comments you've had from citizens. One thing I want to take into account is we all have different pieces of the puzzle, and sometimes people on the outside, I don't think anybody on staff is deliberately deceitful, but I think that it can look that way to people on the outside. And often they have other pieces of the puzzle that's helpful to get their information as well. One thing I think, one of the bigger problems I think with the Thelma Boltin Center of city buildings in general is that I've heard this a few years ago. We talked to a lot of people who've worked on other older buildings, and their comment was, in general, not about Thelma Boltin specifically, but just that government was very bureaucratic and there's a lot more processes and overhead. And I'm thinking about if you or I have as a homeowner, if we have a roof leak, maybe we go out of town for a few weeks and we come back and, oh, there's a roof leak, and we're going to call a roofer. We're not going to call an architectural consultant, an engineering consultant, and a project management company that will then hire the roofer. We're going to go hire the roofer directly. And so there's an additional layer of 3 layers of overhead we're not going to have. And that's why we as homeowners can do these things in a lot more cost-effective manner. Obviously, government buildings are bigger. You're going to need some of that overhead. But Thelma Boltin Center is not that big. It's 8,000 square feet. That's about 3 times the size of a lot of fairly common size for a house. We're on cost, for example, for the roof. If you go on Google, you look at their AI bot, looks at statistical analysis that tells you that an architectural shingle roof in North Florida will average about $5 to $9 a square foot. One of my relatives my mom had to replace a roof on a 3,000 square foot house, and all said and done, it needed the prior roof had been done wrong, it had a lot of rot, and it all said and done, it came to about $25,000. That's a little more than 1/3 the size of Thelma Boltin. We multiply that by 3, we get $75,000. Now the cost estimates are a lot higher, I take it, because there's a lot more overhead involved. One possible solution for things like Thelma Boltin, if you all really are at your wit's end and think you have to demolish it, instead offer it to any nonprofit group that wants to come along and assume ownership of the building. You could kick in as seed money the money that you would spend to demolish it, roughly $500,000, and you could consult with your legal staff, figure out what the process would be and how long you would give for somebody to step forward and see if they could do that. And it might work for them because it might be a lot more cost effective for them than it would be for a municipal government.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Elizabeth Hurst, followed by Robert Mounts.
Okay, we're going to put up her slides
We're going to try
while she speaks.
since it's been almost 2 years. So we'll have a little refresher and a visual aid. I hope we will see how it goes. My name is Betsy Hurst, and as you all know, I was born at that old Alachua General Hospital, grew up doing ballroom dancing and teen time at what became known as the Thelma Boltin Recreation Center. I appreciate your comments, Mayor Ward, about the commitment to historic preservation, and I am very appreciative of that. I know I mentioned before when we went through all this for several years that the Thomas Center wasn't very old when it got saved. It was 1910, 1920s, and that was in the 1970s. As you know, had the demolition order before it got saved. It came very close. The Hippodrome, it came very, very close to being demolished. It was a grassroots effort, and we all worked very, very hard, and that was a 1911 building. So we're still talking about the 1970s.
So I know when you think that maybe a building that's 80-some years old doesn't seem as old to you, but when you put it in perspective, it does. I'm fortunate. I just came back from getting my renewal. That's very much needed, visiting Windmills and Friends and historic buildings and staying in quite a few that were more than 500 years old. I know where there's a will, there's a way. So I've seen that. I've gone to buildings with zero foundation, but with the right people, they stabilize them. They even told me about the house by the oldest windmill. It rocks at times because of the soil, because it doesn't have foundation underneath the home. But they are happily still living there. As far as we were told by staff when we went through this years ago, the property has never flooded. As far as we have been told by Wild Spaces Public Places, I think Peter McNeese was one of them, it has never had ingress into the building. And the roof, you heard my son mention that. My roof had trusses that were farther apart like that because it was only 9 years newer, the house that I grew up in. And thanks to Phil Haight, who used to be on your Historic Preservation Board, they were able to save the trusses and get the roof done right. And it was scary at times, and it wasn't very different than what we're hearing about here. The window, the day I broke my hand in front of Holy Trinity Church back in May, I'd been to the window restoration meetings at the Matheson Center where they're restoring the big window in the front. I don't know if you've seen that. So that is being done. We've been to the Windsor Hotel in Americus, Georgia, and oh, those floors really slope. But their Downtown Historical Society has worked really, really hard to preserve. They have their free diagonal parking right by it. We were able to do a ghost tour, but they have weddings. It's where Jimmy Carter and Rosalind and different people utilized it quite a bit. I see something flashing. Please install the new roof as quickly as possible. Please consider your actions for Gainesville. Please help us keep what we still have remaining special. Please don't have this be a heartbreak. Maybe you can find a nonprofit group that would be able to help maintain it and reopen it and save it.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes, that was the
Robert.
Florida Federation.
Robert Mounts, and then
Marvelous
Pam Lee.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Mounts, past president of the Matheson History Museum and current chair of its advisory council. We supported full renovation of the Thelma Boltin 2 years ago, or at least I did, many members of our board. At that time, I saw a very distinct bias against anything but demolition, frankly. You know, people had ideas for how to use the space in a more productive way. I saw very little sympathy for historic preservation or for the pleas of the neighborhood, which we joined. And unfortunately, I still see that today. It's no surprise to me that this is back before you for a 180 decision. But there are options, you know, with continuing on the steady course that you're on. It's actually spending that money to stabilize the building. That preserves the options that are available. Some of them have been mentioned. Recently, you may know that Melanie Barr brought the Holy Trinity Church a buyer for the Main Street properties on the edge of their demolition over there. And after a very serious negotiation in good faith, they were sold, and they're going to be preserved by somebody who cares about it. And that can happen here. You know, if you just stabilize the building, put a new roof on it. You know, the city bears some responsibility for what we would call demolition by neglect. Because when that roof fell in and a tarp was put on, soon thereafter, they turned the utilities off. You know what happens in Florida with a building where the utilities go off? You know, the humidity, the mold, the decay, the deterioration. You know, the city has responsibility for that. And they have a responsibility now as a representative democracy to reflect the desires of your constituents, particularly those in the duck pond and those that care about historic preservation in our city. You made a good decision a couple of years ago. Stay on the course, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce.
Pam, sorry, I lost my place. Pam Leahy.
Thank you.
Well,
I wanted to comment on Commissioner Book's mention that we did talk originally when we were getting this money. We were all I'm a member of the Thelma Boltin, friends of the Thelma Boltin. And we were very excited, the money that we were given and promised. And we thought, okay, this is going to be a success. But we didn't think that, okay, it was going to just happen like that, or that that was going to be our finished amount that we were going to have. We thought, okay, good. We have enough money to make this a building that we can come into, not with that, fence all around it that prohibits anybody to get near it. We envision that we get that money, we'd be able to stabilize the building enough so that we can all come in and see and not be in danger for the roof falling down, which I don't think would happen once we spent this money. So the idea that we had wasn't that we weren't going to work on fundraising and getting it going more than this. We didn't think that was the finished amount. We just needed to be able to have access, to make that first step so that we can get our people gathered again who had been so enthusiastic up until now. Why we're even in this process at all is all these people who really cared. We needed to get them back once it was available that we could go in the building and get everybody enthused and let's fundraise more so that we could do this. That was the process, and I think that it's a very realistic process. I don't think it's pie in the sky. Oh, we want to do this, we can do it. It's something that we really felt very glad when you gave us that money that we could do it. Stabilize it. Let's look at the costs that need to be done, the roof, whatever. I think it is inflated, but you don't need to listen to my point of view on that. But take my word on it, that when there is a lot of enthusiasm, what I encountered here in Gainesville with people who are friends of the Thelma Boltin Center, they will come together where that building is, and we will be able to really move on this. So give us a little bit more time and let us follow through on that. Thank you.
thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thanks everyone for sharing with us. I would point out to you that we also had letters and emails from folks who agree with you and people who don't agree with you. Some vociferously in both directions. Does anybody have any comments on the dais? All right, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you. So, in regards to the floodplain, we've gotten some understanding from staff that part of the issue is that the floodplain is not just in this site, it's a whole system, and that the choke points up further up, we cannot remove those choke points because they affect the floodplain lower down. That's the nature of how governments and even private individuals can work in a floodplain, is that you basically, whatever the current flow of water is, you can't change it. Even if it's bad for some people, you really can't change it unless you mitigate it some sort. We can't remove the choke points further up unless we do something different further down, which is potentially this site. I am interested in that idea that maybe it's that parking lot that's south of it that that entire, in essence, it's an entire block. The parking lot and the portion that's across the street. I don't know if the school board owns the portion, not across the street, but across the stream. But that if it's only about the floodplain, then it might be easier to save the building or build on the site, but open up, in essence, overflow or whatever you want to call it, where the current parking lot is. And sometimes that's what governments do. They open up areas like that. So the floodplain issue, yes, it's not about flooding the floor of the building and multiple feet. It's about the whole system and about whether that flooding is going to further destabilize the soils that are currently there, foundations that are currently there. Of course, if we put in a bunch more foundation, if we sink new foundations under existing building, hopefully that will help with the issue. I just want to wrap some of that floodplain issue in there. That we can't just remove the upstream without doing something downstream. And so I just, the original idea of only spending 3 million versus 5.5 or 6, but now we're talking much more. What has been accurate is what I know that I predicted, and it's why I did not vote to go to this $3 million plan, is that it will cost more than we think. It's going to cost more than we think. The building, we don't know until we open it up, and then we really see what is there. And that's, in my opinion, has come completely true. I was right. And humble too.
So modest.
So modest. But I appreciate that we in the city have worked on historic preservation. The Thomas Center is one that did we just approve some, or we're in the process. We're getting close to having to dump a bunch of more money into the Thomas Center, partially because we need it for all of our office spaces, but we have a long-term commitment in the city to keep the Thomas Center, and we have to continuously put more money into it to preserve it, just like anyone in their own home. If this was a private home, the Thelma Boltin Center, I don't know that someone would give us a mortgage for this partial whatever. I don't think someone would give us a mortgage. I don't think a bank would say, yeah, this is a good investment. You know, we can think of it as a home that you just temporarily fix something. I'm pretty sure a bank would not give us money for the temporary fix. But because we got money floating around, but also in a private home, usually you only have to house you and your family. The city does not have to merely preserve this historic building. Out of wild spaces, public places, that we're already criticized that we don't do enough on the wild spaces portion of it, we also have to take care of everybody with that. My district is suburbs. And we can say people don't vacation there, but my people live there. It's nothing but shopping centers and apartment complex. Multifamily version of suburbs, but that's my district. And I want my Southwest Gainesville, my district, to be a special place. But outside of a pseudo park behind private homes on a private street, there's not a single piece of playground equipment in my district. I'm going to say it again. There's not a single piece of playground equipment in my district outside of a pseudo park behind a private home on a private street that you can only get in one way and one out of. So the city doesn't have that playground equipment, the park, and this is about how we're going to spend wild spaces, public places dollars. And that has to be part of our consideration, because this money was not given to us for historic preservation. It didn't come out of a vote on just historic preservation. It's about public places. And so we cannot look at this as only one small piece. It has to be part of our whole larger system. We're kicking down the road for other projects. And so it's not going to be simple. We're talking about floodplain issues. We're talking about, could this be part of a trail system, this site? So I appreciate that it is hard, and some people may change their minds. Things change. So I think that's everything I wanted to offer. So I wasn't going to change my mind of, let's pull this back and restart, and I didn't suggest changing our mind. I have done very little of that, throwing out, let's just change our mind merely because I didn't get my way previously. Once we've kind of moved on something, I swallow it, keep on moving forward. I didn't vote to go for the $3 million plan that we're at right now. I preferred a full rebuild or that partial, but I knew we were going to get into this situation. I didn't realize the walls were going to start to bow out as much as they are. I've seen it. It's disturbing. I think people who think there's a $50,000 fix, I welcome them to go into business and offer discount services on engineering and construction, but this is a big problem we have. So I lean more towards solutions 5 and 6 because of how it has just grown. I lean towards that. And we have gotten some feedback, just to be clear, that some people who do think this is they call it a black pit of money, that the money goes in and we don't know when it's going to stop. If this was just out of historic preservation dollars, I would say, well, that's the black pit that historic preservation can be sometimes, but that's the purpose of these funds. But as of right now, they're wild spaces public majority, and then what we will probably backfill, wild spaces public places, and I think we have to look at all of our wild spaces public places, the list, And I even lean more towards, if we thought we were gonna spend 5.5, to divvy up some of that and make that commitment now. I would love it in a park in Southwest Gainesville, that's my own personal, but also for the space, recommit this. And I know it won't be a tit for tat, but if we no longer have this site, then public meeting space at a reimagined MLK becomes more important. It's only like, what is it, like 12 blocks away? I mean, it's this and MLK Center are basically in the same neighborhood-ish. And so it does become more important that we have the space, and that how we design MLK can have arts, theater, which we're already talking about some ability there, but for sure, if we go with options 5 or 6, we got to go back and look at MLK and make sure that we're providing that kind of space there. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everybody who made the presentation and to everybody who spoke. What a heart-wrenching decision and conversation that we've been having now for a few years. I want to kind of cut to the chase and just ask a question, and I think the person I need to ask the question of has actually left the room. But I wonder if anyone can answer the question of how much the Friends of Thelma Boltin has raised.
Well, we started fundraising when we thought the building was going to be saved, and some of the people said, oh, well, this is going to be for the museum. We wanted to have a museum in there celebrating the reason that the building's on the National Register and it's a state heritage site. So the museum is not going to be millions, not going to be hundreds of thousands. So they wanted to discuss World War II, Thelma Boltin, and the rock stars. We have less than 20,000, but that would put in a wonderful museum and become a East Gainesville Museum Trail. It would be fulfilling the cultural affairs, a mission of having, bringing to light our history, celebrating our past, remembering it. If the site is demolished, there's going to be no memory of it. The site does not need to be demolished. So we have money for a museum. I don't have anyone I know that can donate hundreds of thousands. That would be something I could look into, but you really have to know some well-heeled people to get hundreds of thousands. So we would get thousands here. Some people donated $25 just because they want to see the building saved. And then we kind of tapered off because we saw no activity on the building since almost 2 years ago. Nothing has been done to restore the building or stabilize it. A lot of testing, but nothing's been done. So it was hard to raise money when you see it, the project is at a standstill. And
Thank you.
I couldn't do anything further.
For sure. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Barr. Colleagues, I'm listening to what the community is saying, and I'm listening to their desire to save the space. But I'm also acutely aware of what our concerns are. And I hear the concerns, everything about the floodplain. I hear, the issues with how much money should we put into it to do what. I hear the issues about staffing, et cetera. But I'll tell you, I am not opposed to the idea of us putting money behind this to stabilize it and then turning it over. What does that look like? If we put it in the hands of the people who, A, have the heart to do the work, but we would need to have, or need to see a little bit of the capacity to raise the funds. That's why I asked that, how much money had been raised. I think there's the potential to pull in partners who actually could help you. I don't know if you've been, and I know you've probably done a lot of individual work, but I don't know if you've engaged with the University of Florida or if you've engaged with Santa Fe in whatever ways, whether it's to help you do programming, whether it's to help you find money. But I can tell you that even if we were to put in money to help at some point bring this back to a state where something could happen in this space, what you've heard staff say here today is we would struggle to program it. But I would like, and I think there is power, and I want to hear more about this. I know that we've already had public comment. But I really am curious, because I think there's power in the community ownership of this. Because then you don't have this issue again. We were talking about the potential of surplusing a property just earlier today, and we're moving that conversation to another meeting. This is a much bigger conversation because it requires significant investment. And we'd have to decide what the city would be willing to do. But I really do want to explore the idea of either the Friends of Thelma Boltin, another nonprofit, whoever, literally having the opportunity to salvage the space, but also having some time to generate the money to bring it to where it needs to be. Because I'm seeing some genuine concern from everyone up here on this dais. And I'm hearing the conversations, that we're having to really go back and forth on. I don't know where everybody is right now, but the idea of demolishing the entire building obviously it's a decision that will be made. I don't know what the votes are right now, but I do know that I would be very, very interested, and I'd love to hear from my colleagues here about what your thoughts are about doing something that would literally put this in the hands of the community, literally offloading the building to them, but it needs to be given in a way that is responsible from our side. So I wonder if anybody's willing to comment on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor, it's related to that, but I didn't know if staff could help us understand what level, at what point do we, or even a future owner, have to start doing stormwater on site? This old building, is it only if we build new on the site, or is it just major renovations? At what point would they have to engineer and put some sort of stormwater mitigation on the site? Just 'cause sometimes people think it's easy. Oh, I'll take it, I'll do it, and then they don't realize like what you used to be able to do 80 years ago. The site's not to code now, and so I don't know if staff can mention that because that's. And I also didn't understand how much if we change things on it, how much of it. Because one of the potential rebuilds had us having a very large water retention pond on the site, all along the east side. So just kind of tie those things together, outside of floodplain, outside of everything else, just like that kind of taking an old site and doing something new with it. We got to bring it up to the standard now. I didn't know if that's for you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, so the stormwater issue, and Gavin Amtor, I'm not a stormwater engineer, but the stormwater issue is twofold. One, if the city were to either add to the building or demolish and add on, then yes, it would trip stormwater requirements. There's an acute issue with existing stormwater that I think we talked about when we were on site, where we have stormwater that's actually infiltrating into part of the foundation. So that's another issue unrelated to development that needs to be remedied. The third point I wanted to make is the building, as you heard, is declared a dangerous building. So if this was not under the city ownership and this was a private building in this case, the city would be enforcing or would be potentially enforcing demolition or remediation through our code enforcement process with the special magistrate. Because this is a unique situation, it's a city-owned building, and the city has been discussing varying ways to deal with the building. It's that aspect is not currently ongoing. But if in a scenario the city were to transfer the property to a private owner, if the building was still had all of the structural issues, then it would still remain a dangerous building, and the city by ordinance still has a requirement to remedy that dangerous building situation, either through demolition or through remediation by basically fixing the whatever the violation is.
Okay, thank you.
And a few things to add to that. The discussion about potentially
stabilizing the building and transfer it to a private entity. We wouldn't be able to use Wild Spaces Public Places funds in that scenario, just due to how the ordinance is set up and that those funding restrictions. The building would have to remain accessible to the public. Could there be some type of other arrangement potentially, but we wouldn't be able to transfer the property to somebody else. As far as stormwater, there's different triggers depending on square footage of what is being rebuilt or reconstructed, but water quality could be triggered, water quantity could be triggered, and then with the flood zone, any fill in the flood zone has to be mitigated by digging out the equivalent elsewhere in that same floodplain. When we talk about the building itself and what it was built to, it's not built to any current building code regulations. A lot of what's going on with that roof system and the trusses is the spans are just too long for the timber trusses, and then the timber has degraded over time, and that's ultimately what is causing the roof collapse. So that's why all the trusses had to be replaced. They're not traditional trusses. There's no bottom cords in them. So that's all contributing to that not having lateral stability and pushing out. So just a lot of complicated items with a system that was with a building system that was built in a particularly scarce time.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're in a very, very unfortunate situation today. Several years ago, I voted for the $5 million to renovate the building. And then we came back and I voted for the $3 million. And at this point, none of those funds have been spent. I had written a note to myself to declare it as surplus property, Commissioner Duncan Walker, and to see if we could give it to the Friends of Thelma Boltin. But I think what the manager is saying, that would not be possible either, because it is a dangerous building and everything would have to be repaired before you do that. At this point, I just can't see spending the money to restore it. I mean, what are we restoring is the problem. What are we restoring at this point? And it's very instructive that when we had the initial vote, had we stuck to that, I think the mayor had said that we would be well on our way to being to completing the building. But I cannot, in good conscience today, vote to put more money into this to restore it, and then it would still not be up to code to provide any programming. That is what's critical. At $6.2 million, it would not be up to code, and you would still need to put more money into it. We could take the money from Wild Spaces and put it into other structures in the east and look at helping to bring forward more programming there. But I'm sorry we didn't stick to the $5 million several years ago when we voted on it to restore. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Engel.
Quick question though, the roof is no longer leaking, is that correct? We've got it to where it's actually holding water, or is the roof still leaking?
Over the auditorium, the tarp is covering the leaks in that area, and the wing, there has been some degradation to that roof, and it is currently leaking.
I will say where I am on this is I am very, very skeptical of taking half measures on things. I would have a hard time convincing myself to put $3 million into it and then hope that eventually something good would happen. So to me, the two options are either, if we're going to deal with the demolition, look at the demolition, or if we're going to restore it. But I think it's irresponsible to put $3 million into a project that makes us a stable-ish building that maybe we'll do something with one day. I'll say I've done a lot of traveling over the past few years. I've been in Chicago, been in New York, been in Boston, and there's lots of historic buildings that have had very major renovations to them. where you can walk over and be like, this is the portion of the original building. So I think it is still very much a nod to our history to leave like the partial dance hall sitting up like the Historic Preservation Board recommended in 22, build a modern, useful space that can actually handle the programming and accomplishes what we want to accomplish, but still restore some of this, or still preserve some of the history that goes along with that. You know, on the whole, back in the day, buildings were thrown up very quickly during the war to try and get something that would work for what they needed right now, not with a look to what was going to be standing for as long as it was. I just don't think that was the philosophy at the time in wartime production. So I could really go either one of those ways, either partial, or, you know, save it partially, build us a functional new building, or, you know, turn into a park. I will say, coming up with $7.5 million, which is what it would take to do a partial restoration, to save part of the building, bring everything else kind of up to modern standards, put in a green room, make the stage programmable, those type of things. Is that roughly a year's worth of wild spaces, public places money?
Yeah, approximately.
I mean, so that's a pretty big chunk of the funding to go into a center that's there. Whether that's the place that most needs it in town, or that's where like I said, I'm willing to really kind of go with my colleagues one way or the other on that. I'm a hard no on the $3.5 million just to stabilize it and then walk away. I think it's an interesting idea to see if we can't. You know, I don't know if it makes any difference whether we do this now or 6 months from now. So if it makes sense to get, for instance, Thelma Boltin or some other nonprofit that is really interested in stepping in and put that offer out there, and you know, if they can fix it up, let them shoot their shot. You know, if they think they can do it for that, or they think they can raise that type of money, awesome. But I'm skeptical that us putting that big a chunk of money on the front end to not come out of it with a useful building, I think is irresponsible. That's just kind of where I am on this. I'd be happy to hear from my colleagues on where we fall on the spectrum.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for speaking. Yeah, I think Commissioner Duncan Walker mentioned it as a heart-wrenching decision. I know this is one of the only votes I've taken that I've actually lost sleep over. Like, normally I feel pretty comfortable up here on every decision, but this is a really critical one. This is this is in the Northeast Historic District. It is it connects. It is a public space that connects that whole Third Avenue area there, to an open public space. I've always had a love for the building. I also live in an early World War II era house that I've always liked that simple traditional architecture. It's not traditionally beautiful or anything, but it speaks of the time period of people just working toward war production, trying to move everything forward, figuring out how do we build enough houses for people in these areas, how do we do it there, and this is very much that. I mean, it's a very utilitarian structure that really ties that whole area together. I voted, folks have mentioned before, a lot of stuff about common ground and how can we in spending the $3 million to just get the structure forward. I tried to find common ground throughout this whole process. I was the one who voted to originally do more community engagement to delay this, so to have a meeting at the Thomas Center they talked about there. I was very open to Commissioner Book's $3 million kind of middle ground with that. The building is very, very deteriorated. I hear everyone say, well, it feels in our hearts like there's got to be some way between, $6 million and $200,000 to get the thing open. But I think we're at our fourth study on this at this point. I mean, it's, I agree with Commissioner Engel. I mean, at some point you got to make a call as to what is the future of this building. And I've agreed, Kim Tanzer mentioned this, that you can't replace an old building with a new building and make it historic. I always was kind of skeptical of that plan as well. Like, how do you? I mean, okay, so it looks like the old building, but it's not the old building. It's a utilitarian looking structure. I mean, do we need an indoor facility there? Or do we not need an indoor facility there? Because I'd say the number one thing that we do as a city commission is we decide, how do you utilize space? That is what a city is. You have public space where people come together. What do you do within that public space? How do people come together within those public spaces? I think that this could be a very, I think this could be a very useful space. We have the Sweetwater Trail that is, I see it here on the future. So we have allocations for the future trails. Is that right, Betsy? That it's yeah, we have an allocation of funds to connect Depot Park all the way up to Tom Petty Park through Grove Street down to 6th Street. We had the Sweetwater, the Sarah's Greenway Festival that kind of celebrated that loop that could go into the future. I think there's a way to imagine the space in the future that could be very useful. But what I won't do, and I see this up there on the board, is the staff saying we're just going to spend $400,000. We're going to tear this thing down. We're going to put stormwater something in there, and that's going to be it. I do think that if whatever we do with it, this has to be a very useful and important space that connects that whole neighborhood together and is a community space that can be utilized, and that we need to give the same kind of intentionality and thoughtfulness that a place like that deserves, that connects to the history of it. But I just don't know if we're at a place now, and what I'm hearing from my other colleagues is we have tried to find middle ground on all of this over time, and I think we're at a point now where that we were trying to find middle ground on this long before I came in as well, and we've been trying to find solutions to it, and we have to find real solutions to that. So I'll hear from my other colleagues, but I do think we have to make a real call, and I think we have to do something that does fit within the needs of the community and fits the vision and the values of the community and can be useful to the community. That's what I have to think, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. And I'll go back around in just a second, but I want to put a couple of other thoughts on the board. I'm looking at, as all of us have a copy up here of the Wild Spaces spreadsheet. What are the items that we have chosen over the years to prioritize as projects for Wild Spaces, and how much ballpark have we allocated to that? Commissioner Engel pointed out that what we're talking about spending conservatively, and it won't be conservative, it'll be more than this, to make it a usable building is somewhere between $7 and $8 million. I'll bet you it goes more than that, but let's say it's just $7 million. That's almost a full year's allocation of the 10 years of Wild Spaces for the city of Gainesville, and it would be the most expensive project that is a current project that currently exists of anything that we're going to spend on Wild Spaces. So the question we need to answer, and this is a hard question because there are a couple of dozen people who have reached out, either live or in email, to say, yes, this is the most important thing we could possibly do. But that's the question to us. Is it the most important Wild Spaces project that there is? That is the question before us. Ultimately, I will tell you that I do not believe it is the most important project that we need to invest in. I believe 8th and Waldo is a greater project. It affects more people. It also includes historic uses. I think there are other things that deserve the people's investment. And that's what this is. This is not Harvey's investment. This is not the commission's investment. This is the people's investment, and we represent more than the duck pond. And that's hard. You all are good advocates. You've done a good job at making us stop and think about this. But the bottom line is this the most important project that we could spend Wild Spaces money on? I don't think, as attractive as the idea is, it sounds to me, Mr. Persons, Mr. Attorney, like we cannot just pass this on without first fixing it, without spending several $1 million to stabilize it. We can't just pass it on, because then we'd have to enforce a demolition order against a private entity, and we don't want to do that. Or we'd be in violation of our own stuff, right? Which certainly is possible, but these are things that we need to consider as we move on with this conversation. And if we decide not to decide, as the song lyric says, we still have made a choice. And there will continue to be things that we'll have to come back and have the same 3 or 4 hour conversation again. And there won't be a good answer then either. So having said all of that, I will say what I have said in several conversations recently, that whatever your idea is on this, you're not wrong. You may not win. I may not. Nobody's going to win. You may not be on the right side, on the winning side of the vote, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. Because there is no good option in this. We are not in a position to be able to, within the next 3 or 4 months, make this a usable building for $200,000. That's not going to happen. But I really do believe the question before us is this the most important use of Wild Spaces dollars? So that having been said, Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor. And because we are talking about wild space and public places, and we do have this in front of us, I just want to express a little bit to the community, understand the idea that we don't have any sympathy for historic preservation. Budget year 26, and this is not written in stone, but this is roughly out there that we will be passing budgets on in the future. $2 million on the Wilhelmina Johnson Center, because it's a historic building. It used to be a fire station, and it's going to do, it's been providing programming. Budget year 27, $3 million for McPherson Recreation Complex, because at this point, McPherson is basically a historic building, particularly because of not just the physical building, but everything it's done. Similar to Thelma Boltin, it's not just the building, it's what it means to our community. Budget year 27, $300,000 for Thomas Center, but the next year following with $3 million at the Thomas Center. And then all the way out, many years, potentially $1 million for Hippodrome secondary elevator, just to help the building continue to do what it does, right? So we have a lot of things that this is kind of our big dream.
Did you get Bulware on there at $4 million?
Where's the 4?
That's on the current fiscal year.
Okay, so that's the current fiscal, yeah. Sweetwater Rec, wait, where's the 4? Okay, see, it's on the 4. We got a current year that we've already really nailed down, allocated versus into the future. Bulware is another one of those historic. But some of those things in the future, if we spend an extra $4 or $5 million here, the $3 million currently that we've already allocated, but let's say it takes another 4. If you take it all the way off the back end of projects, you're talking about future multi-use trails, probably 2 years worth of the trails we would like to do, let's say, multiple years from now. And so this does all play in, because this is what we're trying to do. But I agree with Commissioner Eastman that we gotta, not that we can come up with every idea right now, but that site needs to be not just merely stormwater. That if it's part of a trailhead, that we provide an opportunity for it to be, in essence, interpretive, historical. Whether it's that it's because it has World War II, so if it's about World War II and veterans, I think that's still a good use that can be fit on the site. So to get a lot of uses out of the site, still good uses. I agree with that. And if it's that we don't have that yet, and that part we need to continue on, but I do have for sure I'm interested in that. Because we should get something besides just a stormwater pond. Let's get something else out of that site, because I think it can. The idea of having perhaps two housing pads on it was interesting. I don't think that's where most of us are headed, but that was interesting. Get something extra out of that site. Two affordable housing units on that would be great, close to downtown. But if we do this again, it does open up my conversation about the parking lot across the street. Do we still need it? What do we do with it? Can it be reduced in size? Do we sell it to somebody who needs extra parking for something, where they've got residences who don't have enough parking? So anyways, that's where I'm at. I do just personally, I was willing to accept the idea, like, okay, we're going to restore it. We're going to do this. Fine. I didn't trust that it was going to come in to the budget. I like buildings that have great history. I go to the Hippodrome, walk by it. This building is, someday going to be historic. I like brutalism, despite what everyone else likes. I like our historic buildings. We've dumped a lot of money. I love the Thomas Center. But I feel like this is one where the building itself isn't what we should be preserving, but definitely the uses, what the building has meant to us, the idea of serving our community and having events and all of that, and the history of WPA, World War II, the home front, that's interesting to me as well. So if we can have that wrapped up in the site, I would like that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think each one of us had the opportunity to don a hard hat and walk through that building. And I did that, and I was just shocked at the state that the building is in, with the walls separating from the actual structure. It was just devastating to see it. And I want to say the most important project for me at this time, if I can find money to pump in anywhere, is 8th and Waldo. And that's what I will be working for. But I don't see pumping more funds into this. It cannot, according to staff, be declared as surplus property and the city give it to the friends of Thelma Boltin, because we would have to repair it before we could give it to you, because they would not pass our own code enforcement rules. So I'm just not, and I'm not going to, I think, vote to pass this on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Yeah, we're millions short, millions. And none of those prices are going to decrease if we take one of these options. That's just a fact, because we've already seen the fact that we've had increases from just the last 24 months. Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Willetts, you were going down the list and talking about how we put some of our historic preservation monies, or monies that look similar in nature to that. And you mentioned some of the projects, and if you kind of follow the money of where the city commission goes, we are putting our money in that area. It may not be this structure based on whatever motion is made, but we talked about the Thomas Center, Bulware Springs, the Hippodrome you spoke about, Morningside Nature Park, which we have moved and dealt with some of our structures in Morningside Park that have some historic value. We're saving the bricks in downtown. We've worked on Wilhelmina Johnson, McPherson Park, and we've done some wonderful work in Evergreen Cemetery, which has incredible historic value. And we've voted to at least support leveraging of efforts for the Florida Theater. It's not our property, but we've at least told the owner there that if they can find some funding streams, we're in support of them doing that. And I only mention that to say that the narrative for us of supporting it, we are supporting it, but unfortunately there are times where you can't support everything at all times. When I was working in Pleasant Street as a lieutenant, we had a grocery store years ago, and it was absolutely a disaster. That grocery store had been sitting for many years, and it was really hurting the neighborhood because the element that used that particular grocery store was destroying the Pleasant Street community, and yet it was a historic structure. As a lieutenant, I just wanted the neighbors to feel like they were safe, and I wanted the community around there to feel like they could be in their neighborhood and not have to worry about that element. And ultimately, I remember that the leaders of the city at that time, I was just a shift commander, ended up taking that down to a lot of discussion, a lot of passion for that. And ultimately, I look back and it was the best thing for that particular Pleasant Street community at the time. And yet it wasn't a great option. And I kind of feel that way for Thelma Boltin at this point. 6-7 million minimum now increases is a bad situation for us. And Commissioner Eastman, you said if you build a new building on it, then that's not an old building. So that's not that would never be in my thing. I don't even know how we'd make that work. It is unfortunate. No perfect solution here. No good solution. We just need to provide the best of 6 non-perfect solutions in that regard.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be, so what I'm hearing up here is very reluctant, but still, that we are coming together with swallowing this bitter pill of needing to, frankly, move forward with staff's original recommendation. And so I did kind of want to pivot from that into something more positive as to what this can be. I mean, one thing is, as I mentioned, there is a long-term Sweetwater Trail that is running from Depot Park up through Tom Petty Park, over through Grove Street, down the 6th Street Trail. It has been talked about for a very long time. I sent a motion to Kristen, who can bring it up on the screen. I want to bring something forward so that we're not just saying we're tearing this down and then there's a big blank space that is there. How do we turn this into a location that could be that the community, which is a very creative neighborhood, is a centerpiece of artists. Have you guys ever been to the Gainesville Fine Arts Association, where they go from house to house to house and they meet with the local artists? Like half of them are here right around this area. It's a very artistic area. It's an area that and how do we incorporate art into these areas while also honoring Thelma Boltin's legacy, which right after Thelma Boltin left her employment at this location, she went on to be, I'd say more famously around Florida, as a folklorist, where she got to be called Cousin Thelma. She ran the up in Stephen Foster, working in the as the program director up there, was on public access radio, working on a lot of her folk work. Is there some way that we can incorporate folk art and some of that folk tradition into more public art that's in there? And so this can obviously change over time if we get more community feedback, but I did want some kind of positive vision going forward, even as we reluctantly go with staff's original recommendation. So the motion is, you can read it up there, but a staff recommendation to allocate the remaining funds toward reimagining the site as a trailhead along the Sweetwater Trail Loop system connecting Depot Park, the Madison History Museum, Tom Petty Park, and the 6th Street Trail. The reimagined site should honor the historic and cultural legacy of the location and Thelma Boltin's contributions, incorporating the folk art tradition she spent her career elevating, along with usable outdoor community space, stormwater improvements to reduce flooding in the neighborhood, and a community garden element to promote sustainability, education, and neighborhood connection. Staff should partner with local artists, cultural organizations, neighborhood groups, and the Historic Preservation Board in a community engagement process to create a unique public space that reflects the community's identity and supports local needs.
Is there a second to that?
Yeah.
Additional remaining funds, because we're talking about something here in this year as 3.14 according to our wild spaces public, versus if we need roughly what's our number for option 5, just for building demolition? That was roughly 450 to
650.
to 650. So are we talking about a total of 3.1 on this 1-2 acres versus some other number below there? Because if I got out of here, grab 500,000 to put towards 8th and Waldo, and grab 500,000 to put towards Southwest Neighborhood Park, that's more what I'm looking at instead of a $3 million 2-acre site.
So let me input a little math right here. Let's be careful with using the $3 million figure, because $1.5 million of that is the county's.
Right.
And if we go back and tell them this, they may not want to put $1.5 million in. That's a different calculus at that point. Also, we do have funding going forward in future years that isn't necessarily real yet for this very thing, for the multi-use trail, potentially, with some parts of this. Is that accurate, Ms. Waite?
Future trail.
The future trail items, future multi-use trail, that some of that could potentially interact with this motion. Does that sound accurate?
Mayor, Commissioner, yes, we could potentially do some trail planning if that's the direction we're provided today.
All right, but we should be careful about including the county's $1.5 million and assuming that would go toward this, because that's not what they committed to.
Thank you. So is this more about out of just the original 1.5-ish, to say that we're going to need to spend $500,000 or 600,000, and then what's left out of that?
Yes, but then Brian might reiterate what he said from before, but that may not necessarily all have to come out of wild spaces. Is that what you were?
That's what I was gonna remind y'all of. Remember that since it is the flood zone work could come out of the stormwater management utility, we do have fund balance there that could be allocated towards that. Also, tree mitigation fund for all the landscaping and tree planting definitely could be used in this context.
Okay, thank you. Then I will second this motion, because it helps me understand some of these different moving pieces. I think I'm ready to second that motion. And then, where we go with the county, go ask for the 1.5, who knows? Maybe that's too to Morningside, maybe that nature center is of interest to them, and so maybe we go back and ask them on that. I think this gets me where I need to be. So yes, I second the motion, and I look forward to staff coming up with lots of interesting ideas. Thank you, staff, for reminding us about the stormwater. If people want to know how sausage, this is how the sausage is made. It's literally different funding streams. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wells. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for making the motion. I don't think that we're going to have remaining funds or stuff. What the mayor said is pretty important, is at the moment we have 1.5 million. And we're hoping that the county will say, yes, you didn't do what we intended, but you can still have another 1.5 million. So that probably takes that off the table, and we're not going to know. And then we've seen kind of the expansion of figures for everything that we've done already. And at their lower end, it's 450,000. At their higher end, it's 650, and it's going to be more because there's going to be site remediation, and we've talked about some of the environmental aspects of it. I like what you wrote in the second and third paragraph, because what it talks about is community engagement to hearken how you deal with the site. I would be opposed to saying take the remaining funds to do this trailhead, because that's part of the community engagement piece. In other words, we're putting it in front. If we want the community engagement piece, well, let's get it. And if what they say is we'd like a trailhead, and the language you have, well, that's probably what ends up happening anyway. So I would. That would be something for you to consider, is drop that language entirely to allocate the remaining funds, because I don't know we have it. And don't think that we need a trailhead at the moment, because if we're asking the community for engagement, they may not tell us that. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. And let me add, I would be supportive of this or something very much like this, but I would like to include in the idea specifically and intentionally veterans recognition, since this had been a veterans facility or a soldier's facility. And because 3 blocks south on the other side of University Avenue, there is another veterans, there's art sculpture there honoring veterans, and it would be nice, I could see a duality of veteran support in those two. So just some language to intentionally include that.
Okay. It's a very long motion. So I'd have to find a way to put the word veteran in there. But I agree with you. I thought it kind of got included in the honor the historic and cultural legacy of the location and Thelma Boltin's contributions. But you're right, we did not push that forward about the veterans type work. But historic, cultural, including the folk art tradition, and World War II heritage at that second comma after that. Commissioner Book, the reason I wanted to be a little more prescriptive is just because I didn't want the community leaving here today to think that we were just tearing the thing down, that we were putting in stormwater there, and that was going to be the end of it, that we were being very intentional about saying, like, that's something that is unique and interesting will be going in there. And yes, I think community engagement would certainly change the mold of it, but but that we at least have some kind of vision coming out of all of this that would then bring it forward, so that it's not just a total loss at that point with a question mark at the end. It's it is at least something that is going forward. Was my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
I don't want it added to the motion, but if would also like just to acknowledge like the WPA and the amazing stuff that did, and the huge impact it had on the country and public spaces and everything else around for the years as well. And I think it's other big part of the history of the site. Doesn't need to be in the motion. And I'd say looking at this, it just looks like if this had been addressed 30 years ago, we'd probably have a functional center right now. It looks like a can's gotten kicked down the road again and again and again and again. I realize I'm coming in on the tail end of this, but I really feel like it's time to kind of fix or cut bait, and it sounds like cutting bait's the way that things are leaning right now. So it's a shame that the maintenance wasn't done all along to keep this from happening. And again, this is a decades-long issue, and it's something that I really want to make sure we focus on as we move forward, as we look at public funds, and as we're thinking the type of deferred maintenance that looks like it's saving you on the front end, but long term really just either destroys assets or is super expensive to catch back up on. Is something I want to really make sure that as we look at budgets, we really stay on top of. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. And I would add to that, as a corollary, when we talk about deferred maintenance, this building and the building next door are primary examples. These are 57, 58-year-old buildings, and it's been a long time since we spent any real money on this plaza. And a variety of other city buildings that are not currently budgeted for maintenance. So, all right, anybody else want to weigh in on the dais on this motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Duncan Walker in opposition. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2024-315 community meetings with notice text change, LD 2300016, with a recommendation the City Commission approve petition at LD 230000160 with modifications.
I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute, now that we've put it in there. Let's come back at 4 o'clock, and I know that's going to make it tight, but we need to take a brain break. item, I believe, for the afternoon. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, it is 2024-315, community meetings with notice text change LD 23000160 with recommendation the City Commission approve petition LD 23000160 with modifications.
Very good, Mr. Chan.
Hi, good afternoon. Mayor, Ward, and Commissioners, my name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville, Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition LD 23-000160. It's a privately initiated text change to amend the public notice and public participation sections of the Land Development Code. I'll just read a little bit of the explanation for the agenda item. So staff presented this petition to the City Plan Board on March 27th of 2025, but as you can see with the petition number, we've actually been discussing this since 2023. The City Plan Board recommended approval of the petition with staff's proposed conditions, with the amendment for one of the conditions, and today this item is here before you as a discussion item, so you're not voting on any sort of ordinance. There is a draft ordinance in there that was drafted by the city attorney that we included, but the private applicants did not believe that the ordinance went far enough for what they wanted to achieve. So we're here just to discuss some of the items and options for what can be done.
Okay, very good.
So let me just get into it. I'll make sure to take it slow because there's a lot of moving parts for this item, and I want to give you an overview of what we already do and talk through some of the parts of their petition that we think are possible and some things that we might be more limited on doing. So as a reminder, this text change is privately initiated by Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, changing these three sections of the Land Development Code, definitions, public notice, and public participation. The text change can be summarized into those three parts, and they affect essentially planning petitions, both legislative and quasi-judicial, that affect more than 5% of the city's land area. So, think about sort of large-scale text changes that apply sort of citywide. Maybe we change lighting code. Maybe it's a larger rezoning item that we're reviewing and presenting before you. Those sort of large-scale items are the ones that are the focus for today, not the sort of day-to-day land use changes and zonings that you look at that are less than 5% of the city's land area. So the petition can be divided into three parts. The summary is in that blue box at the bottom. So adding definitions for the Land Development Code, I won't spend too much time on that because staff and the applicant agree on what can be added as far as that point. Requiring more notice. I'll talk more about what notice we already do for planning petitions and then the options that they are requesting, and then requiring more participation with community meetings or other.
Hold on a second. Yeah, let's, if y'all want to have a conversation, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, no worries. So the third part of that is adding more participation in that requiring community meetings. And the number is flexible from what I've discussed here, but the original item was to add community meetings as a requirement, and we'd hold one in each commission district. That is flexible, as I said, but think of like some of the town halls that have been held in certain areas across the city. I think that's sort of what they're proposing. So I'll give you an overview of the current process for participation, public participation. The main way that currently occurs through the city is through the neighborhood workshop process that you've seen and changed over the years. So neighborhood workshops are required prior to submittal of the application, and they're required for those boxes in purple, those certain items here, planning petitions for land use changes, rezonings, some subdivisions, special use permits, development plans, street vacations, and master plans. And they're not required by those other items. Sorry, they're a little hard to read, but for text changes to the land development code, text changes to the comprehensive plan, annexation-related land use changes and rezonings do not need neighborhood workshops. Minor development plans, and then anything related to environmental remediation or safety related items. So neighborhood workshops, again, they're required prior to the submittal of the application. They require a public participation report. You know, what did people say? How did they feel about it? What questions were asked? A mailed notice within 400 feet of the property is required as well. So we draw a buffer essentially around the subject property, and we send the labels to the private applicant to send mail to those areas or those properties around the property. We also send mail to HOAs and neighborhood associations across the city that are registered with us. So we have a list of folks across the city that are engaged, that receive neighborhood workshop notices every time there's a workshop, regardless of whether they're in the vicinity. So you may live in one area and get a notice if you're an HOA or interested member that way. And then there's a required sign posting at the site. This is only what's required by code for planning petitions, and it's not all encompassing of all the other participation or engagement efforts, just strictly what's required by code. While some of the items don't require the workshop, of course we do separate, town halls and things as needed or as requested by the commission, should you so desire. And then last point I want to make on this is that in the event, let's say a property is rezoned, and then there's a later development plan, there's a workshop for each of those. So you got to do one for each of those applications. After the neighborhood workshop is complete, an application is submitted. So I'll walk you through what a typical board review sort of application goes through. So at the very top left, that's the first step meeting. It's our pre-application meeting that involves planning, public works, the building division, GRU, and others, and gets you a high-level overview of what's needed by the city. Next is the neighborhood workshop for those board review items that require it, with all of the requirements that follow. They submit the application in the next stage. Staff reviews it, and there's sort of a review cycle that occurs here. Once we find that the item is ready to go to a board, we'll approve it for board review, and that's where we place it on an agenda. We create a report, we make a presentation, and then we also do public notification. So that's the next step here. Public notice for public hearings. So this will be at our city plan board mainly and the development review board. So that's mailed notice 15 days before the meeting. There's also posted notice at the property that we're discussing. Some petitions do require newspaper ads as well, and we post the agenda 7 days before the meeting. There's the board meeting that happens after we notice it, and then depending on whether the board has the final decision, if they do have the final decision, they receive an approval letter or a denial letter, and then that'll move forward from that process. But if not, then it goes through the city commission review for land use changes, zoning changes, things like that. And then there's another notice opportunity here for when it goes to the commission. So another newspaper ad, another mailed notice gets sent out, and then posting on the property also occurs. So everywhere where there's these green arrows is where there's sort of a noticing opportunity. Public hearings act as a way for the public to participate in the planning process. And I'll go over some of the forms of notice that I just mentioned. So posted notice, these are some of the signs that we use that are posted on the property. They're required to sign an affidavit that they did post the signs and then take pictures of the signs as well to show that they were posted. Mailed notice, this is sort of a collection of some of the postcards that we send out for different meetings, for commission, for city plan board, for development review board as well. And then state statute also, for some items, requires a newspaper ad. It does depend on the ordinance or the item that's being reviewed. But depending on the type of application, we will, review what's needed by state statute and go from there. I'll also let you know that the Land Development Code requires these two items, the posted notice and mailed notice. What's required by state statute really is just that newspaper ad. And these items here required by the Land Development Code are considered more courtesy. So you have more flexibility in what can happen on those. Now that we have a good overview of the public participation and notice requirements, I'll go over what the application or the applicants are looking to change. So I talked about adding definitions. Staff doesn't have that many challenges or issues with this. So in the draft ordinance that's provided to you, those are the definitions that we would find are acceptable. So we can move on from those. The second part of this is adding public notice. So there's many different options nowadays. We're not limited to newspaper anymore. There are many different ways that people stay informed. So the applicant's proposing new forms of notice for planning petitions for items that are of greater significance or more than 5% of the city's land area. So we're looking at, and what's being requested is text messages, email, edits to the city's newsletter, social media postings, changes to the city's website, and then changes to the newspaper ads as well. Staff reviewed this petition with input from the city attorney's office and the Office of Communications and Marketing as well, because they have more purview over some of these items. So I'll start off with text messages as an option. While text messages sound appealing as a modern form of public notice, there are a couple of challenges with implementation that don't have a clear path forward for staff. We do not have a database of resident phone numbers. The Office of Communications and Marketing, they only have means to send citywide alerts through emergency alert systems, which are not used for more planning purposes. The planning division, we also don't have means to send text messages to a large list of phone numbers. May be difficult and time consuming to get folks' phone numbers and maintain them and change them as needed. So for that reason, we're recommending not to pursue text message as a form of notice. Email notice was more favorable because we send emails all day, every day. The planning division currently doesn't have a database of all of the residents' emails. We do have some emails for some of those registered HOA or neighborhood association folks that we keep in contact with. That's, of course, if they would like to provide that information. We maintain some of those, but not on every single person. The Office of Communications and Marketing can currently only send emails to those who have opted in to receive city news through Constant Contact. There are potential costs if we're subscribing a large number of people. There was an idea floated at the time to maybe create a campaign for large zoning or planning items that are of interest to try to get people to opt into emails for specific things. Based on all of that conversation, we can explore an email option or process, but our recommendation is to remove it from being a requirement for what we do sort of every day. And you'll see that sort of recommendation on a couple of these as well. Next is the city's newsletter, so reorganizing the city's newsletter so that large citywide changes are noticed at the top, including all meetings and hearings scheduled for the following week. So this is, of course, produced by the Office of Communications and Marketing. Some large planning items may already be highlighted currently through that process. We don't have planning doesn't have direct control over that, and we didn't feel that it needed to be like codified through a text change to the land development code. It's possible with some discretion, but our recommendation is to remove it as a specific requirement, but potentially pursue a process for where those can get added in as needed or as directed by you all or others. Social media, so another area that planning staff does not have direct interaction or control over. After speaking with the Office of Communications and Marketing, using social media in this sense, and this is all new and emerging too, does not match the intent of social media, which is to create conversation and engage with others and be social online. There were some concerns with moderation as needed for some of these contentious items, and there's limited capacity for some of that information or some of those resources. Sorry. The applicant did recommend an app that would be possible to be able to post on or utilize. After investigating, the app is quite expensive. So with that, our recommendation is to remove social media as sort of a requirement for noticing. Next, I'll talk through the website. So Office of Communications and Marketing does manage the city's website, with each department maintaining their assigned pages. The Department of Sustainable Development and Planning does have an existing web page with planning information. Since this presentation has been made, we've also created a separate page to let people know about upcoming neighborhood workshops. So there's an additional page where we list the location of the workshop, when it's happening and where, and how you can be engaged on items, even if you're not within that area. We've propped up a page for that. It would require some, maintenance as normal, monitoring by us, but it is very possible for us to do that. We didn't feel that it was necessary to require it through the code for us to do that, and it opens up some complications if we so happen to not put it on the website, but we're required to do it. That may slow down the process if we're required to do it. So our recommendation is that we can do it, but to remove it as part of the text change, and to just pursue it for larger planning initiatives as needed. Next and finally, newspaper ads and legal notices. So Florida Statute 50.0311 allowed for the online publishing of legally required advertisements. This was discussed as part of item 2024-820, online publication of statutorily required advertisements in public notice. The item was never approved by the commission, and this, I'll direct you to this text up here, posting newspaper ads and legal notices to Alachua County's website. That is what was being discussed at the time. Staff supports the added option for online notice, but we don't foresee a change in our usage of the print version of the newspaper versus online, but we do support that option being added in case it is desired by the commission. Finally, the third part of their application is for added public participation. So this is the community meeting portion, the town hall portion that they're looking to require for large-scale planning initiatives. So originally, they were requesting for community meetings, one in each commission district. That has changed slightly, so I'll let them talk about what options they're looking to achieve with that, so I won't spend too much time on those details. As planning professionals, it's essential for us to plan for the public interest and conduct transparent public engagement. Much of what we do today is in pursuit of that goal. We did find that adding community meetings, after thinking it through and looking at our resources and the staff time needed to do that, it would create a duplicative meeting process similar to what we do here City Hall, and through, the city plan board meetings and others. It would have increased costs and staff time and resources associated with that, which would overall slow down an already lengthy planning process, which I'll show you on the next slide of what that looks like. So our recommendation is to remove community meetings from the petition. So if you can get an idea of where this would fall, it would probably, these sort of town hall meetings that would be required would be after submitting an application. They would have, the city would have to hold, meetings in different areas to essentially run a similar style of presentation about the item. There would be a report required that we put together for you all based on what we feedback we solicit, and then it would continue through the normal staff review, board approval, then it would get to you eventually. The text change was reviewed for compliance with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. We have a couple of, we have this one objective in the future land use element, objective 5.4, with partnering with neighborhoods to facilitate effective communication between residents in the city and develop specific actions to address neighborhood identified goals and improvements. I think you've seen this in a couple of different areas. The main one that I think of is the Community First initiative, where we are actively trying to listen to some of the concerns that neighbors have and try to put forward policy and take action that can help alleviate some of those concerns. So staff recommendation is essentially for you all to discuss because it is a discussion item. I did include the draft ordinance that was created after it went to the city plan board, and we sort of hashed out some of the details of that. Again, the private applicant did not think the ordinance went far enough for what they were looking for, so that's what this discussion item is here for you. But the staff and the city plan board approved the item with those following conditions. So the ordinance that you see in the backup is the result of what happened after the plan board, essentially. I am here for any questions that you have.
Questions on this, and then we'll ask Ms. Carr to come up and tell us what we need to hear. Commissioner Engel.
I did a couple of questions. So there's been 15 days mailing prior to the meeting. That I can see where that used to be super plenty. Now that we don't have local sorting for mail, everything's going through Jacksonville's mail's been kind of slow. Is 15 days still functional?
Yes, so the 15 days that I referenced for mail, I can go back to that, is for the mail to be posted. So it's essentially postmarked by that date. And there's not necessarily a guarantee for when it's received.
Right.
So unsure, but we do, yeah.
And I guess that was my question, because it used to be, if you mailed a postcard from Gainesville to Gainesville, it went to 34th Street, then it went back to wherever it went, right? Now it goes to 34th Street, then it goes to Jacksonville, then it goes back to 34th Street, then it goes, so it's a much longer process than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know if 15 days was still appropriate for people to be able to get that mail with enough time to plan to attend those meetings, or if we need to look at some different date, or if that makes any sense at all.
So the city does oftentimes put ourselves as the receiver of some of these mailers to verify.
Okay.
We do get them, I would say it's still before the meeting. I don't have like an exact number because the mail is mail. It's a little bit
Sure.
unpredictable at times, but so we do receive it before the meeting. So the assumption is that the resident that should be receiving that would also receive it before the meeting. They would not, of course, receive it 15 days prior,
Sure.
But that's the goal.
And then excuse me, with the emails and the texts, I feel like it's a fairly small subset of Gainesville that is super interested in land use changes in zoning. Like, it's just not a conversation I have over dinner a whole lot. So even if we don't have a giant list of mailings we can send out of that, would it be reasonable or possible just to have like a service you could sign up for to be like, you know, I'm one of the people that would like to hear about land use changes when they come out. You know, like we've got for HOAs and the rest of that. Is there any way you could opt into a system like that, or you could get the email without having us having to try and track down a viable email list for actual notice?
It may not be a conversation you have often, but unfortunately, it's one that I have very often at dinner.
Sure. I feel like you're one of them.
I am interested. But to answer your question, I think for the email, there's definitely more opportunity to do it through that realm. I'll probably kick it off to Jen to answer, or Ms. Smart to answer some of the feasibility questions for email. For text, after speaking with them, it seemed also less feasible than email. So
Sure.
I'll let her speak.
Welcome, Ms. Smart.
Yeah, Jennifer Smart, Communications Director. So email, we're very much able to do. We can create sort of a registration where people can go in, indicate what they're interested in learning. We already have things like that. People can get into our newsletter and they can register to learn more about parks or about programs or about other services. So we can put this in there as a selection, and that way we kind of build a group of people who will be receiving this. Text messages, we don't have that option. We currently don't have any way to manage text messaging for people in this capacity.
And then the My GNV app, does it have any options on that to where you could get like an alert or something along those lines?
So I'm trying to investigate how that works. That's not within the communications office.
Sure.
I understand that there is something with My GNV that allows you to get text messages reminding you when trash collection is happening.
Okay.
And I don't know how and when that was set up. I have a request in to find out a little bit more about that, and it's potentially something that could be worked out in this way, but I don't have the answer.
Okay. And then on the newsletter, if I've got this right, it looks like it's just kind of alphabetized as to what comes up, because I know Barnyard Buddies seems to be on the top of the list quite often. I guess it'd be hard to quantify what's like important news or big news or some of that stuff. So is that newsletter just usually alphabetized?
The weekly newsletter that
Yeah.
we send, GNV News. I think that the way that we usually do that is sort of chronologically and then by importance. So
Okay.
when you see the things at the beginning of the newsletter that are upcoming events, those are done chronologically. So you'll always see what's happening next in relation to the day you're getting the newsletter, which is on Wednesdays. Other items are put in order of importance, and sometimes that's just due to sort of their significance or their immediacy in time. So we could always prioritize things like these land use changes and put them up at the top of our newsletters in a way that draws more attention. But we, of course, will still only be sending that to the people who've subscribed to our newsletter.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willits, and let's be careful with too many questions because we do want to give the applicant an opportunity as well. But that's all right.
Right. I'm holding some of my questions for later. Let me see here, just so I'm clear, and the applicant will probably, we've been talking about it since 2023. Was that the applicant originally in 2023, or was it that we're kind of been talking about this and then the applicant has stepped in with something that's kind of combined and merged?
Yeah, since 2023 is when they submitted their application.
Okay.
Of course, notice and participation has been talked about many, many times.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. And to the point about our beginning this journey in 2023, there's been a lot of give and take, and we've really enjoyed working with staff about this. And I think we've gotten to a point where are very close to getting resolution. So I thank you for your time. So I'm here as a director of Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, a nonprofit group that's been concerned about land use changes in the city. And over the last 6 years, we've seen 3 major changes come across the dais for changes to land development code in one form or another. And in the course of that experience, we came to realize that there was a relatively robust set of or robust procedure for smaller projects that affected like single sites. And essentially those flow charts that Mr. Chan presented to you was the process for those smaller sites. But we were surprised to realize for larger projects that had the potential to affect 5% or greater of the city, there really was not much of a requirement for public participation prior to it coming to the plan board. And our experience over those last 6 years or so with the 3 major proposals that came through, waiting till it comes to the plan board is maybe not the best way to build public and community support, to really refine the best process or the best result. And so we really, through this proposal, wanted to focus on this challenge of what do we do about these big changes that have the potential to affect a large part of the city. And particularly, let me say, and I think my colleague, Ms. Tanzer, will reinforce this, we really think that the process that Mr. Eastman, Commissioner Eastman, followed with his town hall meetings for the last big change was very, very helpful, because there was a chance over those 3 meetings to meet, discuss the issues. And I think as a result of that process, we ended up with a compromise that suited his purpose primarily, but also the communities. And we would essentially like to see that codified in some way so that policy or that process could be followed. So again, citywide changes really currently require less public notice and participation in those changes on individual sites. And we really think it's important to have useful give and take between the public and staff in advance. So as Mr. Chan has pointed out, there are 3 parts to the present or our proposal. 1 is added definitions, 2 is enhanced public notice, and 3 is public participation. So I'm going to address the first 2, and then Ms. Tanzer with the third. So we felt that it was important to add actually a number of definitions to the land development code, but through our discussions with staff, we have backed off of all of those except for the 2 that deal with legislative decisions and quasi-judicial decisions. And we just felt that it was important in the land development code that these be included so that the public could understand that terminology and understand where these kinds of decisions fit in the process. And we agree with this draft wording that the city attorney's office has provided for this. So I'd say that this part of the proposal is resolved. There are really no issues related to that. When it comes to the enhanced public notice portion, there are 3 pieces that we feel need to stay in. Or need to be done. 1 is the legal notice in the newspaper, 2 is legal notice on a website, and 3 is opt-in for email notices. And so essentially the staff has recommended that we go with legal notices in the newspaper and or have the potential to notice on a website like the county's website. But we would like to be sure that this opt-in email notice is added. And this is what Ms. Smart spoke to. On the city's newsletter website, there's this opportunity to check in and request emails about certain topic areas. And so we think that simply something that would read like land use regulation changes, including rezonings and comprehensive plan changes, would be added to that list. And then we could encourage those few of us who are interested in land use issues would submit our emails, and we would be giving notice in advance of things coming forward. So I think that's a simple fix. The process seems to already be there, and we hope that would be included in the revisions that are made. And finally, about enhanced public participation, let me turn it over to Ms. Tanzer.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. So as Ms. Carr said, basically our goal is to improve on the things that have happened in the past 6 or 7 years in the city, and to take as a model more the way Commissioner Eastman advocated for his proposal most recently. And that involves basically getting the word out to people more fully and earlier, having a chance for community members to talk to commissioners and staff informally rather than in this format, because as you all know, when 100 of us come to a meeting, you've got to quit listening. How else could you make it through the evening? It's very hard to absorb all the information. And from our side, of course, it's frustrating to say everything that you think is important in 3 minutes. And what I have found in my life experience going through these kind of meetings, if you are in an informal setting, as we were with Commissioner Eastman, he made a presentation and then people ask questions. Sometimes 12 people have the same question and they can all hear the same answer at the same time. So having a public participation process that's more give and take and less you and us just makes for better results in general. This has been done a lot over the last 30 years in public planning processes. So as Ms. Carr said, this has taken a long time because we have gotten direction from plan board members and reviewed it and come back to them and so forth. We have pared our proposal down significantly from where we started. We accept that text messages are not possible to send, that the $15,000 for Savvy Citizen is too much to spend, that getting everyone's emails in the city is difficult or impossible to do. And we think that sending email notices through a subscription service like Constant Contact is a good start because that gets the word out initially. The second step of that is to follow a process along, and the city's website allows us to do that, or could allow us to do that. And then the third component is public meetings. So we had initially requested 4 public meetings per cycle and proposed 2 cycles a year. And let me just zoom out for a minute. And I'm gonna, I don't know if they can switch to this. So this should look familiar to you because Mr. Chan just presented it. This process is, as he kind of maybe glossed over, is for small single lot developments and to notice people within 400 feet. It is robust and there are many of them through a year. This does not apply to what we're talking about. We're talking about 5% or more of the city's land where none of this is done. Oops. No. I should never use my left hand. And so this whole long flow chart is only for those small developments. What our proposal's trying to do is to mirror that in the larger process. So you get the word out, then you allow people to track something on a website, and then early, we hope that you would have public meetings. So we're proposing that there might be 2 meeting cycles a year, as happens in other kinds of contexts, so that they could be clustered. We understand that there may be a lot of changes that affect more than 5% of the city's land that wouldn't be controversial. And so we hope that after today's meeting, you will direct staff to work with us to be more specific about what should be involved in these community meetings. So for instance, obviously the GNV-RISE type big projects we hope would be included. Most of these changes are initiated by the city itself. The only one I'm aware of that, except for our petition, that has been initiated by a private developer was Andy Coffey's proposal for small lots. So if there were other circumstances where an individual developer wanted to change land use across the whole city, he or she would have to pay a fee for that process, as we have. But if it's the city, then you all would be giving us and yourselves a chance through this public meeting process to learn more about these issues and to hopefully iron out discussions early on. So we now hope that there will be still two cycles of meetings a year, each about 6 months long, but we request two meetings per cycle, not 4. So a total of 4 meetings a year in addition to what you're already doing. We proposed a possible schedule. Again, we can work with staff to make this clearer, but essentially we're hoping that every 6 months there would be a cycle where you would cluster the proposals that are happening. You'd send the word out to everybody. There would be a meeting that would talk about the major issues. You'd get feedback, and then you'd proceed. And then it would cycle again in the next 6 months. So again, I say that we would have 2 community meetings, and we would design community meetings, we would hope that you would, to facilitate give and take, and that there would be 2 meeting cycles per year, and proposed changes might be grouped during this time. This would require an additional 4 meetings per year. And just for comparison, I went to the State of the City talk last spring at the CADE, and learned that there were 77 city-sponsored programs in Depot Park, each staffed presumably by city staff members, and probably some with other fees associated with them. There were 26 city free Friday concerts, so a total of 103 events that were city staffed and paid for in some fashion. Many of us, and then of course there are many other city departments that host workshops. It looks like the fire department is having health screening workshops. The Parks and Rec folks do various things. So there are probably hundreds of city meetings that are 2 hours long a year. We're asking for 4 more. Or that you reallocate, of that 103 meeting events in Depot Park and in Bo Diddley Plaza, have 99, and the other 4 staff hours can be allocated toward these things. The applicant, whether it's you or a developer, would be responsible for providing a report to the City Commission about community meetings, which would include a list of attendees, which is what's required for neighborhood processes. So projects. And again, so what we're trying to do is to develop for large scale, to parallel for large-scale projects what you already do for small-scale projects. And then, since we presented to the Plan Board, and as Mr. Chan mentioned, the city now has a neighborhood workshop meeting website, and so we're asking that in addition to having information about small-scale developments, it also reference these large-scale developments at the same time, so that the more than 5% of the city's land use would be incorporated along with the less than 5% land use.
Thank you very much. So just to summarize, we believe this proposal is quite consistent with the city's strategic plan. Let me see what the wording is. So it deals with things like equitable community and best-in-class neighbor services. So again, we think there's great consistency there. Especially, we think it will improve the relationship between the community and the commission to have the opportunity to have this give and take exchange about these large-scale proposals that are coming along. And should it evolve that we end up with that application cycle, 2 per year, we actually think that would really help staff and the city's plan board with scheduling. And I watched your budget hearing, I guess it was two weeks ago. I know you're really struggling with money and some very difficult decisions, but again, part of our proposal is we think could add to the efficiency of the operation in the planning or sustainable development department. So we hope you will consider it. So just to summarize, I think the issue of definitions is solved. There doesn't seem to be any disagreement about that. I think the issue about public notice is fundamentally solved. We just want to be sure that the opt-in email is included in the final proposal. We would like to see it codified as opposed to simply a policy decision, because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we may have a different commission, and we'd sort of like to have it expected that this is the way that operations will occur. But we're certainly willing to discuss that. And then finally, we would like to have community meetings required for these large-scale changes. Now, I've discussed with staff how difficult it is to define what is considered a large-scale change, and I don't think that that's fully resolved. And what we would request is that you ask staff to continue to work with us to see if we can refine that a little more and come back with a final proposed ordinance change for you to vote on. So thank you, and if you have questions, either Ms. Tanzer or I will be happy to answer them.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was the, and this is for staff real quick, was the structured parking change for in the multifamily zoning that we recently did, was that an applicant that applied to us, or was that city initiated? I want to use this as an example.
That was a private application.
Was that 5% of the city or not quite?
So 5% of the city is considered 1,823 acres. So it, like Ms. Tanzer and Ms. Carver are explaining, it's a little bit hard to quantify for all petitions. For the structured parking change, I believe that applied to transect? Non-transect.
Multifamily.
Yeah, so I can look really quick.
I can't remember whether it was sizable-ish, but I don't know if it hit 5%.
Yes, on my presentation, I did include some example applications and projects, text changes mainly, that did meet that 5% threshold. So some of the things that you all considered, restoring exclusionary zoning, the substandard lot and RSF4 side setback changes, lighting code updates because lighting applies citywide, occupancy limit and definitions. This item technically would apply citywide. Single room occupancy, SRO, that change. The small lot reform, that change would also be more than 5% of the city's land area. And then, some other examples.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't update this, so sorry.
No, thank you for that, because it gives, because some of these I think perhaps are, let's say, non-controversial. Maybe we don't need all of that, particularly having public meetings about the lighting code update is one that stuck out at me. It's like, I really don't want to be at a public meeting about lighting code update. We do discuss it and goes to plan board and whatnot. So I guess I'm still a little confused where we're going to be at versus policy versus codification. So that I'll let someone talk about a little after it. I agree with the general idea that when we do this, it is weird how robust we are on the small scale, and this less robust. I disagree a little bit on how staff has defined social media, the purpose of social media, because I'm really on Facebook so that I can read news articles and actually have a link to something. Instagram, a little less so, less conversations. But I was looking at the county does Facebook simple public notice. You're usually linking off to something, but even in their text image, it will give you a little, rundown. And I think that's perhaps newer in the past year or two. I really appreciated seeing it from the county, so that I kind of know what's going on without being, Gainesville Neighborhood Voices level of commitment and nerdiness to it. So I do want something more so that the information gets out. I like website notices. I actually like social media notices, but in what we're noticing, I understand that. I still have questions about the 400 feet. I know that's over in that process about. I know you've told me before. Is it any part of the parcel that hits it? Is it if you're in a condo association? What is being coded in your GIS? Is it the centroid of the parcel? So I have all kinds of weird questions about that. I'll say I'm glad I got a notice one for a variance. It was for a development review board. Eventually, it wasn't going to come to us, but it was nice to see the process, get it, see it. And when the sign was torn down or knocked down by the wind, staff responded when I said, "Hey, that variance sign, came down." So I really appreciated staff's attention to all the layers. But it sounds like we don't have those layers for the bigger stuff. So I appreciate something, and I lean towards what staff has recommended. But we'll see, how people feel about whether we need to really codify it. Having the multiple meetings, doing that in the two, I do have questions about that because I don't know how that fits with staff's kind of workflow normally. Different staffers are working on different projects and how that will line up or force a change in how we staff. And I'm really conscious that we really have cut back staff, particularly in sustainable development, and then asking them to go back and do more meetings. When I also know that staff is very responsive to answering individual questions from residents and commissioners, and working with us to try to get some understanding. Maybe those could be cleared up in a meeting, I don't know. So, but thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really what we're looking at is the capability to have more government transparency and community engagement. That's how I would view what we're trying to get to here, and the mechanisms that you do it are really what are important. I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner. With social media, by the way, research does show that social media is the primary news source for the majority of people in the nation. And those are vetted research. So whether that should be a policy versus a text change and ordinance is a different conversation, but it is a primary news source for a lot of people. Mr. Attorney, you've been involved. This is a more broad-based question. Do you have any thoughts or information that we would benefit from? Because you've been involved in many aspects here, and you have both a petition that the staff gave some recommendation, then you had a city plan board. So anything from your perspective that would be important for us to know, and secondly, what should be codified versus what might be policy or procedural would be critical.
As to the latter part of the question, Mr. Mayor, we can look into that and respond to you. I'm not sure where that line would be. And then generally as to the policy, we wouldn't have a recommendation. Our office was involved, I think, before the plan board and working with the plan board and the applicants to ensure that the provisions were consistent with the rest of our charter and lawful. That's the extent of our involvement. The whether to do it or not really comes before you, and I've listened to the recommendation of your staff. We don't have a recommendation as to whether it's a good change, bad change, or indifferent.
All right, and then thank you, Director, for the information. So we've heard the opt-in email system is really no burden because there is obviously advantages and disadvantages to each additional system that we put in place, but we also don't want to put in one that are overly burdensome from a staff and resource perspective and weigh that against, for example, some of the things you mentioned which were cost driven. So is there some information, Director, opt-in email system, what I think I heard you say was not difficult, and the other one would be the neighborhood workshop, which we just went live with, which I think is an excellent ability to reach out and provide information.
Opt-in email system is no extra work for staff, so very easy for us to implement, and in fact has already been updated, so it's already there as an option.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Well, first, thank you to Gainesville Neighborhood Voices for coming forward with actual practical changes to stuff. I mean, I love seeing this, and it does feel, I mean, I think I love seeing us kind of put one foot in front of the other and try to come together and figure out some practical implementation for, for how we do, which I think you guys have hit on a real question, which is, we have these, these one single zone changes versus, larger zoning changes, and then there was costs, and it gets complicated quickly, but you want people to feel like they know what's happening in their city. You want people to know, why large scale changes are occurring. I think the question I think is, what do we codify right into code, which I don't disagree with any of the ideas of how do you, having community meetings, reaching out to folks, sending out emails, doing sort of like passive communication versus more active communication. Where do each one of those lines go into, and whether you make that sort of a formalized process, whether that formalized process is put into code or whether it's within staff. But it seems like we're close. I mean, we got the public notice, the emails. We're working on that right now. I mean, we have that going. The definitions, as you guys say, you're comfortable with, and then the public meetings, you just want some more time to kind of work through, right? One of the things that was brought up is you said it's staff's recommendation with the changes in conditions. You guys said that you can initiate process changes for, and then you list a series of things on here. Are those all things that you're currently planning on doing process change for, which is the city's website, email notification, newsletter notification, and more neighborhood partnerships? Those are all things that are actively in process. Okay. Yeah, I mean I think it's great. I think we're very close. I'm happy to have more conversations about community workshops and community meetings and things. It's hard to figure out where exactly to draw that line, right? Like, we look in the backup here and you see that a lot of these things are not particularly controversial. But they cross that 5% threshold. Some of it is just up to the discretion of our communication staff to figure out what makes sense, and up to us as city commissioners and as elected officials who have to answer to the public at the end of the day. I went out and I did all those community meetings because it was obviously going to be a controversial issue. There was no hiding from the controversial issue, and so you had to go just talk with people and do all that work. And at the end of the day, folks will vote for us whether or not they want us to continue on this based on how well we communicate with folks. And so, how much of this is formal versus informal? So, I mean, I'm comfortable with staff conditions. I'd be curious about. We could some of the things you guys put in here separate from the approval. The planning division can initiate process changes on these. If there was some kind of like at an Office of Sustainable Development quarterly update in 3 to 6 months or so, just giving us an update as to where you are with each one of those things, so that there's some accountability for the process changes, would probably be somewhere between codifying it and just and then just saying, okay, go forth, fly. At least there's some level of accountability coming back to the city. That some of these changes are into account. But thank you guys for bringing that forward. And thank you all. Forrest, did you want to add anything to it?
Thank you, Commissioners. Forrest Edelton, Director of Sustainable Development. Giving an update during the quarterly update seems like a good place for us to do that.
Yeah, and then there's something, and that's something I've learned, I think, before coming in here, is that when you ask staff to, come back, give you updates on things, that is its own kind of form of accountability to staff. It's not the same thing as codifying it in law, but there's some downsides to that too. So I think that's a good middle ground there. But I'm comfortable with the conditions, and to keep talking through how we could do the structured meetings in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman, Commissioner Engel, then Commissioner Willetts, and then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back up here for a motion if necessary. Commissioner Engel.
Just kind of the same. I think most of these are pretty good ideas we can get behind. I think that the big question is what's policy and what are we actually trying to codify. And one of the areas I'm particularly concerned about is social media. Just in the mail's mail, email's email, but what does social media even mean? Right? If we say that we've got to put something out on social media, does that mean Facebook? Does that mean Facebook and Twitter? Does that mean Meta? Does that mean whatever the flavor of the month next week is? I think that's the type of thing that changes so much that it's really hard to put down in an ordinance what that would look like. So I think as we go forward and try and figure out what of these make sense as policy, what of them make sense to actually codify, just kind of keeping in mind what I don't want to do is gum the system up a whole lot. And I think what we were looking at here makes a lot of sense. The difference between quasi judicial and legislative action, even when I was on the planning board, took a little while to start wrapping your head around. So I think those type of things I think would be very helpful for people, being able to get information out very quickly, that type of stuff. So I just don't want to trip ourselves up on trying to put too much in an ordinance that really is going to have to be more flexible than that. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. By the way, the evening session is going to start at 6 o'clock, not 5:30. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you. So would this application require, is this a large scale change? Because it's a joke, but it's kind of a serious question. Would this, is that, I mean, most of this is other stuff, but one of this was board probationary period. So like some of it's just you changed something. So did Gainesville Neighborhood Voices hold a meeting in my district about this? I'm being a little facetious. So that's why I think staff's recommendations that have kind of heard and paired, and I think I'm fine with that. And I really like defining quasi-judicial and legislative, in the source, because it's always confusing. So if we can do that, and I know that partially that's, we're in a confusing state when it comes to that. But Commissioner Engel, if you don't have conversations with your an unwilling dinner partner about legislative land use decisions, then you really are a newbie, man. We're going to get you caught up.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Gainesville Neighborhood Voices for always doing the work with the people. This is an issue of access, making information, making policy, making the process much more accessible. And so that is something that's never lost on me. I thank you for bringing a very well-informed idea to the forefront about how you believe we can improve. I wanted to ask a question, and I'm sure we covered it and it has just escaped me, but what did we say about the website?
So for adding, I'll go back to that slide for the website. So it is very possible for us to prop up a website for certain petitions that are of interest or that may generate interest that we find are contentious or people might find interesting. We did say to remove it as part of codification into the land development code. As you've been discussing, the requirements for the land development code are pretty prescriptive in that, mailing 15 days before, it must be postmarked. So that's why we're requesting to remove that from being codified, but it's something that we can do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I really like the idea of something being on the website, because to me, the website it's almost home base. Commissioner, I heard you and really agree, what is social media? It's a lot of different things, and new ways to communicate via social media are always popping up. But the city's website is the city's website. And if that is the consistent way that people know that they can come and receive this information, I think it is a very appropriate place for us to make sure that we are consistently updating so that people will always be able to find the information. I'm willing to hear from my colleagues a little bit more. I do appreciate, too, the fact that Gainesville Neighborhood Voices brought forward the idea of codifying this, because to your point, what that does is it says this is the way that we're going to always do it. And that it's important for us to be consistent in making sure that this information is always readily available. So I like everything. I did just want to hear about the website, because I, too, remember when we were beginning our work on gun violence. And one of the parts that I built into that motion was adding that tab to the website. And so there it is, public safety and gun violence on the site. So I'm glad to hear that it is something that would be relatively easy for us to do, because I think it's a very easy way for folks to come and get information. And I'm sure you all will figure it out as you go along. But I'll go ahead and conclude my comments with just a big thank you and an overall support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. I looked, and, there is some irony that if 5% or roughly 7,000 people in the city are impacted, we have to notify them. But if it's more than that, we don't have to tell them anything at all, right? So it makes no sense, it's, you want more people. So I did write, would like to make a motion related, it's slightly different to what the staff have approved, and it's based on what we just heard here. And so I handed it to the clerk. And it is, I'll explain in just a moment, but it's very close to the staff's petition with conditions. Can you put that up on the screen?
I had held it because I thought you were changing.
No, I figured my colleagues may have some
I've sent it to
thought there.
broadcast, so it's coming up.
And there it is. So.
It takes just a
All right,
second to switch systems.
so that's the motion. While they're bringing that up, the staff slide that has approved petition with conditions, 1, 2, 4, and 5 remain the same. So when you read it, nothing changes. It's what the city attorney, what the staff have said, revise the provided definitions for legislative decision and quasi-judicial. Number 2 is revise the newspaper ad requirement per the city attorney's preferred language. I'll skip 3. Number 4 is remove community meetings from codification into the code. That would be probably procedural or policy. Number 5 is exactly the same. And the change that I made to number 3, based on the discussion I heard from the director and up here, was we should include website and the email opt-in notice into the land development code. And the rest would be removed exactly as it says. 1, 2, 4, and 5 remain the same with some slight alterations to section 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and second. Mr. Acting Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to take the opportunity to share a couple of points. With respect to the website, I think we've found with some of the most recent large-scale text changes that you all have initiated, that we did work with communications, or the Sustainable Development did, and I think that's been a very effective tool for communicating information about essentially the why something is being proposed, a landing place for staff to be able to post presentations or information about it. And I think that's been a very effective tool. And we've done that, I think, consistently, even if it hasn't been necessarily codified. The second point I wanted to make was, as you heard earlier with the quarterly update from GFR, the Community First program, it is an outreach tool. And I think a lot of the directors who I think work with neighborhoods, they routinely get questions about, maybe it's not, what is the, what's the best zoning for my neighborhood, but it is somebody's building something in their neighborhood. What does that mean? How can they do that? What are the rules? And so that is a tool, I think, for really kind of getting down to the neighborhood level and having those, those conversations that I think that are less formal when you're not in the auditorium. And then the third point I wanted to make is I think we can potentially pilot some of these things. As you all recall, the commission gave direction on doing 2 large area rezonings for the area of South Main Street, as well as in the southwest area. And so that will be, I think, an opportunity to really kind of try to get the word out. Some of those areas are going to be quite large. There'll be a lot of property owners and residents that'll want to know and want to keep up. So I think that'll be a good opportunity to test some of these things out in terms of website, email notice, some of those ideas that we're talking about today. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Manager. Let's go to the public.
So we did have our applicants signed up, but I think you all are good with your comments, or because they actually signed up for public comment as well. Okay, so then J.C. Derrick.
Welcome, Mr. Derrick.
Hello, J.C. Derrick with Main Street Daily News. Good to see you all. Just had a few comments. Main Street, obviously exists to inform the public. So, this kind of conversation is important and one we wanted to participate in. I've had an opportunity to meet with some of you about public information, public notices, et cetera. Would welcome the opportunity to meet with any of you additionally who would like to do that. But one thing I wanted to say is I appreciate the thoughtful conversation, the good questions, not only at this meeting, but at prior meetings about these types of issues. It means a lot to know that the city leaders actually care about informing the public as we do. So also want to say that the city staff, Mr. Persons, Mr. Chan, and others have been great about meeting with us and looking at us as partners, which is really the main point of what I wanted to say. I think most of you probably know this, but if you don't, we have 100,000 unique users who come to our site every month. That's online. In print, we have 20,000 print editions that we circulate every week for free all over the county. And so, yes, I do think, having a print component is important, but more than that, we are sort of all of the above. We think, anything that you can do to inform the public is what we think should be done, as many and all options as possible. And we want to be willing partners in that. Even something like text messages came up and I thought, we have vendors that we could potentially work with. We may have options there. I don't know. I'll look into it. But I hope you'll look at us as a partner in this process. And just again on the print piece, I will say we recently did a reader survey, and I mentioned the 20,000 print circulation. And in the reader survey, 62.6% of readers reported that they do read the public notices, which I know is often a kind of a question, do people see these? Certainly not to say the process can't be improved and expanded and made more robust, but I think that is an important part of the conversation that people do say, yes, they do read them. So again, thank you for your time, and I hope we can work together more.
Very good. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Oh.
Okay. Come on up.
Go ahead. Peggy Carr.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. There is one question I have about the motion, and that is, as it stands, the staff recommendation doesn't include the community meetings portion at all. And so I'm wondering if, Commissioner Book, if you consider modifying number 4 to say, have staff work with GNV Voices to try to develop a strategy for holding community meetings for these large-scale changes. And as though I'm not happy about it, but you could leave in the part that it would not be codified, but it would be a policy piece. So just because, again, at the moment, that's not really addressed, and that's not part of the staff's recommendation. Isn't that true, Mr. Chan? That it's not part of your recommendation to have the community meetings. And so if we're seeking direction from the commission, we'd like to ask that be included. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So staff recommendation did not include codification of the community meeting portion.
Ms. Tanzer.
And so 2 questions or 2 observations. One is Mr. Persons pointed out that you are potentially piloting what could be a community meeting process, which is great. We would be happy to help with our professional experience and as residents in thinking about how those might be effectively shaped if you're interested in help. And I think for our comfort, it would be fantastic if something like that were included in the motion specifically. That's the point. And then the question is, this is just me being confused about city processes. This issue wasn't noticed on publicly today. I looked in Main Street Daily News and it wasn't listed, which means that the part of this that would become an ordinance, would become listed in the code, needs to be publicly noticed. So what you're doing today is not that. Is that correct? So you're not directing a portion of this discussion to become an ordinance, because that can't happen because it wasn't publicly noticed. Is that correct?
There's no order. We're not passing an ordinance today.
Okay,
so
perfect.
That's not publicly noticed.
Okay.
If we're either first or second reading.
So the definitions ultimately will become part of the code, but not based on today's vote.
Correct.
At some future date. which we'll learn about by reading the Main Street Daily News. Thank you.
That's our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Commissioner Eastman.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, let's go.
Okay.
Apologies. The card that I received was for the next item, not for.
Okay, if you want to speak, come on up and speak.
Baksha, no.
Let's roll. Yeah.
I put it in, but you wouldn't let me speak to Jason, so I wrote it very clearly. Thank you.
I got you.
And I'm just going to say this because what's going on here is just ridiculous. And may the meditations of my heart and the words of my mouth be acceptable in Creator's sight. So I am Moksha now, and I would like to see more transparency and public notices. Ensure it as easy as possible. Ask for town halls on better communications. Keep the email, utilize all forms of communication, add more options, do not shut down public participation, as Kristen likes to do many times, and do active listening and compassionate listening by professional facilitators from NVCC trained to resolve the conflict resolution within the city and between their constituents. The county makes this much, much more easier. I also want to share that we also have another community which is being disregarded by some of the commissioners and the mayor, the medically disadvantaged community. So I would like to see large print. I would like to see notices for hearing impaired people. I would like to see notices for people that do not speak English. And I would like to see, for example, the draconian system that was out there that I was prohibited from coming in August 21st to speak on public comment, and then again today was held up for 3.5 hours. We did not all get that PSA. So I'm now aware of who Jennifer Smart is, but we need to have town halls when you are doing huge decisions like that, especially when it involves quote unquote homeland security, that constituents are not allowed to know about, but it is dictated to us. So I highly support Gainesville Voices with the exception, and thank you for seeing that. Ed Book, I support your proposal except for 4. No, codification is necessary so we, the people, do not have to do this again when this board changes. And the other part for Chan, I'm just meeting you now, please slow your roll. There are some people that are hearing impaired or need to listen a little bit slower. I know some of you all know all this stuff, but those of us that don't, it would be nice to go a little bit slower. I'd also like to ask for a town hall, what the county does a lot of and has their own process, all the different procedures. The county's website is very, very easy to access. They have a thing on there for ADA specifically. You can, a lot of things I shared, you can enlarge it and all of that. I do not see that on the city's website. It's actually very difficult for some people like myself that are Luddites to access. And I would like to see something offered by Kristen and Ward on how to, what is the word? All this rigmarole, share it with us so that we know and we're not dictated to and talked to like we are just below all of you. And again, I want to thank specific commissioners here that I always feel heard by, Willits, Book, Desmond Duncan Walker, and Eastman sometimes. Chestnut, I have not been able to meet with you. I look forward to our meeting, but I don't feel heard at all by you, Ward. And Engel, I know you're new on the block, so you're trying to stay neutral. But we need to be heard. We need to be listened to, and we need to be honored. And again, there's several people that can't even come here.
I am going to ask you to start wrapping up here.
So just make it really, really, really accessible. As many notices as possible. I'm going to say one last thing. Email, not everybody wants public records. So what Desmond Duncan Walker said, please make your website a lot more easy. Do not cut out the mailing. Do not cut out these things that the staff
Okay,
wants.
I really am going to need you to wrap
Thank
up.
you.
Thanks.
What is her name, please?
Moksha now.
What is it?
The card read Moksha now.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
The last speaker,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, all right, so, staff recommendation was very straightforward. There's now been 2 additions, as per your motion. So I kind of just wanted to jump into those. So I'm going through, and there's a robust backup here related to the website of the email. First of all, let's say that, so we're adding this to the land development code. Let's just start there. Let's say that there is some kind of a slip up in terms of whether it's been added to the website or not. Does that, well, like, what does that do in terms of the process? Would that mean that the large scale change would not go forward? Like, what kind of an impact does it have for internal, for staff setting this kind of thing out? Or I guess an applicant too, because this is also for external folks.
Thanks for that question. So for times that we, for example, for the mailed notice that's required for certain items, when we are unable to mail in time or don't get it out to Renaissance to print the mailers in time, it essentially goes to the next meeting. As far as it relates to website and email, if we're not able to meet that, whatever prescriptive deadline we put on ourselves to do that, then we would push it to the next one so that we are able to meet that requirement. There are some parts of the land development code that talk through in the event that, for example, for the posted notice, if it blows away, which happens sometimes, right? Or the signs are moved, that shouldn't constitute that we didn't post it. So for the purposes of that portion, it was considered posted. So it differs in certain ways.
Okay. And then when I go through email here, and I guess I'd have to read the exact language, or you guys are bringing us language at a future point, but it says that there's no database of resident emails. I mean, you already went over this, but I mean, that was your issue with it from before, is that what the language would say, is that we need to send it out to every email that we have, or is this more of a newsletter? Or what kind of language would you be bringing back to us with the motion that's being made here today?
I think that's unclear at this stage. We would have to talk through what is possible to maintain. I can tell you for the neighborhood list that we maintain, for the list of HOA associations and neighborhood groups that get noticed for things, is pretty difficult to maintain, actually, because people change presidents, or people no longer want to receive the information. So we'll have to come back to you with some more information on how that can be done, or specifically codified in the code.
Okay. And then I guess
Okay.
And I guess same on the website, if you guys had a recommendation that you could have a separate website, correct? That and so you would just have to put that addition on.
I imagine it would function similarly to maybe the 15 days before the meeting that it's going to. We would put a little blurb on the website that says, come to this meeting at this time where we're discussing this, and there'll be a description, not unlike what's done for commission agendas and plan board agendas. So it'd be kind of duplicative of that, but that's what I'm sort of imagining.
So broadly, your staff did not recommend these because they were duplicative, and then also there could be a if any one of these kind of hoops are not jumped through at any given moment, that could render the whole change legally non-binding at that point. Is that accurate?
Yes, that could be the case, depending on what ultimate language we end up with. For example, for today, if we do sometimes, as Mr. Chan pointed out, miss a particular section of required notice, we can sometimes have to go all the way back and do it again.
Right.
So that is certainly a possibility here. Or, as Mr. Chan pointed out, it could delay a project or a proposal. For the email system and really for the website as well, what we're going to have to try to navigate in the language, of course, is being specific enough to suit the purposes that you all are directing us to, but also not be so specific that we get tied into a particular system, per se.
Right.
So we do, for example, have our neighborhood workshop list that has contact information on it. That list can become in different forms in the future. It could be more useful in another way. today, the email list that Jen Smart pointed out, that's a great system. As she pointed out, is easy to use now. That may not be the easy thing to use in the future, may not be the best system to use in the future. So we'll want to be able to use it, but also be, not so specific to where it goes to a specific app, for example, or something along those lines.
Right, in the same way that our ordinance now says you put it into a newspaper, but it doesn't necessarily point out the newspaper.
Yeah.
All right, I think, of course. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My question was sort of similar, just about can it be, we're going along a normal process, we haven't done all this because we think it's less than 5% of the land, and then can it be challenged to say, the city must prove it is not 5%, or someone else, a challenger has to prove that it is more than 5%. So that just kind of where that could reset. I get it when we miss, we've already decided it's 5%, but if we miss something, like, we've missed, I think, notifying an ordinance once, and we had to move it to the next meeting. That makes sense. But more of the whether it qualifies or not, where does that leave? Like, would we have to start all over, or who has to prove that it is 5% of the city? Because staff has said it's sometimes a little difficult, with our layered map GIS to get that data, say, oh, this is absolutely more than 5% or less than 5%.
It's conceivable that we could be challenged on that. Of course, as staff, we would have to make sure that we've done our due diligence to document how we got to that.
Okay. And then, or if this process starts, but then we annex in land, which changes the denominator in the city, like which one apply? And that's maybe something for the attorney. What applies? If we talk about a percentage of the city, but we change the size of the city in the middle of something that's been going on, Mr. Attorney, like, where does that fit into law?
And again, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that it's the place of our office to provide an opinion as to whether it's a good idea or not. But what this is doing is providing more steps to get to passage of these land development code amendments. More steps means more hurdles, means more opportunities to err along the way. And it also then means more opportunities to challenge afterwards. If in the name of greater transparency and greater openness, assuming that these measures, which are, I think, good faith designed to promote that, is worth that possibility of time delays, and then that's a decision for you to make. But yes, I think if you're putting these additional requirements in the process, then you'll need to follow them. And when we fail to follow them, which hopefully won't happen, but things happen, then they'll have to be corrected. It will be a step back to go forward again.
I think my question was more.
Sorry.
It was if we increase the size of the city and the denominator changes, what was previously 5% is now 4.9%. Are we held to the previous size of the city or the now current size of the city?
I presume it's going to be determined at the time of the notice.
Of the notice. Okay, that's what I was. I think that answers it for me. Too far in the weeds. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. This is just a question for you, Mr. Manager. Would there be any issue with adding things like staff will research policy and procedures related to incorporating community meetings, and then you all bring us back that information?
So certainly we can do research. I don't think that holding 2 community meetings for something like the lot reform text change that you all approved last year is unreasonable. We did more than that just for that normal process. I would caution the commission on codifying email and website. Again, you're talking about a limited pool of folks that are signed up for email. Again, you heard about the limitations with not having citywide email addresses for every single person. So you're really dealing with a small subset of people that would be signing up for, and then you're as the attorney indicated, you're then putting that notification to that limited group essentially into the process. And if we the city ever were to fall down on that, then it could jeopardize, or even if it's imperfect notice, it could jeopardize an action that you all may all 100% 7-0 support. So it is, I would caution codifying some of those elements versus I think what you've heard from staff, which is really keeping that as a procedure without necessarily enacting an ordinance to pass it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. No other lights. I just need to add in that I'm uncomfortable adding codifying things that, again, create opportunities for us to drop the ball. That through nobody intends for this to be more difficult. And I will say that I have involved myself in adding things to ordinance before that made it more difficult. It seemed like a really great idea, but became unwieldy pretty quickly. For instance, adding registered mail to the notice process. And the reason I wanted to do that was because I wanted there to be proof that people had mailed the notices out so that people could say, oh, I never got a message. Well, we mailed it to you, here's the proof. But what that did was create a huge expense for anybody who wanted to make a change. So we dialed that back. And I've become uncomfortable with adding ways for oopses to become gotchas, which is not the case for policy as opposed to codification. Once it's in code, the oops becomes a gotcha, and that's not a good place to be. So I can't support that, but much of it I like. I will say, though, this is the sort of thing that should be on a general policy agenda, not a regular meeting agenda from now on. So, Mr. Manager, please hear that, and Madam Clerk, please remind me that when this comes up and appears, this sort of thing on a regular agenda, this belongs on a GPC. Commissioner Book.
I hear that from a GPC perspective, and when I hear the city manager say I may be uncomfortable with codifying things, well, then I take that very importantly, very seriously. So I would think that we need to change number 3, and we need to change it by simply saying, and this may be the GPC option, is staff will research policy and procedure related to incorporating community meetings, website, and email options. So that takes it out of the land development code. They could very well come back and tell us, okay, that's okay, let's do it. But it would still allow us to have the capability for staff to direct those processes. So I don't know if you all have some thoughts about that, but I think that's probably the way that gets us through that. And it would,
So
there was a second, so we'd have to.
Okay.
Yeah, that staff will research policy and procedures related to incorporating community meetings, website, and email options.
Okay. Commissioner Eastman. Okay, I thought you reached for your button there. Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Mayor.
Yes.
So is the motion to then go back to the staff recommendation on, I think, page 18 of the slide, with the addition of a direction of staff to research basically the notice provided in part 3?
Commissioner Book.
Three is the only change. That is correct.
So we're going to prepare an ordinance to come back to you. So is it going to be consistent with this without your changes? And then the addition to the motion is that staff is going to research and come back to you about the other things.
That's correct.
And so then do you want us to bring the ordinance back? We can talk about this afterwards, but the ordinance back to you before or after staff presents that other stuff? But we can do that after you vote. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No preference. Tell us what system works best, and I'd be totally fine with that.
Okay. All right. Anybody else need clarification on this? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. Thank you all. Let's move on to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our ordinances for second reading. We have ordinance number 2025-233, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 30 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances to revise the definition of public library and to add public libraries and daycares as uses allowed by special use permit in the single-family zoning district as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would love to talk way more about this, about, libraries and whether a library is a landing zone for a drone, dropping off a book from the library, but I'd rather not right now. I move the City Commission adopt proposed ordinance 2025-233 on second reading.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Does anyone need to hear from the applicant? Would the applicant like to make any presentation? That's all right. No.
This is a staff initiated.
Oh, it's all staff. Okay, all right. Okay. Very good. Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
we have Moksha now.
Thank you. I have to get my notes. Is there a way to put this? Okay, there we go. So now we're on O. Okay, so that is, so this part about sustainable development. I find that there is a very different definition of quote-unquote sustainable development of what the city has and what people like Sierra Club has and other environmental organizations that are not present. And I am a member of Sierra Club. So I would like to ask that these changes that go through kind of goes back into what we just spoke about. Again, more public comment on ordinances, asking for clarification, like, it's written in like draconian terms, more like layman terms. And I do like that Eastman sometimes does town halls. I would very much like to see more of you do that. Like Sierra Club and other environmentalists, to be able to bring some of our people in, our trusted allies and professionals, to ensure that habitat, water, imperiled species are taken into effect and consideration before these things are just passed through and then we hear about it after the fact or we didn't get notice and such. Because at the rate that Gainesville is going, I don't know how there's even a tree city status left, to be quite honest with you. And I don't know what Gainesville is going to have 20 years from now. As somebody that is indigenous, we think about the next 7 generations. And this is going so fast. So I would again ask to slow down the roll and engage as many organizations as possible, especially when it comes to sustainable development, engaging the front forerunners of the environmental movement. Sierra Club, we are one of the longest and largest environmental organizations in the country, but also there are some smaller groups, and we don't know who all of those people are. I know Roberta's group, I can't remember the name of it, and Willits was very helpful with the trees, and Eastman was helpful on that issue when I first arrived in Gainesville. So really allowing that, because it's so very important. And I don't know if we're to T. Can I ask about the T LEED certification?
We're not on that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I have to say about that. And please don't just overdevelop everything. Listen to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Last speaker.
All right, we need to call the roll. Yep.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willits? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to commission comment.
All right, I see no lights for commission comment. We'll be back at 6:15. 6:15. We're ready when you are. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Gainesville High School and JROTC, thank you so much for being with us and for your patience this evening. Thank you.
Have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2025-661, City of Gainesville awarded Gold Lead for Cities certification.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commission. My name is Sarit Sela. I am the City Architect and Lead for Cities Project Manager. Tonight, we have the opportunity to celebrate Gainesville's achievement of gold certification within the Lead for Cities program. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, and the program measures the progress that our city has made within the past 5 years in putting policy and implementation towards better quality of life, resiliency, and efficiency. So this recognition highlights the efforts that we have made and the fruit of the vision of our policymakers, the hard work and implementation of our staff, and the funding. It was fully covered by USGBC, the Green Building Council, and Bank of America. So thank you. It is also a great opportunity to thank all our partners within the organization and beyond. About 70 people contributed data and their time and expertise into putting together a packet that was excellent. And our core team with Dr. Dan Zhu, Ms. Jenny Ford, and Mr. John Freeland. And without further ado, I have the honor of introducing to you Ms. Lexi Berry with USGBC to say a few words and present the award to you.
Excellent. Thank
you.
Welcome.
It is so good to be back in Gainesville. Good evening, Mayor Ward and the members of the City of Gainesville's Commission. It's an honor to be with you today as we celebrate the city's gold level certification in the U.S. Green Building Council's Lead for Cities rating system. I'm sure most of you do know what certifying LEED for buildings is, but what does it mean to certify an entire city? The Lead for Cities rating system was built by and for local governments pursuing a more sustainable, resilient future. It is intended to serve as a roadmap and guide for local efforts while accelerating progress at the jurisdictional level. Lead for Cities provides an evaluation of where you are today, addressing topics such as diverse as housing affordability to solid waste management and land use planning, transportation, air and water quality, and many other factors contributing to overall quality of life. Gainesville joins a strong community of Florida cities, towns, and counties committed to excellence. Around the country, we have 150 local governments that are certified. Today, we are here to celebrate the city of Gainesville. Congratulations on achieving gold level certification in Lead for Cities. USGBC would like to recognize Dan Zhu and Sarit Sela for committing to this process and driving the local effort. We also want to acknowledge the city's leadership, Mayor Ward, you commissioners, thank you so much for recognizing the importance of this work and committing to the third-party verification associated with your community's quality of life. In closing, the USGBC is here for you. We're ready to support you as you prioritize investments and shift into implementation. We're excited to be part of your journey in the future. Thank you so much for your leadership, and congratulations to you all.
Very good. Thank you. The whole team. Yeah, let's back it. Actually, would you mind?
And I'm gonna snap a few too. So 3, 2, 1, and then one more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Hold on, sorry. Hold on, everybody. Just give me that. I do just briefly want to thank the team and U.S. Green Building Council, but mostly the team for the effort that you all put in on this. Your leadership and getting through the process. I'm proud of the whole city team for qualifying. But to those of you who worked on this for bringing it through and gaining the recognition for our community, and we should all tell the story about this. I mean, I know that there is some concern about, do we want to, we don't want to be accused of being, the Green New Deal or something, but this is a big deal. And I'll promise you that the people who live here and pay taxes here and are part of this community appreciate when we are recognized for this sort of thing, and we should make sure that they're aware of it. So thank you all for your effort in bringing this forward. Thank you to USGBC and to the whole city organization and the manager's office for moving this forward. So, thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, Moksha now.
Greetings. Okay, on T, I would like to ask a couple questions. What is the LEED certification in regards to the city? I do know what it is in regards to other areas. And the gold standard, how is that in regards to sustainable development? And the description here is the city's key achievements, quote unquote, I'm just going to read a part of it, and areas for future growth. So that again goes back to some of the previous comments I had, that I would like to again see Sierra Club be part of this, any sustainable stuff, and way before it happens. And I want to know, is the LEED certification in regards to everything in the city, or land, or what have you, and who is the go-to person within the city? Is that Forest Department, or who is that? And how can Sierra Club and other environmental organizations be brought to the table to ensure that future growth does not look like Miami? Thank you.
So let me just give you some information, since you kind of directed around it. This is a recognition of the City of Gainesville as an organization's efforts to be as green as possible in our building and our processes. The Department of Sustainable Development is a department of the City of Gainesville that includes our permits, our code enforcement, our planning, and a variety of departments under an umbrella called the Department of Sustainable Design. That is what that is. Sierra Club would not be a part of our LEED certification because they're not a department of the City of Gainesville. So that's how that shakes out. I hope that's helpful to you.
Yes, I just wanted to know, how can environmental, thank you for that clarification, how can environmental organizations come to the table before, quote unquote, future growth and, again, sustainable development as recognized by two different parties as a different contextual meaning, so that we are aware of these things way before and aren't hearing about them after? For example, what's going on over by Oaks Mall, and I could go on, but.
Well, we publish agendas, ma'am, and that's how you get involved. By reading the agenda and seeing what's on the agenda and being a part of the variety of published meetings that the City of Gainesville has. We've worked with Sierra Club many, many times over the years with Sierra Club leadership, so that is certainly not foreign to Sierra or to the City of Gainesville. So thanks for your comments, and I appreciate that. Okay?
Next, we have early public comment. Moksha now has signed up for early public comment. I don't know which item, because
That was part of it, but there's also, again, there's a lot of not transparency, because this thing right here, a lot of this stuff.
Sorry, I just need to know what item you're speaking.
The one that was not clear on business discussion items, there's nothing listed. So like the county lists everything.
there's no items under that section.
They list every single thing they comment on. So there's nothing going to be discussed on W?
Correct.
And there's nothing going to be discussed on public hearings, X,
Correct.
including planning petitions?
Correct.
And nothing will be discussed on Y or Z?
Correct.
Okay. And how do we get this before? Because the website is.
It's published on the website.
Online, yep.
How
I
far-
publish it on the website.
How far in advance of your meetings?
Friday before the meetings.
Friday before the meeting. Thank you.
But it can change right up until the meeting.
Yeah, I've noticed
And
that
sometimes
part.
it does. And big reveal, they do that at the county as well, so.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we are on to our resolution for the evening, 2025-690, fifth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2025 general government financial and operating plan budget. With recommendation, the City Commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Welcome.
Good evening. Susan Boyd, Senior Budget Analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. So I'm going to keep this very high level. We met with the Finance Committee on Tuesday and went over this, but if you have any questions, let me know. This is the Fifth Amendment to the 2025 Financial and Operating Plan, and as part of this amendment, we are allocating, in the general fund, we are allocating fund balance out of the reserves, which has been discussed during the fiscal year 26 budget hearings. This is $2 million for technology, for funding the startup expenses,
$790,000 for the police for funding their citywide radio replacement program, and $175,000 for fire rescue for their radio replacement in fiscal year '26. We're also transferring $27,000 from the personnel contingency for additional funding needed for the 24/7 security here at City Hall. In the special revenue funds, we're recognizing new revenue we received in the Transportation Mobility Program Fund for the TMPA program and for sidewalk fees that we received from the developers. We also have some miscellaneous revenue from different police and fire programs, their Explorer program, Marshall's Task Force, a Junior Academy program, and Operation Care. There's some fund balance allocations there for the TMPA program. This is for funding that was taken off a program last year at the end of the year and just allocating it back into the program. Then we also have there was additional funding in the TMPA program needed for some sidewalk and roadway projects, and that's coming out of the different funds that we have. We have a transfer of $108,000 from the GCRA fund, and this is going into the General Capital Projects Fund for the Bivens Arm Marsh Restoration Project. You'll see that's mentioned a couple times in here. Then in the special revenue for grants, we have recognizing additional revenue for the HITA expense reimbursement program for the Combined Drug Task Force, and some allocation of fund balance to clean up the funding on that grant. In the Capital Projects Fund, we are transferring $1 million from the Wild Spaces Public Places 2017 fund into the Joint Projects Fund with the county for the Sweetwater Recreational Multi-Use Trail. We are also allocating, this is where you'll see the allocation for the funding for those radio replacements and stuff. We have $206,000 in fund balance allocation, again, for the Bivens Arm Marsh Restoration Project. And then we have miscellaneous projects for Wild Spaces, Public Places, adding some funding because of increased cost for the projects, and also reducing funding on a couple projects that are closed out and finished. And then we have $383,000 in each of the Wild Spaces funds. Combined, this is $766,000. This is funding for current construction estimates for the City Hall Plaza refresh project that we're working on. $225,000 for the Wilhelmina Johnson Center building improvements, again, additional costs related to design, and $125,000 for TB McPherson Recreation Complex improvements. Then we had a new revenue in the fleet maintenance fund. That was for vehicles that were sold, so they were auction proceeds, and we're basically with that just moving it from the fleet services fund into the fleet management and fleet replacements fund. That's it.
Very good. Okay. Mr. Finance Chair, you want to address that?
So one thing we talked about, thank you, Mr. Mayor, I had a question, and just so everyone knows, a lot of this is additional expenses in Wild Spaces, Public Places, and for lots of little things we've been going through, things more expensive. And in that meeting, we clarified that partially Wild Spaces, Public Places, we've been collecting more than we originally budgeted. And if you remember that big sheet some of us were looking at, if you look at the bottom, it's a little bigger than we thought a couple of years ago, mostly because of inflation. So it's a sales tax. So we're getting more in. So most of this doesn't eat into things we've already allocated. It's kind of out of that additional revenue we've been collecting. That was an important question for me because we're talking about all these Wild Spaces, Public Places. Is there going to be money left over for X, X, and X? And this all still kind of basically fits into the basic priority list that we've looked at, similar to that spreadsheet that many of us were looking at tonight. So that's just one particular thing. And then the one note about, and Susan, Ms. Boyd, you'll have to remind me, the fixing something that was, there was a minus last year that should have been a plus. So it looks like a big amount, but it really is just that we talked about it, right? Previously when we did it, we talked about it, and we all were understanding it. but just in the process, there was a minus instead of a plus. So this fixes part of it. Ms. Boyd, if you can remind us about that.
That was in the Wild Spaces Public Places Fund. It's on page 6 of the document. It's it shows like a $3.4 million allocation of fund balance. What happened was when we reduced the interfund transfer expense in February when we did the second budget amendment. I reduced it instead of increasing it. So this is just like a reversal of that and then the actual allocation of the funding. So it looks like a big jump, but it's just cleaning up, what I messed up.
Right. We all discussed it
Yep.
right. She presented it right. We all discussed it right in the past, but it just fixes that.
Yep.
So that's all I had in here. I don't know if anyone else has anything else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. And by the way, it really is helpful. The Finance Committee, I think, does a terrific job of vetting all these things. And I appreciate you as chair speaking up on what you as a committee have worked on. And I will remind everyone that is the only committee that all the members of that committee all wanted to be on it. So it works out really well that the members really are engaged in that. So thank you.
All for one more thing, and I'll make the motion. Also, this was some of what we spent, what we're allocating for the $2 million and the police radios. This is part of what we've been saying for several weeks that will be spent out of either excess fund or budget stabilization. We were working with a number for our budget saying, well, we already think we're going to spend this. This is that actual permission to spend. It really gets it into the budget. So kind of here on going forward, what is left in budget stabilization is more of a true number. So we're finally seeing some of that we'd referenced in the past. With that, I move adoption of the 5th budget amendment.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman is absent. Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Eastman absent. Madam Clerk.
We are on to commission comment.
Very good. Well, it's been a busy day. We've gotten a lot accomplished, and I appreciate everybody's time and attention, and congratulations once again, Mr. Interim Manager Select, I guess. And we will, I hope to be able, he and I talked at one of the recesses, I hope to be able to come back at the meeting in 2 weeks with a draft contract ready to go for you all to consider. That is the plan. Hopefully we can actually get that. I've also spoken with HR, and they should be able to have the information I need to get moving with that as well. So, all right. I don't see any other lights. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.